Section 10 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Graham Redman. The Complete Works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author. Edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1. Discourse 7 of the Accusations and Accusers under the Emperors, Part 2. Section 8. What Tacitus means by Instrumenta Regni. Besides the accusers, who were the imperial bloodhounds to hunt men down for words, conjectures, signs, and appearances, by ridiculous pleas, false constructions, and wrested laws, the emperors had other pestilent tools called by Tacitus Instrumenta Regni, the instruments of imperial rule. These were the poisoners and assassins. When there was no room or pretence to accuse a person signal for worth or opulence, or on any account obnoxious, and thence fit to be destroyed, or when it was unsafe to accuse him, recourse was had to a dose or dagger. Such were Publius Sella and Aelius the freedman, they who poisoned Julius Silanus by the appointment of Agrippina. Such was Anicetus, who murdered Nero's mother by the direction of her son. Such was Locusta, who administered the poison to Claudius, a woman famous for many feats in poisoning, and long retained for this talent amongst the implements of court. It was she who prepared this poison as well as that which destroyed young Britannicus. Such was Xenophon, physician to Claudius, one who helped to dispatch his master. Such were they who by the procurement of Livia made away the descendants of Augustus. After the assassination of Caligula, in his apartment was found a chest filled with all sorts of poisons, so rapid that when they were thrown into the sea they proved baneful to the fish, and numbers were by the tide cast dead upon the shore. Such also were the tribunes and centurions, and even the captain of the Praetorian Guards, who, whenever they were ordered to seize and kill, never failed to obey, without any reason but the word of command. Thus Postumus Agrippa was dispatched by a centurion under Tiberius. Thus Gerulanus the tribune was, at the head of a band of soldiers, by Nero employed to see the execution of Vestinus the consul, a man charged with no guilt, but Nero, who hated and feared him, having neither crime nor accuser against him, and being therefore unable to assume even the false guise of a judge, betook himself to the violence of a tyrant. In truth, the whole body of Praetorian Guards were kept by these tyrants as their assassins, to murder for them, or to secure others who did. The Turk, too, has his mutes and poisoners in the Seraglio, as well as soldiers to execute his furies secretly or openly. Louis the 11th entertained other secret ruffians to stab and drown, besides his trusty murderer, the Provost Tristan. Queen Catherine and her son Charles IX kept an assassin to dispatch privately such men of rank as they could find no other means to destroy, and as dark as the proceedings in the Bastille are kept, it is known what helps have been administered to the miserable prisoners there to get rid of life, besides that of nature. Under the reign of Louis XIV, the trade of poisoning was brought to great perfection, and was suspected with too much appearance to have been part of the politics of some French ministers, as well as the bane of others. Section 9. how much these emperors hated and how fast they destroyed all great and worthy men, their dread of every man for any reason. The destruction of every man who was great or good was so common and almost certain in those tragical reigns that Tacitus reckons as a wonder the natural death of Lucius Piso, chief pontiff. Eminent men and eminent merit are the dread of tyrants. That merit and those talents which, during the old republic, would have certainly recommended a man to public favour and public honours, did afterwards expose him as certainly to imperial jealousy and persecution, generally to ruin and death. And those pestilent accusers, instruments of public servitude, the sons of rapine and blood, who were now the men of fashion and favour, and clothed with the spoils of their country, for afflicting and mangling her and devouring her vitals, would have been then treated as public enemies and beasts of prey, and doomed to the pains of murder and treason, with universal consent and abhorrence. Such a barbarous and unnatural inversion of all order, law, and righteousness accompanied the sovereignty of the Caesars. Augustus, reckoned the best and wisest of them, though he affected to love and countenance men of parts and accomplishments, yet limited his favours to such of them as were devoted to flattery and the usurpation. Hence the public honours conferred by him upon Atteius Capito, a new man, one of signal abilities, but a notorious flatterer. Nay, the emperor raised him in opposition to Antistius Labeo, one who excelled in the same acquirements, one who never departed from a laudable freedom of speech and spirit, and thence more applauded than the other by the public voice, whereas the suppleness and submission of Capito rendered him more acceptable to those who bore rule. The latter, by this merit, gained the dignity of consul; the other, for having too much, was never suffered to rise higher than that of praetor. How much must the spirit of imperial jealousy increase afterwards! Everything gave these tyrants fear and offence. Was a man nobly born and popular? He withdrew the affections of the people, rivalled the prince, and threatened a civil war. Was he akin to Augustus? He had his eye upon the sovereignty. Had he a reputation for arms? He was a living terror to the princes. Was a great man afraid of popularity and lived retired? He gained fame by shunning it, and still was an eyesore, and his best fate was to leave his country. But where the exile was a considerable man, the executioner generally followed. Was he virtuous, and his life and morals exact? He was another Brutus, and by the purity of his manners upbraided the vicious behaviour of the emperor. Was a man sad? It was because the administration prospered. Did he indulge himself in gaiety and feasting? It was because the emperor was ill and his end thought to be near. Was he rich? He was too wealthy for a subject, and great wealth in private hands boded ill to princes. Was he poor? He was thence the more enterprising and desperate. Was he a dull man and unactive? He only put on the guise of stupidity and sloth till he found room for some bloody purpose. Or had he a different character, and was a lively and active man? Then it was plain he did not so much as feign a desire of private life and recess, but avowed a bustling republican spirit, and to be meddling with the state. Did he live in pomp and magnificence? He studied to overshadow the emperor in seats and grandeur. Was he accomplished in science, a philosopher, or master of eloquence, and thence esteemed? The lustre of his fame gave umbrage to the prince. In short, no man could possess any advantage or quality that rendered him acceptable to God or man, a blessing to his country, to his friends, or to himself, but such quality and advantage was sure to awaken the jealousy and vengeance of these tyrants, and procure his doom. Section 10. Reflections upon the spirit of a tyrant, with what wantonness the Roman emperors shed the blood of the Roman people, the blindness of such as assisted the usurpation of Caesar and Augustus. How miserable must be the reflections of a tyrant, if he has any reflections, that numbers must be wretched, for what wretchedness is not produced by tyranny, that he may make a hideous figure, unsafe and detested. Every step he takes for his grandeur and security renders him more contemptible or abhorred, and therefore more insecure, and the bloody end of most abundantly shows that numerous guards and armies are so far from securing him that from them his greatest dread accrues. What a curse it is upon a thinking being to consider himself as an obstacle to everything lovely and desirable amongst men, to the virtue, liberty, and happiness of all men, to his own peace and stability, to his own innocence and true glory, that for every chain he puts upon his people he multiplies terrors and contempt upon his own head, and having forfeited their affections, and living in distrust of those whom he ought chiefly to confide in, relies for his life upon hirelings, the sons of vice and idleness, or forced from their honest labour to be made so, and often picked out of streets and jails. He dreads every man who is great and brave, and one who fights for him, conquers for him, and saves him, does but expose himself to jealousy, indignity, and martyrdom. His own slaves, spiritless and cowardly, cannot serve him, and a man truly valiant is undone by serving him. The people are apt to admire and magnify military virtue, and thence the tyrant hates and dreads such as have it. Charles V held it a greater honour to be Count of Catalonia than King of the Romans. He had reason. The Catalans were free men and valiant, the Romans poor monk-ridden slaves. But I shall find another place in the course of these observations to discourse more fully of armies and conquests. I shall here only observe with what wantonness these tyrants shed the blood of Roman citizens, citizens whose lives were once so valuable, fenced and secured by laws so numerous, so sacred and strong, lives so precious that nothing against the life and fortune of the meanest Roman could be determined but by the Romans in general, assembled in centuries. These Romans who, while free, became the masters of mankind, were, by losing their liberty, become daily victims to their own domestic traitors, and miserable traitors they were, to a Claudius, a Caligula, a Nero. By the ancient constitution and laws of Rome, these usurpers were the only persons liable to be put to death without process or form or penalty. See the Lex Valeria in Livy, and Cicero Pro Domo Sua. Had such as were champions for the exaltation of Caesar and Augustus foreseen what their race and descendants were to suffer under the successors of these usurpers, would it not have quenched their zeal? Would it not have struck them with horror? Had they foreseen their offspring stooping and groaning under a beastly bondage, not to the emperor only, but to his slaves and strumpets, living a precarious life at the mercy of sycophants, under continual terrors of the accusers, or themselves exercising the execrable occupation of such, some endangered by the lustre of their name, some by that of their virtue and capacity, others from that of their wealth. Many become pimps, pathics, and parasites to the prince, several, upon his authority, prostituting their persons and quality upon the public stage, numbers doomed to exile upon desolate rocks and islands, numbers slain outright, their carcasses exposed and denied the privilege of burial, their fortunes seized from their families, and all of them liable to the like tragical fate, their wives withal daily exposed to the lust of the tyrant, and afterwards made the subject of his imperial sport and drollery, even before their injured and blushing husbands, nay, prostituted in the palace as in the public stews, and such as passed by invited in to lie with these illustrious ladies as with common harlots for money. Had the partisans of usurpation foreseen these woeful consequences to their families from it, would it not have changed their hearts and their conduct? Yet what was easier to be foreseen than the fury and ravages of a madman or fool unlimited, where chance, and not law, directed the blind succession, as did blind will, and not reason, the administration? But with the heat of party and present impulse, cool reflection and foresight are incompatible. It scarce ever happens that, for future considerations, however wise, the instant passion, however foolish, is smothered. The adherents of Caesar and Augustus had an immediate view of greatness, and would not disturb so pleasing an imagination by anxious care or fear for things future. All the world goes well with those that are well, and before men can be brought to believe prophecies of misery, they must begin to feel it. What a child is man! What a name is reason! The most frequent use we make of it is to reason ourselves out of it, and from it to borrow arms against itself. Just as we have seen laws quoted to vindicate the subversion of law, and the holy gospel of peace and love urged in defence of persecution and enmity. Section 11. Why, under such tyrants, the Senate continued to subsist. It may be inquired why tyrants so jealous and precipitate did not abolish the Senate, and it was once the purpose of Caligula, as it was afterwards that of Nero, to have murdered all the senators. But in truth it would have been an enterprise of infinite difficulty and danger to have attempted the suppression of that body. It is incredible what stubbornness and force there is in established names, customs, and forms, which often are harder to destroy than realities and substances, and signs and titles frequently remain when the things signified and denominated by them are gone. Thus Popery has extirpated Christianity, and is called Christianity, and evangelical humility and forbearance are preached and extolled in the midst of pride and flames. As the popes pretend to derive all power from the gospel, which they pervert and suppress, so did the other Roman tyrants theirs from the Senate, as if the ancient free state had still subsisted, and to have destroyed the Senate would have been to have abrogated their own title to sovereignty. They must likewise have destroyed the consulship, which was still reckoned summum imperium, the supreme magistracy, with the office of praetor, and every office, great and small, in the state, with the title and style of every law of Rome, and every tribunal of justice there, for every law and every office depended upon the Senate or upon the Senate and people. They must have abolished learning, history, records, all process and memory, nay, the very military titles and laws of war and negotiation, those about the colonies and provinces, customs and trade, and have introduced absolute oblivion, a new language, and a new creation. Now what power, what genius upon earth was equal to such a prodigious design, that of vacating at once regulations and usages so infinitely numerous, so long established, become a great part of the public language, grown, as it were, to the minds and memories of men, and essential to speech and conversation, as well as to business and protection, and then to supply such an immense void with ordinances, offices, terms, and manner of process, so as to answer all the ends of society in so vast an empire. This was not to be done, nor was it needful. They found their account sufficiently in breaking the power and spirit of the Senate, in reducing it to a skeleton and a name, and in exercising under that name all their own violences and exorbitances. The Senate and the people had a venerable sound, and served as a cloak for power when they themselves had none, and the emperor had all. The registering of edicts by the Parliament of Paris is become a matter of form, but without that form the court, as uncontrolled as it is, does not care to execute an edict. The Romans still preserved a veneration for their senate and magistrates, and the same was often found in the armies, insomuch that as late as the reign of Commodus the soldiers were so enraged at the insolence of Perennis, his favourite and minister, for discharging from their military commands such as were patricians and senators, and for placing in their room others of equestrian rank, that they cut him in pieces. Time, however, with the continuance of tyranny, and barbarity its inseparable companion, cancelled by degrees the old names and forms, after the essence had been long cancelled, and introduced a cloud of offices and words, of rumbling sounds and swelling titles, suitable to the genius of absolute rule, and as different from the purity of the old republican language as are liberty and politeness from grossness and bondage. Section 12. How the unrelenting cruelty of the emperors hastened the dissolution of the empire. The bad reigns of Constantine and Constantius. The good reign of Julian. The indiscreet behaviour of the Christians. Continued tyranny, and end of the empire. To resume once more the subject of accusations and the abused law of majesty, they were cankers in the heart of the empire, which at last hastened its dissolution. The emperors, to gratify their own cruelty, were continually wasting the public strength by sacrifices noble and many, and to satiate their avarice or that of their creatures, encouraged endless seizures and confiscations. This crying oppression was by the Emperor Constantine, before mentioned, carried higher than any of the pagan emperors had ever carried it. Besides his own rapine, which was merciless and excessive, he glutted his favourites and grandees with the spoil and fortunes of others, as Marcellinus witnesses. His son Constantius followed his example, and was a more consuming tyrant than the father. I have already said something of his character and reign, which was chiefly conducted by inhuman villains, whose heads and hands were eternally engaged in the plunder and blood of his people. Such were his counsellors, such his governors of provinces, which were sucked and devoured to the bone, and might say with truth what a noble Dalmatian once told Tiberius, "Instead of sending us shepherds to protect our flocks, you send us wolves to devour them." How many governors in all countries have deserved to be hanged before they reached their governments, because they went with design to rob and oppress. These depredations were restrained during the reign of Julian, who had as much capacity, as many virtues and accomplishments, as could well adorn private life or a crown. He was brave, generous, wise, and humane, a hero, a philosopher, a politician, a friend, and father to mankind. It is pity such an amiable character should have any blots. His had two. He was superstitious even to weakness, and had conceived an aversion to the Christians altogether unsuitable to his remarkable candour and equity, an aversion which they themselves improved too much by a behaviour unworthy of so great a prince, much more unworthy of so meek a religion. They, indeed, treated him with eminent spite and outrage, traduced him, libelled him, and even mobbed him. Nothing could be a sharper satire upon them, for such brutish conduct, than the singular meekness with which he bore it. The truth is, the Christians were then strangely degenerated from the primitive peaceableness and purity, become licentious and turbulent to the last degree, and perpetually instigated by the arrogance and ambition of the bishops, who were come to contend with arms as well as curses for the possession of opulent churches. It was not uncommon with these ambitious men to affront and revile the emperors to their faces, to publish invectives against them, to break the public peace, and to raise frequent tumults and seditions. As they were the most complaisant courtiers when pleased, so they were the most implacable incendiaries when disgusted. All this was enough to alarm any prince, and to awaken resentment in the most phlegmatic. Moreover, a great part of the wealth and revenue which used to go towards the public charge, particularly to defend the frontiers against the barbarians, was diverted and appropriated to maintain the grandeur and pomp of the great prelates, sacerdotes specie religionis fortunas omnes effundebant, as Tacitus says upon another occasion. As some parts of the behaviour of that great prince, one wise and good in most things, but mistaken and even unjust in others, chiefly towards the Christians, ought to be censured and condemned, the behaviour of the Christians towards him can never be justified. They insulted him intolerably with all the excesses of bitterness and ill-breeding while he lived, and slandered and blackened him shamefully when dead, as much as some of them basely flattered and extolled other emperors, who, though complaisant and liberal to the ecclesiastics, were consuming tyrants. It is the business of truth and of true religion to give even enemies their due, and friends no more than their due. To give Julian his, if we lay aside his religion, I doubt whether we can find upon record one prince that excelled him, or three that equalled him. He is indeed a pattern to princes, in spite of the anger and obloquy of writers, who were apparently animated by a spirit then too common, a spirit altogether narrow, monkish, and vindictive, such a one as the charitable religion of Jesus disclaims and wants not. To his benevolent gospel and precepts I sincerely wish all men to conform, but fewer signs of such conformity, or rather greater signs of the want of it, have I nowhere seen than in the conduct, discourses, and writings of such as have railed at others for their religious sentiments, real or imputed. I wish, too, that a temper so barbarous and anti-Christian had been entirely confined to the days of that emperor, whose administration will for ever recommend him to all calm and impartial men as an astonishing example of virtue and parts. The reign of Jovian, whose intention seems to have been honest and good, was but short, and followed by those of Valentinian and Valens, princes exceeding furious, suspicious, and sanguinary. Under them the old accusations, confiscations, and carnage were revived without mercy, and continued thenceforward with few intervals, till the Roman Empire was quite overthrown. The people in every part of it, being quite harassed and consumed, finding no relaxation from oppressors and accusations, no protection from law, no refuge in the clemency of the emperors, grew desperate, and revolted to the Goths, Huns, Vandals, and other invaders. Section 13. The excellency of a limited monarchy, especially of our own. I think it is Machiavel who observes that 2 or 3 weak and bad princes succeeding each other are sufficient to ruin a state where they govern by mere will, but it may survive a long succession of foolish princes limited by good laws. Vespasian found 300 millions of our money wanting to restore the empire to a condition of subsisting. Monarchy, according to Plato, is the best government or the worst, to which opinion I subscribe, as I do to that of Philip de Comines, that England is the place in the world where the public is most equally administered, and where the people suffer the least violence. We are blessed with that form of government which Tacitus mentions as the most perfect, and thinks the hardest to be framed, that happy balance and mixture of interests which comprehends every interest. An English monarch has one advantage which sets him above any arbitrary monarch upon earth. He obliges his subjects by being obliged to them. As he protects them by defending their property and laws, so they, by supporting him, enable him to do it. While they give by choice and not by force, they give cheerfully. Princes who take all themselves and leave nothing to their people to give can never be beloved by their people. If it be true that we hate those whom we have hurt, it is equally true that we are apt to love those whom we have obliged. Hence God is said not only to love doing good, but to love the good that he does. Arbitrary princes would doubtless choose to have the love and affections of their people, were the same to be acquired by furious and unaccountable rule, but this is impossible. Hence dread of their power is all the share they can expect in the hearts of their subjects, and this is a compliment which their subjects pay to things the most hideous and vile, to serpents, to mad and wild beasts, to plagues and Satan, to pain and poverty. But even this miserable compliment is not always paid to such princes. They are not always dreaded. When their terrors are become habitual, they cease in a good measure to be terrors. The people grow hardened and desperate. They themselves become scorned, and contempt, the most abject lot in life, becomes the portion of those who possess the highest. When Nero asked Subrius Flavius, one of the conspirators against his life, from what motives he had renounced his allegiance, "It was because I abhorred thee," said he. The consul Vestinius too was known to Nero to despise his vile and unmanly spirit, and in the whole detection of that conspiracy and the punishment of the conspirators, nothing was so signal as the series of contempt poured upon that brutal tyrant in the height of his power and amidst the terrors of his tyranny. Nothing, says Tacitus, mortified him so much. But when the monster was deposed, he incurred such sovereign scorn that he was doomed to be stripped naked, and scourged to death like a slave, with his head fastened in a pillory, his carcass to be cast afterwards from the Tarpeian rock, and with a hook in his nose to be dragged to the Tiber. Nor could the great reputation of Julius Caesar, or that of Augustus, and all their power, secure them from popular insults and despite. The moicum calvum, and videsne ut Cnidus orbem digito temperet, were contumelies which even their greatness could not escape. Mithridates, king of Armenia, when despoiled of his kingdom, experienced by the behaviour of his people how much they reverenced him. They even assaulted him with reproaches and blows. When the Emperor Vitellius was led along to the slaughter, with his hands bound behind him, his habit all torn, and himself a filthy spectacle, he found much the like usage. Numbers wounded him with reproaches, but none was found to bewail him, and the populace railed at him when dead with the same baseness of heart with which they had flattered him lovingly. End of Discourse 7, Part 2.
Section 11 of The Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Mary Rhodey. The Complete Works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author. Edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1, Discourse 8, of the general debasement of spirit and adulation which accompany power unlimited. Section 1, the motives of flattery considered, its vileness and whence it begins. I shall now say something of the extreme debasement of the Romans under the emperors. Flattery ever rises in proportion to power and fear. Where law and liberty reign, and men hold not their property and lives at the mercy of one or a few, this security begets in them a pride and stubbornness inconsistent with servility and adulation. Men do not flatter such as they dare own to be no better than themselves, or such as have no power to hurt them. Nor will they pay overmuch reverence to great titles which are not accompanied with great power, nor supported by superstition. For superstition enslaves as effectually as real power, and therefore confers it. Nor is tyranny ever so complete as when the chief magistrate is chief pontiff, as were the Sultans of Egypt and Baghdad, or, which is the next thing, can create and depose him, as do the Turkish emperors. But where men hold their fortunes and lives at the mere mercy of another, they will fear him as much as they love themselves, and flatter him as much as they fear him. If his power be limited, their flattery will be limited, but boundless if his authority be so. Thus court and sycophancy prevail less under a mixed monarchy than under one that is despotic, in an aristocracy less than there, and less still in a popular state. Perfect equality quite destroys it. Complete sovereignty raises it to the highest. The more foolish and wicked a prince is, the more incense he will have. It is the surest way of pleasing a tyrant, as it sanctifies his iniquities, and represents him to himself as worthy of all his grandeur, and equal to all the highest offices of empire. Tiberius, who was a prince of great penetration, hated flattery because he knew it to be so, as he knew that they who paid him most, the Senate and grandees, dreaded and therefore hated his power, as he who understood perfectly the nature and blessing of liberty would have dreaded and hated any man in his place had he been in theirs. He knew that flattery and hate often go together, so that they who possess the greatest hate profess the greatest affection. It is as much as their lives are worth to manifest any tokens of aversion, and the stronger it is, it will require the more art and assiduity to hide it. Julius Caesar was loaded with all sorts and every excess of honours, some that were divine, with design to make him odious, while they who conferred them abhorred him, and were concerting schemes to destroy him. With the same view, the like artifices were practised by the Senate towards his successor Octavius, afterwards Augustus, concerning whom the equivocal saying of Cicero could not but be remembered by Tiberius, "They should extol the youth and take him off." Hence, though Tiberius was irreconcilable to public liberty, he abominated flattery. He saw that flattery was the mere effect of bondage, and suiting only with the spirit of slaves, and though he would not part with the sovereignty, notwithstanding he often talked of it, as well as pretended great backwardness to accept it, yet he was ashamed of the vile and slavish abjectness of the Romans. But neither under Tiberius was there any security in abstaining from flattery. He was a prince infinitely jealous, and could brook no sort of opposition, nor even independence, and it was both necessary and dangerous to flatter him, but in my opinion not so dangerous as necessary. I mean, to such as purely consulted their own safety, and to escape the rage of the tyrant. It is true, he despised flatterers, but he hurt them not, and it was natural for him to think, suspicious as he was, that such as would not flatter him scorned him. It is certain he never forgave free speakers, never could endure men of bold spirit, but, first or last, pursued them to destruction. It was perilous, says Tacitus, to practice no flattery, and perilous to practice too much. El Piso had inveighed against the corruptions of the state, particularly against the pestilent pursuits of the impleaders, who were daily arraigning and circumventing and menacing all men. He even threatened to quit Rome. Tiberius bore this calmly, nay, he descended to mollify him with kind words. But in a soul like his, brooding over vengeance, though he had suppressed the sallies of wrath, the deep impressions remained. Piso was a good while afterwards charged with treason, and, but for a natural death which opportunely intervened, must have suffered the pains of treason. Asinius Gallus incurred his rage for a motion in Senate which had really a compliment in it. Tiberius had in a letter to the fathers complained that from the plots and snares of his enemies he led a life full of dread and apprehensions. Gallus proposed to address the prince that he would explain his fears to the Senate, and permit them to remove the causes. This incensed him. Gallus too had piqued him before, and was suspected by him of aspiring views, and though he had notoriously flattered him, he could not by it redeem his life. As all corruptions in a state begin commonly from the grandees, or rather they are beginners of all corruption, so the grandees are the most signal flatterers. They are most in the eye of a prince, they are the most obnoxious to his jealousy, and thence the most prone to flatter him. A prince who governs, or would govern, by mere will, must countenance and employ such as ask no reasons for what he does, but commend all he does, and the more they have to get or lose, the lower they must stoop, the more they must praise. For this vile servitude of theirs they make reprisals upon the people, and are as terrible to those below them as fawning to those above them. For the most prostitute slaves are the most insolent tyrants, and it is from the same baseness of spirit that men oppress and flatter. It was truly said of Caligula that there never lived a more complacent slave, nor a more cruel and detestable master. Thus flattery is propagated, and infects all degrees of men. The prince awes the grandees, and by the grandees is flattered. The grandees oppress and terrify the people, and thence the people dread and adore the grandees. The bashaws are slaves to the great Turk, the people slaves to the bashaws. The insolence of slavish spirits is by Tacitus exemplified in Vitellius, among many other instances. He was always the foremost in flattery, ever assaulting every worthy patriot with reproaches, and ever struck silent when repulsed, agreeably to the genius of sycophants, to be both insulting and cowardly. This man, however, prospered by prostitution. He had great employments under Tiberius. He was a great favourite in the 2 succeeding reigns. He was thrice consul and once censor. Nor did the man want good talents and qualifications. In the government of provinces, says Tacitus, he exercised the integrity of a primitive Roman. But his dread of Caligula and complaisance to Claudius changed him into a filthy slave, and he is handed down to posterity as a pattern of the most infamous flattery, the just reward of his servile submission. His first and best actions were forgot, his last and worst remembered, and the excellences of his younger years obliterated by an old age drenched in servitude and iniquity. Besides his adoring Claudius as a god, he carried one of Messalina's sandals in his bosom continually, frequently kissed it, and amongst his household gods placed golden statues of Pallas and Narcissus, the emperor's freed slaves. This man was, I think, father to Vitellius, afterwards emperor. Such men such princes delight in. Regibus boni qua mali suspectiores sunt, semperque his aliena virtus formidulosa est, says Sallust. Section 2. Men of elevated minds, irreconcilable to arbitrary power, and thence suspected by it. The court paid to it, always insincere, sometimes expedient, but seldom observes any bounds. Agrippa told Augustus, according to Dion Cassius, that it was impossible for a man of great spirit and resolution to be other than a lover of liberty, and an enemy in his heart to an absolute master. Agrippa himself was that sort of man. He had courage enough to advise that prince to resign the sovereignty and restore public liberty. Such in truth was his credit and bravery, that Augustus thought himself no otherwise safe than either by killing him or taking him for his son-in-law. The emperor did more than give him his daughter. He assumed him partner in the tribunitial power, which, as the usurper and his successors manage it, was in effect the dictatorial power. The other great men of Rome he suspected and hated, though in vanity and for the praise of posterity he left them his heirs in the 3rd degree. Augustus and Tiberius judged too well to imagine that the illustrious senators and chiefs of Rome, men who had scorned the alliance and affinity of kings, nay, treated kings as their creatures and dependents, could like a blind dependence upon one of their own citizens, who by usurpation and violence had made himself an enemy to all. Even in the reign of Tiberius there were Romans who thought themselves as good as him. Cnaeus Piso, for example, scarce gave place to him, and despised his sons, as men far beneath himself. But his haughty spirit cost him his life, for though Tiberius used him as a proper instrument to thwart and overthrow Germanicus, he afterwards turned that very service to the destruction of Piso. Affection can never accompany a submission which is forced, nor men submit willingly to a power which they think they have themselves a right to exercise. Hence the compliments and praises of these eminent Romans toward the emperors are generally by Tacitus derived from flattery, though sometimes necessary and sometimes well intended. Necessary when used for their own preservation, and well intended when employed to instill into the prince virtuous lessons of government. Marcus Terentius was perhaps justifiable when, in defence of his life, which was at stake, he made that high-flown compliment to Tiberius: "To thee the gods have granted the supreme disposal of things, and to us have left the glory of obedience." The senators also did well in magnifying some popular acts of Nero. that his youthful mind, being thus incited by the glory arising from light things, might court in it things which were greater. And Thrasea was justifiable, when in his speech about Antistius the praetor, arraigned for treason for lampooning the emperor, he extolled that prince's mercy in order to make him merciful. But as that which is only good in some certain degrees and exigencies seldom stops there, so this same flattery, no wise blamable under some circumstances, grew scandalous and excessive. It kept pace with all the frenzy and cruelties of these outrageous and inhuman tyrants, and by it their cruelties and frenzy were encouraged. The more mischievous and vile they were, the more they were adored. Dread of their fury had seized the souls of men, nor was any remedy sought against their fury but that of flattery. Men of slavish minds always began the detestable rout. Their example drew others after them. The lovers of liberty found it impossible to resist the many, and unsafe to distinguish themselves by opposition. Interest swayed some, example others, fear all, and at last it became a common strife who should be foremost in the race to servitude. All public spirit, all regard to the glory and good of Rome, the inseparable characteristic of the old free Romans, was now lost and forgot. It was converted into fear and anxiety of every man for himself. This will ever be the case when a prince, armed with sufficient powers, sets up his own interest against that of the state. Particulars having no longer anything to do with the public will study only to secure themselves. Section 3. The excessive power of the imperial freed slaves, with the scandalous submission and honors paid them by the Romans. As tyranny produces abject fear and anxiety in particulars for themselves, so from this selfish fear and anxiety come the beginning and progress of universal servitude, the extinction of all patriotism and honest zeal, the power of corruption, and the symptoms of a state hastening to ruin and desolation. All the good or evil which could befall any Roman lay wholly in the breast and option of the prince, and hence the study of every man to humour the prince or the slaves who governed him. For governed he generally was by slaves the vilest and most pestilent. Yes, the whole empire, that empire that contained a great share of the globe, and terrified almost the whole, was swayed, sold, oppressed, and exhausted by slaves bought from the chain and the oar. Claudius not only declared that affairs adjudged by his receivers should be held equally valid with those adjudged by himself, but got the same established by a solemn decree of Senate. Now these receivers of the emperors were his manumized slaves, who under that title often governed provinces. He raised the authority of these vermin to a pitch equal with that of the sovereign and the laws. Felix, governor of Judea, was a freed slave, the husband of 3 queens, and the brother of Pallas, another freed slave, who controlled the emperor, lay with the empress, and was master of the empire. So that Nero said pertinently of him, when he turned him out of office, that Pallas went to abdicate the sovereignty. Behold the debasement of the great and venerable Roman Senate. It is not enough that they flatter the emperor, and heap upon him powers and honours so great and manifold, that at last they have none for themselves, hardly any for him. They must likewise adore and enrich and exalt the fugitives and offscourings of the earth, insects naturally doomed to the vilest offices of the kitchen, stable, and privies. The Romans, lords of the world, must put their necks under the feet of the dregs of human race, for a contemptible project of that same Pallas about punishing ladies who married slaves, Varius Serranus, consul-elect, the first magistrate in the Roman world, moved the Senate to reward him with the ornaments of praetor, the next civil office in the state, and a present of near £100,000. To this motion it was added by Cornelius Scipio that Pallas should have public thanks, that he who descended from the old kings of Arcadia should to the service of the public thus postpone that his ancient nobility, and deign to be reckoned amongst the emperor's ministers. But Claudius averred that Pallas would rest content with the honours of the praetorship, and rejecting the present, choose to live in his usual poverty. The decree passed, was engraved in brass, and publicly hung up. A pompous decree in which a fellow lately a bare-sooted slave, now worth 8 millions, was magnified for observing the laudable self-denial and parsimony of the primitive ages. Observe the strange inversion of all order and sense, dignity debased, infamy exalted, how low the awful authority of the Senate descended, how vilely the function of a consul prostituted, how ignominiously the glorious name of Scipio employed, how abominably the ornaments of magistracy defiled, an ordinance of state, big with servitude and lies, what stupidity in the emperor, what insolence in the slave, and what a melancholy failure of all virtue, truth, and liberty amongst all degrees of men. It was, in truth, a compliment made to a slave by a body of slaves, as Pliny well observes. We may guess at the villainy and evil deeds of the man by the enormous honours that were paid him, though we had no other rule or proof, as we have proofs enough. No such violent court was ever paid to Seneca, and Tigellinus had much more weight and authority than Burrus. Real goodness and merit beget in all good men real friendship and affection, and real affection is never so loud nor shewy as affection assumed. Where we sincerely like and esteem, we are not afraid of suspicion in the person esteemed, nor spend much breath and ceremony to convince him. But where we are conscious of our own insincerity, our professions are pompous and wordy. It was absolutely impossible that these vile upstarts should love the Senate, or any great men, great in blood or fortune or virtue, or the Senate or any great Roman could love such vile upstarts. But we see what disguises fear and falsehood can put on. Impartial posterity, which neither fears the Senate nor Pallas, can perceive nothing in the honours by them conferred upon him, but the infamy of both perpetuated. Nor was Claudius the only emperor who was thus led in bondage by his franchised bondmen. Others submitted to the same vassalage, to the same infamous counsellors. Pluric principles, says Pliny, libertorum erant servi, borum consiliis, borum nuture gebantur. Was not the world finely governed, and humankind completely happy, when the universal lord was swayed by the lust and nod of creatures just redeemed from the infamy of whips and fetters? The mighty Caesar, to whom the Romans owed all their ensuing misery and bondage, began the exaltation of such sons of earth, and in contempt of censure declared that if he had employed highwaymen and assassins to support his grandeur, he would in return have honoured them with the same favour. A true confession, but methinks not very politic. We have seen already whether his worthy successors did not actually do so, and what were the instrumenta regni, the bloody tools and machinery of absolute rule. Polycletus, a manumized slave of Nero's, when sent by his master to inspect the state of Britain, travelled with such an immense train that he was a burden to great nations, even those of Italy and Gaul. Section 4. The excessive flattery of the Senate, how ill-judged. There was no mean in the flattery of the Senate. They might have been good courtiers, without being so abandoned courtiers. There are instances of their carrying questions against the spirit of the court and the efforts of favourites, in the worst reigns. Thus, in spite of all the power and caballing of Agrippina, they expelled Tarquitius Priscus, a creature of hers, from the Senate, in detestation of his base attack upon the life of Statilius Taurus. in subserviency to the empress, who yearned after the wealth and fine gardens of that illustrious senator. Thus too in the case of Antistius the praetor, who had composed some virulent verses against Nero, and exposed them at a great entertainment, though he was impleaded of treason by Cossutianus Capito's son-in-law to that powerful minion Tigellinus, and though Junius Marullus, the consul-elect, moved that he might be doomed to die after the rigorous manner of antiquity, the Senate followed the milder motion of Thrasea for confiscation and exile, nor would they depart from the sentence even after they had received Nero's letter about it, though in it he manifested high indignation. They might have made some other efforts of this kind, where they made none. On the contrary, they gave away their liberties and voices faster than they could have been taken. But the honest boldness of Thrasea broke the bondage which hung upon the minds of others. So much can the example of one worthy man do, even in an assembly devoted to corruption and servitude. It is true Thrasea paid a severe after-reckoning, and it was the apprehension of that which stopped the mouths of others, or opened them only to fawn. But who would not choose the reputation and integrity of a patriot, that of a Thrasea, even at the expense of his fate, rather than the fortune and favour of the sycophant Vitellius, with the abjectness of his life and infamy of his name? Section 5. The free judgment of posterity, a powerful warning to princes, to reign with moderation and to detest flatterers. The name and memory of the Roman tyrants, how treated. All men have some vanity, and thence some fondness for fame. If they would acquire it, and avoid infamy, they must square their actions to the judgment of posterity. With posterity, little evasions, false colourings, and chicane will not pass for reasons, though they may with our contemporaries, who are often influenced by friendships, often engaged in parties, often warmed and misled by passion and partiality. Death and time destroy all artifices, dissipate all mists, and unveil mysteries. The intentions of men with all their motives and pursuits are then scanned and laid open. The flights of flattery will not then be termed fondness for the prince, nor the efforts of ambition miscalled public zeal. Claudius and Pallas, Tiberius and Sejanus, Nero and Tigellinus, men so caressed, applauded, and worshipped during their life and power, men who then employed all tongues in their praises, do now fill and have long filled the mouths of all men with detestation, and their hearts with abhorrence. What avail now their craft and subordinations, their power and high posts? Does the awe of purple, or the violence of the sword, do praetorian guards and perverted laws secure their memory, as they did their persons? Do I, for example, fear their charges of treason, or the vile breath of their informers, while I treat them as sanguinary monsters, as the tyrants, pests, and oppressors of the earth, as public curses and murderers in cold blood? These tyrants and their flatterers, though they pushed both tyranny and flattery as far as they would go, have not been able, with all their arts and terrors, to stifle the memory of men, nor restrain the speech. They are handed down to us under their proper titles. The Emperor Nero we seldom say, but the tyrant Nero is in every one's mouth, and the idea of a sycophant ever accompanies the name of Vitellius. His great credit and offices are forgot, or remembered only to his infamy. What a check must history and the censure of posterity be to a prince that has any reflection! Had Tiberius, Claudius, Caligula, and other imperial monsters considered what frightful lights they were like to be drawn into future times, it would have spoiled their pleasure in tyrannizing, and made them hate their flatterers, who persuaded them that all men, at least the best men, spoke of them as they themselves spoke. With regard to fame and posterity, it had been better for these wretches that they had never been born, as well as happy for humankind. Yet no man was ever a greater drudge for fame than Nero. Erat illi aeternitates perpetuae fame cupido, sed inconsulia, says Suetonius. Witness his laborious fatigues in the theatre and circus, continued day after day, and often nights and days, for the reputation of a good singer, harper, and coachman. Caligula aspired to the like glory, and was a notable fencer, an assiduous dancer, as well as a charioteer. Laudable ambition for a prince, and as just and high as that of many others. Tiberius also wished and prayed for the praises and affectionate remembrance of posterity. How well he succeeded, we all know. He is detested as one of the most dangerous, false, and deliberate tyrants that ever afflicted men. Nay, he was no sooner known to be dead than the people broke forth into joy and execrations. Some cried, "Into the Tiber with Tiberius." Others besought Mother Earth and the infernal gods to allot him no mansion but amongst the damned and accursed. Others threatened to drag his body with hooks to the charnel of malefactors. And when his corpse was going to be removed from Misenum to Rome, every one cried aloud that it should rather be carried to the town of Attila, to be in the amphitheatre there thrown into a fire till it were half burned. Such were the marks of remembrance he had, and deserved, from the people. The other two are treated as frantic butchers, or rather as two mad dogs delighted with carnage and worrying, bent and active to kill and destroy. What is it to us that they were princes and emperors? Men of sense find no magic in names, but regard monsters as monsters, whatever titles fortune or flatterers gave them, or they themselves took. It is thus tyrants suffer the vengeance of after ages. And terrible vengeance it is to such as are tender of their renown, and seek immortality, as most princes do, and indeed have it forced upon them, since they stand too high, and do too much not to be remembered. Hence they ought to be more afraid of future censure, which is generally well grounded, and will certainly last, than of temporary praise, which is often false, consequently fleeting, at best to be suspected. Section 6. How lamentably princes are debauched and misled by flatterers. Now, if tyrants are abhorred, how much abhorrence is due to flatterers, who often change princes into tyrants, and make tyrants worse than they would be. Tiberius assumed the sovereignty with great diffidence, and his natural weariness would have probably made him mild against his nature, had not the Romans so readily offered him their necks and their persons to bondage. But when he found them devoted to slavery, he used them like slaves, and having nothing to fear from them, he only followed the vile bent of his own spirit. Domitian rejoiced when he found that Agricola had left him co-heir with his wife and daughter. He vainly thought it done out of judgment and choice, and in pure regard to his person. So much was he corrupted and blinded by continual flattery, as to be utterly ignorant that no prince, but a bad one, was ever by a father tender of his issue and family assumed into heirship with them, as Pliny the Younger well observes. Nero was in terrible agonies after he had murdered his mother. He dreaded the soldiery, the senate, and the people. But when, instead of danger and resentment, he met with flattering speeches from the officers, flattering decrees from the senate, popular processions, applauses, public devotions paid to all the deities, and universal acquiescence, his native insolence became more swelled, and from this general servitude, assuming the pride of victory, he ascended the Capitol, offered sacrifices, and thenceforth surrendered himself to the full sway of all his exorbitant lusts. When he had caused these two noble Romans, Plautus and Sylla, to be assassinated, he wrote to the Senate without mentioning the execution, only that they were two men of turbulent spirits, and what mighty care it cost him to secure the state. Instantly the obsequious fathers degraded from the Senate these dead senators, and ordained public prayers and sacrifices. Nero, upon the receiving of this decree, and finding that all his brutal iniquities and acts of blood passed for so many feats of renown, grew emboldened to do a thing which even Nero till then durst not do, and turned away the virtuous Octavia his wife, her by whom he held the emperem. Nay, when soon after the imperial butcher had ordered the blood of that illustrious innocent to be shed, thanks and oblations were again presented to the deities by an ordinance of Senate. A particular, says Tacitus, which with this view I recount, that whoever reads the events of those times in this or any other history may take it for granted, that as often as the emperors commanded acts of cruelty, banishments, and assassinations, so often thanks and sacrifices were decreed to the gods. And those solemnities which were of old the marks and consequences of public victories and public felicity, were now so many sad marks of public slaughter and desolation. This was remarkably verified afterwards as well as now, and when Nero, upon the discovery of Piso's conspiracy, had spilt rivers of blood, and slain men by heaps, the fuller the city was of executions and funerals, the fuller too were the temples of sacrifices. One had lost a son, one a brother, or kinsman, or friend in this general butchery, and the greater their loss, the more gaiety they shewed, adorned their houses with laurel, frequented temples with thanksgiving, embraced the knees of the tyrant, and worried his hand with kisses. Nero took all this for so many sincere tokens of affection and joy, when, in truth, their congratulations and flattery were just in proportion to their severe sorrow. Section 7. The pestilent tendency of flattering counsels, and the glory of such as are sincere. What a poisonous thing is flattery! By it princes are misled into a persuasion that all their measures of oppression, all their acts of frenzy and rage, are just measures of government, that forced praise is real affection, that they themselves are popular when they are abhorred, and thus they are kept from repenting or amending, because, relying upon the assurances of flatterers, they cannot find that they have done amiss, or see anything to be mended. The flatterers of Nero ridiculed Seneca, and railed at him, and persuaded that prince he wanted no tutors. The same did the flatterers of Commodus in relation to the old counsellors, which had been his fathers. Nero and Commodus followed the advice of their flatterers, and reigned mischievously, and died tragically, and their memories are abhorred. Thus they are kept hoodwinked and secure, till the first thing they open their eyes upon is their throne tottering or overturned, and perhaps an executioner's knife at their breast. And even when things are come to that extremity, there will be those to misrepresent and flatter, as in the case of Galba. A few moments before he was massacred, he was soothed with false assurances of security. How pernicious, too, is such falsification even to those that practice it, since though they mean it out of selfishness and for security, yet by sanctifying upon all occasions the oppression and destruction of others, they do but invite their own. Whereas were matters laid honestly before princes, that this measure is a grievance, that an oppression, and that whatever is unjust to others is dangerous to themselves, they would prefer caution with safety, to humour and wilfulness accompanied with peril. They would grow into a habit of doubting, deliberating, and inquiring, of submitting their own judgment to that of others, of remembering that they are what they are for the sake of their people, and that they ought to have no will nor interest but the public will and the public interest. Had Nero pursued the good rules of government dictated by Seneca and Burrus, and proposed by himself in his first speech to the Senate, had he avoided the counsels of that bloody and detestable sycophant Tigellinus, and of others like him, he might have ended his reign with as much renown as he began it. and left a memory revered as much as it is now detested. And with the confidence of princes, instead of debasing themselves into the characters of parasites, instead of abusing their trust, and bringing infamy upon their masters and themselves, would they, instead of this, give upright counsel, such as conduce to the good of all men, they would, besides the praise of well-doing, take the best method to secure themselves, their fortunes and families in the general security, or, should they be rewarded with disgrace, or even with death, they would have the approbation of their own consciences, the applauses of the living, and the praises of posterity. But while they soothe the prince in his jealousies and violence, and encourage him in destroying such as he, or such as they fear or dislike, they set him a lesson and example for turning the edge of his fury upon themselves, whenever he becomes prompted by his humour or caprice, a case often happening, and always to be apprehended. The courtiers and flatterers of the Emperor Caracalla, to humour him, concurred with him in the murder of his brother Geta, and after that murder, though committed by his own hand, were themselves murdered for their wicked complaisance, and amongst them Letus, his favourite and confidant. Yet he was so far from remorse for shedding his brother's blood, that he massacred every friend and adherent to his brother, to the number of 20,000, in a short time. Tiberius, of all his friends, confidants, and counsellors, scarce let one escape in a violent end, unless where by a natural death they prevented it, and they who had been ministers of his tyranny hardly ever failed to fall by it. He indeed protected them from the resentment and persecution of others, but he generally poured vengeance upon them himself. Vescularius Atticus and Julius Marinus were two of his most ancient intimates. They had accompanied him during his retirement at Rhodes, and never forsook him in his retreat at Caprea. They had abetted his tyranny, and assisted him in his cruel counsels, nor does it appear that they had ever offended him by any good counsel. Vescularius was his manager and interagent in the perfidious plot to destroy that noble Roman Libo Drusus, and by the cooperation of Marinus, Sejanus had worked the overthrow of courteous Atticus. Was not all this merit enough, at least, to have redeemed their own lives? It was not. They fell themselves victims to his cruelty, as to satiate his cruelty they had made others fall. Ad mortem aguntur, quo letius acceptum, says Tacitus, sua exempla in consultores residisse. Their tragical end was followed with the more joy, for that upon their own heads had thus recoiled the precedents of their own traitorous devising. In truth, these instruments of cruelty are generally abhorred by the princes that use them. Anicetus, admiral of the galleys to Nero, conducted and perpetrated the murder of his mother Agrippina, and for a short space continued in some small favour with the prince, but was afterwards held in greater aversion, for, says Tacitus, the ministers of evil counsels are princes beheld as men whose looks continually upbraid them. Such too was the fate of Cleander under Commodus, who loved him, was governed by him, and cut off his head. How differently related is the fate of Burrus, suspected to have been poisoned by Nero. Mighty and lasting was the sorrow of Rome for his death, for the Romans remembered his virtues, and a little before, while the calamities of the public were growing daily more heavy and bitter, the resources of the public were diminished, and Burrus died. How nobly too is the tragedy of Seneca recounted. It is too long to find room here. I shall end this discourse with observing that as flattery is the effect of dread and falsehood, as the most tyrannical princes are most flattered, and men of the falsest minds are the greatest flatterers, this consideration should be a lesson to princes and great men to weigh the actions they do against the praises they receive, and if they find themselves righteous, they may conclude their panegyrics to be sincere. Let them reflect upon their acts of benevolence or oppression, and how they have used their people. They would also do well to examine what sort of men they are who praise them. whether men of virtue and honour, lovers of truth, lovers of their country and of humankind, or whether they are those unlimited sycophants whose custom and rule it is to extol at random all the sayings and doings of princes, worthy and unworthy. End of Discourse 8.
Section 12 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Anna Simon. The Complete Works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed Political Discourses upon that author, edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1, Discourse 9. Upon Courts. Section 1. Of freedom of speech, and how reasonable it is. To the foregoing discourse upon flattery, I thought it might not be unsuitable to subjoin another upon courts, the place where that pestilent and unmanly practice is wont chiefly to prevail. During those reigns which I have been describing, when power was established in terrors, and subjection converted into abasement, small was the wonder that restraint upon speech was no inconsiderable link in the public chain, and care taken that such as presumed to breathe aught but vassalage should not breathe at all. This was wretched policy, barbarous, and impossible to be practised. The passions are not to be extinguished but with life, and to forbid people, especially a suffering people, to speak, is to forbid them to feel. It is not indeed to be expected that men should be suffered to meet together tumultuously, in order to publish their mutual discontents and wrongs, and to inflame one another. But complaints uttered in their families, or dropped occasionally, or communicated to a friend, can never affect authority. The more men express of their hate and resentment, perhaps the less they retain, and sometimes they vent the whole that way. But these passions, where they are smothered, will be apt to fester, to grow venomous, and to discharge themselves by a more dangerous organ than the mouth, even by an armed and vindictive hand. Less dangerous is a railing mouth than a heart filled and inflamed with bitterness and curses, and more terrible to a prince ought to be the secret execrations of his people than their open revilings, or than even the assaults of his enemies. Of all the blood spilt under Tiberius and the following tyrants, for words, and for no greater cause a deluge was spilled, how small a part conduced to their security! None that I remember, but every drop was an indelible stain upon their persons and upon their government. Every drop derived hatred, and consequently weakness and danger, upon it. Rigorous punishment for small faults, or for such as in the common opinion pass for none, is a mark of ill politics. It makes the spirit of the administration look hideous and dreadful, and it renders every man who finds himself liable to the like faults a capital enemy. Surely it ought to be a maxim in government that errors which can have no consequences ought to have no punishment. Oliver Cromwell, who seems to have seen far into the heart of man, was little affected with the hard words and invectives of particulars, and as high as he carried authority, left people to talk and rail. The same is true of the late Regent of France, one who well knew human nature and the nature of power. It was then common to see Frenchmen swagger and storm as freely as an old Roman would have done against an unpopular magistrate. In truth, where no liberty is allowed to speak of governors, besides that of praising them, their praises will be little believed. Their tenderness and aversion to have their conduct examined will be apt to prompt people to think their conduct guilty or weak, to suspect their management and designs to be worse than perhaps they are, and to become turbulent and seditious, rather than be forced to be silent. When nothing but incense and applause will be accepted or borne, all plain dealing, all honest counsel and true information will be at an end, and banished, to make room for deceitful adorations, for pleasing and pernicious falsehoods. If princes, whose memory is disliked, had allowed their subjects and contemporaries to have spoken truth to them or of them, probably posterity would not have spoken so much ill, as it is probable they would not then have deserved it, and I am apt to believe that it had been better for all of them to have permitted all that could have been said, than to have missed hearing what it imported them to have heard. Better to have heard the disgusts and railings of their people than that their people were armed against them, or revolted from them. A fate which has befallen some of them, who, having had courtiers over-complacent, or ears over-tender, learned that they were dethroned before they had learned that they were not beloved, and found scarce any interval between the acclamations of flatterers and the strokes of an executioner. Such is the genius of courts, where ill tidings are generally concealed or disguised, such too often the silence and soothings of courtiers, who tell only or chiefly what is pleasing, and such sometimes the pride and impatience of princes, that they will suffer nothing which ruffles their passions to approach their understanding. Section 2. The spirit of courtiers what? Some good ones. It is something else than zeal for telling truth that carries men to court and keeps them in it. To raise an interest or to preserve it is the more prevailing passion. And because whoever sets his foot there with any view to place and favour is always sure of competitors, be his person or pretences what they will, ever so considerable or inconsiderable, his chief care will be to conquer opposers and secure himself. And as there ever will be some opposition, real or apprehended, that care will be constant. Hence the spirit of a court, selfish, suspicious, and unfriendly, and hence the supple spirit of courtiers, to love and hate, court and avoid, praise and persecute the same person with notable suddenness, just as he is promoted or disgraced, and can help or hurt, or is to be deprived of all capacity to do either. To be well with the subsisting power, with him who holds the reins of authority, and distributes, or causes to be distributed, the blessings and terrors of power, is the main pursuit. His motions are chiefly watched, his affections and aversions are studied and adopted, and thus a smile or a frown from the throne, or from one who is next the throne, is eagerly catched up, seizes the faces of a whole drawing-room in an instant, and is handed down with signal uniformity through all classes of men, from a grandee to the lowest clerk in an office. A court is a great exchange, where one or a few have favours to dispose of, where many resort to procure them, and where all therefore strive to outgo in the ways of pleasing every one who has the same aim, and study every method to render themselves acceptable. Hence their obsequious countenances, flattery, insinuations, and zeal, some passions concealed, some disguised, and others personated. Hence, too, their attachment to such as can help to promote them, and their neglect of such as cannot. Hence with them good fortune, however unworthily placed, always passes for merit, and abilities ever sink with power, and hence their falsehood, ingratitude, and courteous behaviour. That this is true of the herd of courtiers, I believe will be allowed. Without doubt there are exceptions, and men of great honour, disinterestedness, and friendship are often to be found there, men who scorn treachery and baseness, and would risk all rather than do a mean thing. Such were Manius Lepidus, Seneca, and Burrus; such Cocceius Nerva and Julius Agricola; and such were the Chancellor de l'Hospital, Chancellor Hyde, and the Earl of Southampton. All these great men were courtiers, and lived in courts full of corruption and dangerous designs. All practised some degrees of suppleness, submitted their opinions to the necessity of the times, and, by defeating many evil measures, were the authors of much good, though not of all that they would. Cardinal Richelieu makes heavy complaints of the opposition which he found to his best designs from the credit and intrigues of women, and the whispers and ill offices of malevolent courtiers. These great men above mentioned were likewise often wronged. Bad counsels which they had heartily opposed were imputed to them, and, when they concurred with some excesses to obviate much greater, just allowances were not made, and their motives were spitefully construed. Thus the Chancellor de l'Hospital was severely censured by the Huguenots for passing the edict of Romorantin, which bore hard upon them, though by that edict he prevented their utter extirpation, and the misery of all France, by hindering the introduction and establishment of that monstrous and bloody tribunal the Inquisition, in which design the court and Parliament were already agreed, and I think the edict for that detestable purpose was ready. For such signal and glorious service the Protestants first railed at him, and the Papists afterwards cursed him. Lord Clarendon too was reproached with the sale of Dunkirk, and for many other exorbitancies which the sincere heart of that upright minister abhorred. Nor could the good counsels of Seneca secure him from much envy and defamation, and many great ministers, thought to be the authors of evil counsels, have fallen into disgrace or perished for daring to offer such as were benevolent and upright. Section 3. The arts of courtiers, their cautiousness and its causes. Plausibleness and guises are inseparable from courts. Men must not seem to understand all that they apprehend or know, no more than they must speak all that they think or feel. Princes often dissemble with their subjects, their ministers with them, and all with one another, and every one talks as he appears to the best advantage. Some dissimulation there is absolutely necessary, and therefore lawful. Men are not obliged upon all occasions to speak the truth, though whatever they speak upon any occasion ought to be true. Nor ought any one to be blamed for hiding his passions and sentiments, when the discovery would only serve to hurt himself. But few people in private life can be trusted with secrets which, published, would lessen one's peace or name, and in courts there are much fewer, perhaps none. Particular interests and passions are often shifting there. Men who were once close united become widely divided. Friendships old and long are turned into bitter and vindictive enmity, and he who would once have risked his life for the preferment of his friend would venture as much upon a disgust to bring him to the scaffold. This might be exemplified by 1,000 instances in all times and histories. Nothing keeps the passions more awake than the pursuit of power. Nothing touches the pride of man more sensibly than neglect or disappointment in that pursuit, and nothing is more tender and suspicious than pride. Few have got so much as not to aim at more, or have had ever so much assistance, but they expect further, even where the same is unreasonable or perhaps impossible, and from disappointment ensues disgust. Too rarely seen is that gratitude which looks backward, and generously subsists upon favours past, without fresh claims and aliment. How much more common is that which must be kept up by daily benefits, and, when bereft of such food, expires. Nor is the ceasing of gratitude the worst that is to be apprehended from selfish and ungenerous men. The room of it is too often supplied by spite and revenge. And if it be natural to hate such as we have injured, this hate must be great in proportion to the injury done. And what injury can be greater than that of being barbarous to benefactors? These considerations are sufficient to make such as frequent courts and know men slow and wary in confiding, and to put them under considerable reserves even where they confide most. No one cares to be at the mercy of a friend that may be an enemy. Hence, in the making of friendships anywhere, it ought to be one of the first considerations whether there be any probable causes which threaten a rupture, whether the business of love or power or fame or anger or interest be never likely to interfere, and produce the most bitter of all enmities, that of friends. This wariness at courts extends even to words and looks. The conversing with great men in great affairs naturally produces secrecy and silence. For, since such is the folly of the world, that whatever a great man says, however light or accidental, shall be deemed deep and mysterious, if it has the least allusion to the transactions of the times, and since they who hear it will be apt, through vanity, to quote it, great men seldom say anything upon such subjects, and even when they hear the talk and sentiments of others, they take care that neither their answers nor their countenance shall betray their own. Sometimes a word thoughtlessly dropped, or an unseasonable smile, or some mark of surprise, has given light into an important design, and marred it entirely. The like circumspection they observe in their discourse upon particulars, because their discourse may be easily altered and poisoned by the malice or folly of such as hear it, a practice as usual at court as in any country village. And many a man has been disgraced by his own words, whispered and altered by a virulent breath. Nay, the very same thing reported with a different tone and action has had the same effect. And, where the alteration of the words was considerable, those of them which were forged and criminal have been believed, because the rest that were true and innocent were well attested. I shall illustrate this by the story of young Nero, the son of Germanicus, in the court of Tiberius. It excellently shows the jealousies of princes and the spirit of courts. That young prince was entirely beloved of the Roman people, who had adored his father. Hence the distaste and dark suspicions of the emperor, his great uncle and grandfather by adoption. Sejanus, who had already poisoned the emperor's son Drusus, and was plotting the overthrow of the whole reigning house, fed the hate and apprehensions of the old prince by malignant reports and infusions concerning the young, now the next in succession. This he did by the interagency of hollow whispers and tale-bearers, who related and blackened everything that escaped Nero, who was also hard used and browbeaten, on purpose to extort from him severe and unwary complaints, such as might fill up the charge against him. Moreover, his domestics and retainers, impatient to see him in power that they might shine in his trappings, were continually exciting him to rouse his courage and exert himself, to meet the zeal of the people, to gratify the passionate wishes of the army, as the only expedients to daunt and repulse the insolence of Sejanus, who now despised him as a boy, and his grandfather as superannuated. The young prince, however naturally modest, was yet by so many instigations transported beyond the circumspection which the station that he was in, and the many eyes that were upon him, required, and thence gave vent to words which, though they betrayed no sign of any treasonable purpose, yet, being ill-guarded and savouring of contumacy, were, by the spies purposely placed about him, carried instantly, well heightened and embittered, to Tiberius. Nor, under all these imputations and aspersions, was he warned or admitted to vindicate himself, but beset, on the contrary, with several melancholy and boding appearances. Some of the court carefully shunned to meet him, others just greeted him, and then instantly left him. Many with whom he had begun a conversation broke it off abruptly, while the creatures and adherents of Sejanus looked on with a malicious laugh. Tiberius too always received him sternly, or with a hollow and upbraiding smile, and, whether the youth spoke or said nothing, there were crimes in his words, crimes in his silence. Neither did his bedchamber and the shades of night secure him from his enemies and accusers, for even his restlessness and watchings, nay, his sighs and dreams, were by his wife divulged to her mother Livia, and by her to her adulterer Sejanus. Drusus also, his younger brother, was, by this wicked politician, drawn to combine against him, as one who stood between himself and the empire, and was better beloved by their common mother Agrippina, a fresh cause of emulation and prejudice. Yet at that very time was Sejanus laying a design against the life of this same Drusus, whom he knew to be of a spirit tempestuous and fiery, and thence the more obnoxious to snares. Thus he began the tragedy of these two youths, and that of their mother, but before he had finished theirs, suffered his own, which was abundantly bloody, but abundantly just. Their brother Caligula was a better courtier. He studied the temper and manner of Tiberius, and in all things conformed to it, but was particularly a complete scholar of his in dissimulation. Upon the condemnation of his mother, upon the exile of his brothers, not a word, not a groan escaped him, nor any symptom of resentment or pity. The passions are nowhere more agitated than at court, yet nowhere are the signs of perturbation more suppressed. Section 4. Of slanderers and tale-bearers in courts. The folly of craft. The occupation of slander and whispering will, like other occupations, always thrive according to the encouragement given to it, and being easily exercised, will be ever engaging fresh adventurers. What requires less labour and conscience than to find out, or frame, or envenom a story to the prejudice of another, especially when he is not to be heard in his own defence, nor suffered to confront his accuser, nor perhaps even knows that he has one? There is an endless appetite in mankind for intelligence and secret history, and in proportion to that appetite they who feed it are well received and encouraged. But of all places they fare best in courts. Great men are in the power of such people much more than they themselves imagine or mean. These assiduous shadows of theirs, who have their ear, and know their tempers, watch their unwary moments, and observe when they are gay and open, when disobliged and angry, when full of thought and business, and will be sure to improve the present temper and opportunity. They know the characters of men, know whom their patron loves, whom he dislikes, to whom he is altogether indifferent, with what is likely to be believed of each. They extol some, decry others, flatter him, misrepresent all, and soothe or alarm or divert him, just as his humour and their drift requires. If with this they can play the droll and make dry and malicious jests, they are accomplished in their way, But most villainous is that talent which is good for nothing but to do hurt. It is like death and poison, fit only to take away life. Vatinius was a buffoon of this pestilent cast, and, from working in a stall, taken to court, at first for jest and diversion, but, having a malicious spirit and a sarcastical turn, soon became a terror to every worthy and illustrious man; insomuch that in wealth and favour, and in power to do mischief, he grew to exceed all the other ministers of iniquity in Nero's court. In all courts there are many who rise into notice and preferment for no greater merit than that of officiousness, buffoonery, and tale-bearing, and courts are the places in the world where bad and worthless people can do the most harm. A barber, a porter, a valet de chambre, or even a child, are all capable of doing notable mischief there. Those instruments, let them be ever so mean, will find some or other to hear them; these will find others, and a story that has run through 100 hands, and can be traced to no original, or to a very low one, perhaps the idle prattle of a chambermaid, may, for all that, have no mean influence. But whatever reason men have, upon all these accounts, to keep a guard upon their lips and behaviour at court, there is still room for great frankness and candour, and no necessity of illusion and deceiving, though it be often necessary to let people deceive themselves, and would be often imprudent and dangerous to undeceive them. It is certain that in the transacting of great affairs the rules of morality admit of some relaxation. This is to be lamented, but not to be helped. Such frequently are the exigencies of a state, and such always the crookedness and depravity of the heart of man, that were you to deal openly, to tell all that you mean, all that you know, and all that you aim at, you would expose your country to ruin, and yourself to scorn, perhaps to the block. The most that can be done is to save appearances, and be wary of what expressions are used; for, upon these occasions, and many others, men are not to be upbraided for their silence. I know some who have gone through nice embassies, some who have concluded intricate negotiations, others who have administered the highest offices, and still preserve the character of high honour, and untainted veracity. This shews the thing to be possible, and the promise of assurance, just given to serve a turn, and therefore not observed afterwards, does often more injury to him who made it, than the serving that turn did good. Cardinal Richelieu was not liberal of money nor promises, but he always performed more than he undertook; hence the zeal and firm adherence of all who depended upon him. Cardinal Mazarin denied nothing, performed nothing, was believed in nothing, and his ill faith was become proverbial. Hence no man was ever more hated, no man in his station more despised. He could never rely upon any party, for he deceived all parties in all particulars; and nothing could support him but the blind obstinacy of the Queen Regent, and the mere weight of royal power armed in his defence. But in spite of the Queen and the authority royal, he was forced to run and skulk for his life. The Parliament set a price upon his head, and issued ordinances to the people to fall upon him as a public enemy. Yet he had never carried sovereign power so high as his predecessor, nor ever exerted it so terribly. But he had no faith nor honour, and therefore no personal friends. To this hour Richelieu is considered as a minister who, though arbitrary and severe, was yet an elevated genius, and a man of veracity to particulars. Mazarin, as a man not rigorous indeed, nor vindictive, but sordid, addicted to low cunning and lies, and with all the eclat of a great minister, unable to hide the little tricking Italian. Craftiness is a despicable quality, and undoes itself. He who has it, and acts by it, can never disguise it long, and when it becomes apparent it becomes impotent, arms everybody against it, brings hatred or ridicule, at best is perfectly useless, and the man, even when he deals uprightly, is suspected to mean knavishly. What gained Tiberius by all his profound subtlety and wiles, but to have his best actions ill construed, and his sincerest professions to be disbelieved? What gained Philip II of Spain by that strange and intricate scene of false politics, concerted to transfer his own guilt upon the head of his minister Antonio Perez, but to bring home the just imputation of that guilt to his own door, and to produce full proof, where before there was only suspicion? Sincerity is very consistent with human prudence, and often a part of it, considering the reputation that always attends it, and men even in courts may be very upright, without being unguarded. nor can courtiers ever do business with one another without some openness and candour. I have seen it asserted somewhere that people are oftener deceived by distrust than by acts of confidence. I have observed as plain dealing in courtiers as in any other sort of man in the world. It is ridiculous to carry reserve and deepness into everything. I know not a more contemptible sort of man than such as mimic business and mystery. I have seen some subaltern courtiers look as important, demure, and wary as if they had carried great matters, and even the weight of the state, upon their shoulders. This affectation serves to raise their credit amongst their servants and artificers in town, and in the country amongst their tenants and neighbours, and diverts better judges. There are others who really believe themselves to be in secrets, who take shrugs and nods, mere words and shadows, for real confidence and communication, and live in happy ignorance under the conceit of high trust and intelligence. Some few too there are who, besides despising the foppery of being thought trusted where they are not, are careful to hide it from the world when they are. 'Tis men of this turn who chiefly do credit to a court, and whoever does it credit does it service. Section 5. How much worthless people abound in courts, and why. As in a great family where there are numerous domestics, in spite of all the care that can be taken to examine the characters of servants when they are admitted, or to regulate and watch their behaviour afterwards, there will be some still unworthy of their places, and a discredit to their master. How much more so must it be in a court, where not only the officers, but even the officers are so numerous, where so many have a right to prefer or recommend, and where so many do both from strange, wretched, and selfish motives, nay, often for considerations altogether dishonourable and scandalous. It is therefore no wonder that though the politest men are always found at court, so likewise are always a strange rabble of creatures, ignorant, mercenary, ridiculous, and disagreeable, who owe their preferment to chance, whim, money, dirty services, to names, affinities, nay, to impudence and folly; and one who has no pretences to anything else, neither to education, nor capacity, nor honour, nor spirit, nor even to good looks and common sense, shall find pretences to a place, and probably get one. Nor is this to be remedied, since he who gives it does not choose, but take, and has often stronger reasons to oblige the recommender than to reject the recommended. I have known a friend, nay, a relation of a great minister, disappointed twice of an office which was even intended for him, but by potent intercession was bestowed elsewhere; the first time upon one whom the minister knew not, whom the recommender knew not, nor whom even the lady who spoke for him knew, but one who for a sum of money engaged a gentleman's valet de chambre to engage the lady's woman whom the valet courted, to engage her lady, whom she governed, to engage the last recommender, who undertook it, and succeeded. He who had the first pretences was again put by upon a vacancy, and the creature put in whom the minister was known to despise, and almost to loathe, but sacrificed his opinion, his aversion, and his friend to mediation not more honourably obtained. At so critical a juncture as that of a rebellion, I have heard of one who by a letter written with the same pen which he had used in corresponding with the rebels procured a handsome provision for his brother, who wished the rebels as well as he, and had distinguished himself in a very public place by acts of disaffection and disloyal healths. Nor in this instance was there any money or intrigue at all. The recommender had only once told a hearty lie for a great man in a nice case, and sworn to it; hence his merit and influence. For an act of honour or spirit done to serve the public, he might perhaps have found less regard, perhaps not so much as excess, as befell some who did. It is certain, great men often prefer such as they dislike, and such as do them no credit, sometimes with their eyes open, frequently through misinformation, and in both cases through solicitation and importunity. Men of merit often want interest, often application and boldness, whereas one who has no one worthy qualification is the more likely to have importunity and shamelessness. It has indeed been often a notable advantage to a man that he had not sense enough to be ashamed nor balked; nay, I have known such a negative accomplishment to be the making of his fortune. A rational man will take a rational answer, or even a trifling one, when he sees it meant for a rebuke or a refusal, or perhaps he has too much pride to press and besiege, or to ask above once. But he who has no understanding to mislead him from his interest, or to apprehend what is said to him, he who is incapable of a repulse, or to be ashamed of begging and teasing, but has an unchangeable front and unwearied nonsense, stands in a fair light to have his pretences considered. Though he cannot persuade, he can tire, and he finds the fruit and advantage of talents in the absolute want of them. He is despised and promoted. A little share of good sense and modesty would have ruined him, and he might then have been neither disliked nor minded. Such is the force of recommendation without reason, or against it, and such too the power of assiduity, unencumbered with parts. There are strange inconsistencies in the make and turn and education of man. There are those who can calmly encounter death and terrors in any shape, yet shall tremble in speaking 2 or 3 words to a Secretary of State, a task which would not balk a common footman. Others can harangue readily and boldly before a great assembly, yet are struck dumb in the company of women, a place where a page or an ignorant beau can be entertaining and eloquent. Some have talents, but not the use of them. Many have capacity, but want application. Many are hurt by too much application not directed by capacity. Several have good sense and activity, and can apply both to serve a friend, but neither to do good to themselves. In some you find excellent parts frustrated by predominant passions. In others eminent courage and spirit drowned and depreciated by a modesty almost childish, and numbers there are who, under a notorious defect of ability, acquirements, and every amiable quality, are pushed up as high as any of these could have pushed them, perhaps much higher than all of them would; so that, in the odd assortment of human things, fortune would seem to correspond with the caprice and wantonness of nature. I have already owned that it is impossible to keep many worthless people out of a court, considering how many ways there are to get in; but owing to such is a good measure of the obloquy usually thrown upon courts and ministers, as the falsehood, the low tricks and spirit of these underlings are all ascribed to the genius of the place and of power; and under the character of insincerity and ingratitude it is usual in popular discourse and opinion, though it is really very unjust, to throw all courtiers together. I even believe that there are some of them foolish and base enough to like the reputation of slipperiness and deceiving, for the sake of being thought good courtiers. From the numbers, too, and little minds of such, we may account for the general outcry and reproach which from that quarter usually follow any worthy minister fallen into disgrace. They are for the powers that be, and though they be the work of his hands, were thrust into place by his late might, and are still basking in the sunshine which he let in upon them, yet they are ready not only to leave a falling house, but to help pull it down. It is the temper of renegadoes. The celebrated Sancho was first warmly in the interest of the injured Basil, one who had lost his mistress for no want of merit, but through the superior wealth of his rival Gamacho. Yet the savoury skimmings and loaded ladles out of Gamacho's kettles so effectually turned the supple spirit of that courtly squire, that, without more ceremony, he began to justify and extol the happy supplanter, and to rail plentifully at poor Basil under misfortune and disgrace. What can ministers expect, when they have raised such dust, but that with the first contrary wind it will blow into their eyes? Mean spirits, selfish and impudent, can never take the impressions of gratitude and honour, no more than such as are modest and generous can ever be ungrateful or base. Yet hard is the task to weed a court of such, not only because the same interest that recommends does likewise protect, but because there are so many candidates ready to fill their places, and supported by so many patrons and intercessors, that more will be disobliged than can be gratified by the change. And after all, perhaps the fresh comer may not prove the more deserving man. Neither can the great officers easily cure the exorbitances and exactions of the inferior, especially when the same are become common and inveterate. All men, even the greatest men, desire to live easy with those they have daily to do with, and will not carry to incur the clamour and curses of subalterns, who, though they are but small men, yet being numerous and supported by all who are interested in corruption, are able by continual complaints and noise to weaken the credit of the most puissant minister, and to make him very uneasy. Section 6. The remarkable fickleness and insincerity of courtiers. I had once an opportunity of seeing the steadiness and gratitude of courtiers put to trial, upon an apprehension of a change in the ministry. I was strictly curious in my observations and inquiries, and my discoveries were such as have fully confirmed me in all my former and present sentiments of these people. There were some who gave proofs of signal friendship and constancy to the standing ministry, several were wary and silent, but many made preposterous haste to shew their levity and selfishness, and, from the behaviour of most, there arose warning enough, even to greatness itself, to rely for its best security upon wisdom and innocence. A little before the death of Tiberius, then past hopes, he was reported to be dead. Instantly the courtiers crowded about Caligula the next heir, with a torrent of congratulations and zeal, and he was going forth thus attended to assume the pomp and exercise of sovereignty, when sudden tidings came that the emperor, who had lain some time in a swoon, was revived, and calling for some refreshment to strengthen his spirits. Instant terror seized all. Most of them dispersed and fled. Some assumed an air of mourning, many feigned utter ignorance. Caligula was struck speechless, and from the highest hopes expecting his last doom. Macro only remained undaunted. He commanded the ancient emperor to be smothered with a great weight of coverings, having first ordered everybody to quit the chamber. Amongst the many good things and excellent sense in the memoirs of Cardinal de Retz, there occur frequent pictures of the court, particularly upon the beginning of the commotions in Paris. At the Palace Royal, and especially in the cabinet, upon that occasion, every individual assumed a person and acted a part. The coadjutor acted the innocent and the dupe, but was not so. Mazarin affected to appear resolute, but appeared more so than he was. By starts and intervals the queen counterfeited great temper and gentleness, yet had been at no time more bitter and enraged. The Duc de Longueville feigned extreme affliction, yet felt a sensible joy, as he was the man in the world the most delighted with the beginnings of all affairs. The Duke of Orleans, in speaking to the queen, shewed great warmth and vehemence, but presently after fell a whistling, a usual habit of his, with all the indolence in the world. The Marshal de Villeroy displayed gaiety and unconcern, to make his court to Mazarin, but to the coadjutor he owned, with tears in his eyes, that the state was upon the brink of a precipice. M. de Beautreux and M. de Nogent played the buffoons, to humour the queen, and drawled upon the commotion, though both these men knew well that, in all probability, this farce of theirs would too soon be followed by a tragedy. The Abbé de la Rivière only, though the most notorious poltroon of the age, was persuaded that this popular insurrection was but smoke. This he maintained stiffly to the queen, and this pleased her. To fill up the complement of actors, the Marshal de la Meilleraie, who had hitherto joined with the coadjutor in representing the terrors and consequences of the tumult, all on a sudden changed his past part and took that of the champion, with a different tone and other sentiments. In an instant he was all rage and contempt and defiance. In short, the queen and the cardinal took every one who told them truth for a certain enemy to themselves, and for a promoter, at least a secret well-wisher, of the revolt. When this was the reward of plain dealing, who would venture his place and favour by dealing plainly? Thus, for want of honest information and sincere advisers, and by suspecting or disbelieving such as were so, the state had nigh perished. The whole detail in the Retz is full of curious incidents, full of strong and just reflections, as is almost the whole book. End of Discourse 9.
Section 13 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lizzie Driver. The Complete Works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author. Edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1. Discourse 10. Of Armies and Conquest. Section 1. the burden and danger of maintaining great armies. Too many princes are infatuated with false notions of glory, and thence delight in war. Without doubt it is true glory to excel in war, where war is necessary, but in the whole course of history, where one has been so, 20 have been otherwise. And to engage in it from the wantonness of ambition, or for the sake of laurel, or through peevishness and humour, is to risque the blood, and treasure, and people, and being of a state, for the foppery of false heroism, or to sacrifice the same to the selfish and inglorious view of making a country, either that which conquers, or that which is conquered, or both, the prey of the hero. For such has been generally the logic of the sword, that because it has saved, it may therefore oppress and enthrall, and for defending a part, take the whole. Wars begat great armies, armies begat great taxes, heavy taxes waste and impoverish the country, even where armies commit no violences. A case seldom to be supposed, because it has seldom happened. But where great armies are, they must be employed, and do mischief abroad, to keep them from doing it at home, so that the people must be exhausted and oppressed, to keep the men of the sword in exercise. The great Turk, to keep the sword of the Janissaries from his own throat, is forced to plague his neighbours, even where he earns nothing but blows and disgrace, and thence increases the danger which he would avert. For as by his armies he makes all men his slaves, he himself is a slave to his armies, and often their victim, or, to escape himself, is frequently forced to satiate their fury by the blood of his bravest officers and best counsellors. If it be the glory of his monarchy that he can put the greatest men and all men to death, without reason or form or process, he is subject in his own person to the same lawless and expeditious butchery from his own outrageous slaves, who, being not accustomed to receive any law from him, give him none, whenever he is in their power, which is as often as they think fit. And he, who is a prince of slaves, is adjudged by slaves, and dies like the meanest slave. What is there to save him? His people, who are oppressed, want the inclination, and, being unarmed, the power, so that he lives in personal servitude to those who are the instruments of public servitude, and as others must die to please him, so must he to please them. It is the law of retaliation, and operates as often as its causes operate, namely caprice, or rage, or fear. This is the blessing of being absolute, and unfettered by human constitutions. The same sword which is lifted up for you at the command of whim or passion, is with the like wantonness lifted up against you, and if you reign in blood, you must not think it strange to die in it. Section 2. Great armies the best disciplined, whether thence the less formidable to a country, their temper and views. In regard to public liberty, armies the best disciplined are not less to be dreaded than the worst, but I think more, since their relaxation of discipline takes away from their union and sufficiency. It renders them weaker and less equal to mighty mischief. But where they are strict and united, the highest inequalities are not too big for them. Disorderly troops may rob particulars, ravage towns, and harass a country, but if you were to subdue nations, commit universal spoil, and enslave empires, your forces must be under the best regulations. It was with an army victorious and brave, and consequently well disciplined, that Agathocles slaughtered all the nobles of Syracuse, and brought that illustrious state, the noblest of all the Greek cities, under bondage. Cromwell's conquest of his country was made by troops the most sober and best disciplined that this, or perhaps any other nation, has ever seen. And it was with the best of all the Roman armies that Caesar established himself tyrant of Rome. Soldiers know little else but booty and blind obedience. Whatever their interest or rapacity dictates, they generally will do, and whatever their officers command, they must do. It is their profession to dispute by force and the sword. They too soon learn their own power, and where it is an overbalance for the civil power, it will always control the civil power and all things. They find readily somewhat to say. The strongest is ever the best disputant, when he carries his reason upon the point of his sword. They have done great services, they have suffered great wrongs, and will therefore reward and redress themselves. It is the reasoning of Caesar. It is nothing to the purpose to say, that an army listed among the natives, especially the officers being natives, and many of them men of fortune, will never hurt or oppress their country. For such were Cromwell's army, such was Caesar's, and many other enslaving armies. Besides, armies are soon modelled, and officers who are obnoxious are soon changed. No government can subsist but by force, and wherever that force lies, there it is that government is, or soon will be. Free states therefore have preserved themselves and their liberties by arming all their people, because all the people are interested in preserving those liberties, by drawing out numbers of them thus armed to serve their country occasionally, and by dissolving them, when that occasion was over, into the mass of people again, by often changing the chief officers, or, if they continued to the same, by letting their commissions be temporary, and always subject to the control of the supreme power, often to that of other coordinate power, as the Dutch generals are to the deputies. It is indeed but rare that states who have not taken such precaution have not lost their liberties. Their generals have set up for themselves, and turned the arms put into their hands against their master. This did Marius, Sylla, Caesar, Dionysius, Agathocles, Charles Martel, Oliver Cromwell, and many others, and this they all did by the same means. It is still frequently done in the Eastern monarchies, and by the same means all the Christian princes of Europe, who were arbitrary, became so. For, as the experience of all ages shews us, that all men's views are to retain dominion and riches, it is ridiculous to hope that they will not use the means in their power to attain them, and madness to trust them with those means. They will never want pretences, either from their own safety or the public good, to justify the measures which have succeeded, and they know well that the success will always justify itself, that great numbers will be found to sanctify their power, most of the rest will submit to it, and in time will think it just and necessary, perhaps at last believe it to be obtained miraculously, and to have been the immediate act of heaven. Section 3. Princes ruling by military power, ever at the mercy of military men. As by these means private men often come at sovereign power, so limited princes often become arbitrary. But one mischief is inseparable from this sort of government. They generally lose their authority by the same method they get it. For, having attained it by violence, they are obliged to keep it by violence, and that cannot be done but by engaging in the interest of their oppression a body of men, strong enough to maintain it. And it will for the most part happen, that as these men have no interest but their own in serving a tyrant, so when that interest ceases, and they can serve themselves better in destroying him, they seldom fail of doing it. In fact, we find that in all great despotic governments in the world, the monarchs are slaves to their soldiery, and they murder and dispose their princes just according to their caprices. The general sets up any of the princes of the blood, whom he thinks most for his interest, and oftentimes upon the death of the possessor, they are all set up, by one part of the army or another, if one cannot get all the rest into his power and murder them, and the civil war continues till one has slaughtered all his rivals. If this is not done in the modern absolute governments of Europe, it is because despotic power is not so thoroughly established there, and the people have yet some share of property, and consequently of power. But still they do it as much as they dare. In some instances they have set up themselves, and in almost all have been the principal engines and instruments in working about revolutions, according to their own inclinations and disgusts. Of this we had many instances in our own country within the compass of not many years. How much easier it is to corrupt a few leading officers, often necessitous, generally ambitious, than to persuade a whole kingdom, if they are well governed, to destroy themselves. Some will be disobliged, because not preferred to their wishes, or because others are preferred before them. They will differ according to their countries or their interests about the person to be their general, and to have the power of preferring or recommending officers, and that part which is disappointed shall be a faction against that which succeeds. Wherever commissions are venial, there will be no difficulty of buying those, who are disaffected, into them, if they can disguise their disaffection till a proper opportunity. In a country where factions abound, and those at the helm can find any account in keeping measures with the contrary faction, officers will be put in to oblige that faction, sometimes to gratify friends or favourites. At different times others will be discarded to oblige one party or to mortify the other. New men, by private recommendation or money, shall supersede old officers. This will create new dissatisfactions and disgusts, as soon as they dare shew them. When the administration is changed, and another party gets uppermost, all those things shall be done over again, so that at last an army shall be a medley of all the factions of a kingdom, and all their performance and expectations depending upon the success of those factions. Each individual will take every safe opportunity to advance his own, and for the most part one or other of these factions, sometimes all, are ready to join in shuffling the cards anew, the sure prelude of a civil war. This is, and ever must be, the case of all countries which subsist by standing armies, for there are few instances in history to be given of armies who do not play their own game in times of distress, few instances of disobliged or unpreferred officers who did not change sides. Too many have made their peace by some remarkable act of treachery. Very often they have done it only from the motives of ambition and avarice. I wish that we never had instances among ourselves of any who have done the same, or even of generals who played a double game. What Oliver Cromwell, Monk, and very many both of the King's and of the Parliament officers did in the Civil War, we all know, as well as what King James's army did more lately. I wish we equally knew what intrigues of this kind have been carrying on since. In civil wars amongst men of the same country, the communication is so easy between friends, relations, and former acquaintance, that there is a very ready transition from one side to another, and a little success, small intrigues, and a few advantages generally make that transition. Section 4. Instances of the boldness and fury of the Roman soldiery. It is astonishing from what light and wanton motives, by what vile and contemptible instruments, armies are often instigated to violence and ravages. The sedition of that in Pannonia, after the death of Augustus, was raised by one common soldier, inflamed by another. Rapine and massacres were committed or defended by almost all. They murdered their officers. Even their general had like to have been murdered, upon the credit of an impudent lie told by one of these vile incendiaries, who yet could scarcely allege any other grievance than that they had not too much pay and too little discipline. Nor was the insurrection, excited by these two fellows, restrained to the Pannonian legions only, but extended to those in Germany, who waxed into fury rather greater, and outraged all things, human and divine. It was one common soldier who gave the empire to Claudius, by saluting him emperor, while the poor dastardly wretch was lurking in a corner, and expecting death instead of sovereignty. Under Galba, 2 private sentinels undertook to transfer the empire to another, and actually transferred it. It is shocking to reflect with what eagerness these bloodthirsty assassins hastened to murder that good old prince, for no charge of misgovernment, nor for defrauding them of their pay, but because he would not exhaust the public to glut them with bounties. They were such abandoned Russians that they sought to kill Marius Celsus, purely because he was an able and virtuous man. They judged him an enemy to themselves who delighted only in blood and wickedness and spoil. It would require a volume to recount the behaviour, the treacherous and inhuman exploits of these sons of violence thenceforward. Their murdering and promoting of emperors, sometimes 2 or 3, sometimes more, once 30 at a time, their selling the empire for money, their besieging, threatening to massacre the Senate, their burning the Capitol, setting fire to the imperial city, pillaging and butchering its inhabitants, and using them as slaves and captives, with other instances of their insolence, barbarity, and misrule. In the 3rd and 4th volumes of this work, much of this will be seen, recounted by Tacitus. The Gothic governments were military in their first settlement. The general was king, the officers were the nobles, and the soldiers their tenants. But by the nature of the settlement, out of an army a country militia was produced. The prince had many occasional troops, but no standing troops. Hence he grew not absolute like the Great Turk, who, having cantoned out the conquered countries amongst his horsemen, must by doing it have lost his arbitrary power, but that he kept a large body of men in arms, called the Janissaries. Great Britain has preserved its liberties so long, because it has preserved itself from great standing armies, which, wherever they are strong enough to master their country, will certainly first or last master it. Some troops we must have for guards and garrisons, enough to prevent sudden insurrections and sudden revolutions. What numbers are sufficient for this, the experience of past times and the sense of our parliaments have shown. Section 5. The humour of conquering, how injudicious, vain, and destructive. The Athenians began the ruin of their state by a mad and expensive war upon Sicily, and from an ambition of conquering a people who had never offended them, exposed themselves to the attacks of the Lacedaemonians, to the revolt of their own subjects, to domestic disorders, and the change of their government. And though upon the recalling of Alcibiades they won some victories, and for a while made some figure, they were at last conquered entirely by Lysander, their walls thrown down, the state subject to them set at liberty, and they themselves subjected to the domination of 30 tyrants. They never after recovered their former glory. The Lacedaemonians fell afterwards into the same warlike folly, and their folly had the same fate. By lording over Greece they drew upon themselves a combination of Greek cities, which together, especially the Thebans, under the famous Epaminondas, despoiled them of their authority, soon after their triumph over Athens. The Thebans too abused their good fortune. They were equally fond of fighting and conquest, and by it drew another confederacy against them. In truth, every one of these states had been so long weakening themselves and one another by their propensity to war, that at last they fell under the servitude to the kings of Macedon, a country formerly depending upon, or rather under the vassalage to Athens and Sparta. These states acted like some of the princes of our time. By trusting to their own superior prowess, they invaded their neighbours, and taught them art enough to beat themselves. Thus the Muscovite, by falling upon the late King of Sweden, yet in his minority, roused a tempest that had well nigh overturned his throne, and thus that the king, by refusing the most honourable conditions of peace, and by urging his fate and revenge too far, taught the Russians that bravery and discipline, which nothing could ever teach them before, saw his own brave army utterly routed by forces that he despised, himself driven from his dominions, and a fugitive in the country of infidels, and his provinces cantoned out amongst enemies, who, before he had tempted his good fortune to leave him, would have been glad to have compounded with him for a moiety of their own dominions. Charles, Duke of Burgundy, had had his head so turned with gaining the battle of Montlhéry, that he never listened afterwards to any counsel, but that of his own headstrong humour, nor ceased plunging himself into wars, till in that against the Switzers, who had given him no just provocation, he lost his army, his dominions, and his life. If Philip II had kept his oath with the Low Countries, he might have preserved his authority over them all, but nothing less would humour his pride than the subduing of their liberties and conscience, and in defence of their conscience and property, he drove them to the use of arms, which, a people employed in trade and manufacture as they were, had no list to nor skill in. Everybody knows the issue. He lost the 7 provinces and their revenue for ever, with many millions of money, and almost 500,000 of lives thrown away to recover them. By his mighty and boasted armada, designed to conquer England, what else did he conquer but his own power at sea? He had been for some years preparing, a naval force mighty as his own arrogance, but it all proved to be only measures taken for baffling his arrogance, and for destroying the maritime force of Spain. And all the while that he was vainly meditating the destruction of England, he was in reality taking the part of England against himself, and with all his might weakening its greatest enemy. Had he husbanded that mighty strength, had he employed it at times and in parcels against these dominions, he might have had some success, but he combined against his own hopes. How foolish is the reasoning of passion! It leads men to throw away strength to gain weakness. Even where these sons of violence succeed, they may be justly said to acquire nothing beyond the praise of mischief. What is the occupation and end of princes and governors, but to rule men for their own good, and to keep them from hurting one another? Now what conqueror is there who mends the condition of the conquered? Alexander the Great, though he well knew the difference between a limited and a lawless monarchy, did not pretend that his invasion of Persia was to mend the condition of the Persians. It was a pure struggle for dominion. When he had gained it, he assumed the throne upon the same arbitrary terms upon which their own monarchs had held it, nor knew any law but his own. The subject only felt the violence of the change, without any benefit or relaxation from slavery. His glory, therefore, is all false and deceitful, as is all glory which is gained by the blood of men, without mending the state of mankind. This spirit of fighting and conquering continued in his successors, who plagued the earth as he had done, and weltered in the blood of one another, till they were almost all destroyed by the sword or poison, with the whole family of Alexander. It was no part of the dispute amongst them, which of them could bestow most happiness upon the afflicted world, about which they strove, but who should best exalt himself and enslave all. The state of Carthage, after many countries conquered but not bettered by her arms, was almost dissolved by her own barbarous mercenaries, and at last conquered and destroyed by the Romans, who were in truth the most generous conquerors that the world has known, and most countries found the Roman government better than their own. This continued for some time, till the provincial magistrates grew rapacious, and turned the provinces into spoil. Rome itself perished by her conquests, which, being made by great armies, occasioned such power and insolence in their commanders, and set some citizens so high above the rest, an inequality pernicious to free states, that she was enslaved by ingrates whom she had employed to defend her. Rome vanquished foreign nations. Foreign luxury debauched Rome, and traitorous citizens seized upon their mother with all her acquisitions. All her great blaze and grandeur served only to make her wretchedness more conspicuous, and her chains more intensely felt. Upon her thraldom there ensued such a series of tyranny and misery, treachery, oppression, cruelty, death, and affliction, in all shapes, that her agonies were scarce ever suspended till she finally expired. When her own tyrants, became through tyranny impotent, could no longer afflict her, for protection was none of their business, a host of barbarians, only known for ravages and acts of inhumanity, finished the work of desolation, and closed her civil doom. She has been since racked under a tyranny more painful, as it is more slow and more base, as it is scarce a domination of men. I mean her vassalage to a sort of beings, of all others the most merciless and contemptible, monks and spectres. Section 6. The folly of conquering further urged and exemplified. The Turks, like other conquerors, know not when to leave off. They sacrifice the people to gain more territories, and the more they conquer, the greater is their loss. They lavish men and treasure, to gain waste ground. What is the use of earth and water, when there are no inhabitants for these elements to support? The strength of a government consists in numerous subjects industrious and happy, not in extent of territory desolate or ill-peopled, or peopled with inhabitants poor and idle. It is incredible what a profusion of wealth and lives their attempts upon Persia have cost them, always with fatal success, even under their wisest and most warlike princes, and at a time when their empire flourished most. Yet these attempts are continued, at a season when their affairs are at the lowest, their provinces exhausted, their people and revenue decayed, their soldiery disorderly, and all things conspiring to the final dissolution of their empire. Those who will be continually exerting their whole strength, whether they be societies or particular men, will at last have none to exert. The Turks have been for ages wasting their victuals to widen their extremities, and to extend their limbs, which, by being unnaturally stretched, are quite disjointed and benumbed for want of nourishment from the seat of life, and must therefore, like mortified members, soon drop off. They have been long spinning out their own victuals. Now, if they had conquered Persia, what benefit would the conquest have derived to the Persians? None at all, but, on the contrary, fresh oppression and probably persecution, since the Turks deem them heretics for the colour of their caps, and for their obstinate refusal to change one name for another in the list of Mohammed's successors. Thus these barbarians destroy themselves to destroy others, and Christian princes imitate these barbarians. The Spaniard, to secure to himself the possession of America, destroyed more lives than he had subjects in Europe, and his mighty empire there, with his mountains of treasure, bears indeed an awful sound. Yet it is allowed that he has lost much more than he got, besides the crying guilt of murdering a large part of the globe. His conquest there, together with his expulsion of the Moors at home, have dispeopled Spain, and the inhabitants who remain trusting to their American wealth are too proud and lazy to be industrious, so that most of their gold goes to other nations for the manufactures wanted in the Spanish West Indies. Hence multitudes and diligence often creates multitudes, as by multitudes diligence is created, are better than mountains of gold, and will certainly attract such mountains, though others have the name and first property. Had he kept the industrious Moors, and expelled the barbarous inquisitors, encouraged liberty in trade, and consequently liberty of conscience, Spain would have been a more powerful nation, and he consequently a greater king, than all his wide and guilty conquests have made him. Sir Walter Raleigh says, that the Low Countries alone did, for revenue, equal his West Indies. Notwithstanding his many kingdoms, his empire in both hemispheres, and that the sun never sets upon all his dominions at once, the small republic of Holland, small in compass of territory, has been an overmatch for him. A late neighbouring prince was a busy conqueror, but did his people and country gain by his conquests? He drained them of men and money by millions, only to add to their poverty, servitude, and wretchedness, and from their chains and misery derived his own glory. Nor do I know any reason why a prince, who reduces his people, his nobles, and all degree of men in his dominions, to poverty and littleness, should have the title of great, unless for the greatness of the evils which he brought upon his own kingdom and all Europe. Let the late and present condition of that monarchy declare what advantages that noble country owes to his glory and victories. Had it not been for his wanton wars and oppressive taxes, there is no pitch of felicity which the goodness of their soil and climate, the number and industry of the natives, their many manufacturers, and the advantage of their situation, might not have raised them to. But all was sacrificed to the ambition and bigotry of one. How many resources that kingdom had within itself, and to what happiness it is capable of rising under a just and gentle administration, is manifest from the suddenness with which it recovered itself under the good government of Henry the Fourth. How many millions it paid, how many put it into the exchequer, and what a flourishing condition it was arrived to, after so fierce, so long, and so consuming a civil war, and what a flourishing condition it was arrived to, after so fierce, so long, and so consuming a civil war, and after two such profuse and profligate reigns, as that of Charles the Ninth and that of Henry the Third. But what avails all this, when one short edict and the maggot of a minute can dissipate all its wealth and all its happiness? I might here display what ridiculous causes do often pique and awaken the vanity and ambition of princes, and prompt them to lavish lives and treasure, and utterly undo those whom they should tenderly protect, for a beast of burden, or even for the tooth of a beast, for a mistress, for a river, for a senseless word hastily spoken, for words that had a foolish meaning or no meaning at all, for an empty sepulchre or an empty title, to dry the tears of a coquette, to comply with the whims of a pedant, or to execute the curses of a bigot. Important wars have sometimes been waged, and nations animated to destroy one another, nor is there any security against such destructive follies, where the sense of every man must acquiesce in the wild passion of one, and where the interest and peace and preservation of a state are found too light to balance his rage or caprice. Hence the policy of the Romans to tame a people not easy to be subdued. They committed such to the domination of tyrants. Thus they did in Armenia, and thus in Britain. And these instruments did not only enslave their subjects, but by continual fighting with one another, consume them. Necessary wars are accomplished with evils more than enough, and who can bear or forgive calamities courted and sought? The Roman state owed her greatness in a good measure to a misfortune. It was founded in war and nourished by it. The same may be said of the Turkish monarchy, but states formed for peace, though they do not arrive to such immensity and grandeur, are more lasting and secure. Witness Sparta and Venice. The former lasted 800 years, and the other has lasted 1200, without any revolution. What errors they both committed, were owing to their attempts to conquer, for which they were not formed. Though the Spartans were exceedingly brave and victorious, but they wanted the plebes ingenua, which formed the strength of the Roman armies. As the Janissaries, a militia formerly excellently trained and disciplined, formed those of the Turk. With the latter, fighting and extending their dominions is an article of their religion, as false and barbarous in this as in many of its other principles, and as little calculated for the good of men. End of Discourse 10.
Section 14 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Laura Koskinen. The Complete Works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author. Edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1, The Annals, Book 1, Part 1, The Reign of Augustus. Kings were the original magistrates of Rome. Lucius Brutus founded liberty and the consulship. Dictators were chosen only in pressing exigencies. Little more than 2 years prevailed the supreme power of the decemvirate, and the consular jurisdiction of the military tribunes not very many. The domination of Cinna was but short, that of Sulla not long. The authority of Pompey and Crassus was quickly swallowed up in Caesar, that of Lepidus and Anthony in Augustus. The Commonwealth, then long distressed and exhausted by civil dissensions, fell easily into his hands, and over her he assumed sovereign dominion, softened with the popular title of Prince of the Senate. But the several revolutions in the ancient free state of Rome, and all her happy or disastrous events, are already recorded by writers of signal renown. Nor, even in the reign of Augustus, were there wanting authors of distinction and genius to have composed his story, till, by the prevailing spirit of flattery and abasement, they were checked. As to the succeeding princes, Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, and Nero, the dread of their tyranny, whilst they yet reigned, falsified their history, and after their fall, the fresh detestation of their cruelties inflamed their historians. Hence my own design of recounting briefly certain incidents in the reign of Augustus, chiefly towards his latter end, and of entering afterwards more fully into that of Tiberius and the other three, unbiased by any resentment or any affection, the influences of such personal passions being far from me. When, after the fall of Brutus and Cassius, there remained none to fight for the Commonwealth, and her arms were no longer in her own hands, when Sextus Pompeius was utterly defeated in Sicily, Lepidus bereft of his command, Mark Antony slain, and of all the chiefs of the late dictator's party, only Octavius his nephew was left, he put off the invidious name of Triumvir, and styling himself consul, pretended that the jurisdiction attached to the tribuneship was his highest aim, as in it the protection of the populace was his only view. But when once he had secured the soldiery by liberality and donations, gained the people by store of provisions, and charmed all by the blessings and sweetness of public peace, he began by politic gradations to exalt himself, and with his own power to consolidate the authority of the Senate, jurisdiction of the magistrate, and weight and force of the laws, usurpations in which he was thwarted by no man. All the most determined republicans had fallen in battle, or by the late sanguinary proscriptions, and for the surviving nobility they were covered with wealth and distinguished with public honours, according to the measure of their debasement and promptness to bondage. Add, that all who in the loss of public freedom had gained private fortunes, preferred a servile condition, safe and possessed, to the revival of ancient liberty with personal peril. Neither were the provinces averse to the present revolution, since under the government of the people and Senate they had lived in constant fear and mistrust, from the raging competition amongst our grandees, as well as from the rapine and exactions of our magistrates. In vain too had been their appeal to the laws, which were utterly enfeebled and borne down by violence, by parties, nay, even by subornation and money. Moreover, Augustus, to fortify his domination with collateral bulwarks, raised his sister's son, Claudius Marcellus, a perfect youth, to the dignity of pontiff and that of aedile, preferred Marcus Agrippa to 2 successive consulships, a man in truth meanly born, but an accomplished soldier, and the companion of his victories. And Marcellus, the husband of Julia soon after dying, chose him for his son-in-law. Even the sons of his wife, Tiberius Nero and Claudius Drusus, he dignified with high military titles and commands, though his house was yet supported by descendants of his own blood. For into the Julian family and name of the Caesars he had already adopted Lucius and Gaius, the sons of Agrippa, and though they were but children, neither of them 17 years old, vehement had been his ambition to see them declared princes of the Roman youth, and even designed to the consulship, while openly he was protesting against admitting these early honours. Presently, upon the decease of Agrippa, were these his children snatched away, either by their own natural but hasty fate, or by the deadly fraud of their stepmother Livia. Lucius, on his journey to command the armies in Spain; Gaius in his return from Armenia, ill of a wound; and as Drusus, one of her own sons, had been long since dead, Tiberius remained sole candidate for the succession. Upon this object centred all princely honours. He was by Augustus adopted for his son, assumed colleague in the empire, partner in the jurisdiction tribunitial, and presented under all these dignities to the several armies, instances of grandeur which were no longer derived from the secret schemes of his mother, as in times past, while her husband had unexceptionable heirs of his own, but thenceforth bestowed at her open suit. For, as Augustus was now very aged, she had obtained over him such absolute sway, that for her pleasure he banished into the Isle of Planasia his only surviving grandson, Agrippa Posthumus, destitute in truth of laudable accomplishments, in his temper untractable, and stupidly conceited of his mighty strength, but branded with no misdemeanour or transgression. The emperor had withal set Germanicus, the son of Drusus, over 8 legions quartered upon the Rhine, and obliged Tiberius to adopt him, though Tiberius had then a son of his own, one of competent years. But it was the study of Augustus to secure himself and the succession by variety of stays and engraftments. War at that time there was none, except that in Germany, kept on foot rather to abolish the disgrace sustained by Quintilius Varus, there slain with his army, than from any ambition to enlarge the empire, or for any other valuable advantage. In profound tranquillity were affairs at Rome. To the magistrates remained their wonted names. Of the Romans the younger sort had been born since the battle of Actium, and even most of the old during the civil wars. How few were then living who had seen the ancient free state! The frame and economy of Rome being thus totally overturned, amongst the Romans were no longer found any traces of their primitive spirit, or attachment to the virtuous institutions of antiquity. But as the equality of the whole was extinguished by the sovereignty of one, all men regarded the orders of the prince as the only rule of conduct and obedience. Nor felt they any anxiety, while Augustus yet retained vigor of life, and upheld the credit of his administration with public peace and the imperial fortune of his house. But when he became broken with age and infirmities, when his end was at hand, and thence a new source of hopes and views was presented, some few there were who began to reason idly about the blessings and recovery of liberty. Many dreaded a civil war, others longed for one, while far the greater part were uttering their several apprehensions of their future masters. That naturally stern and savage was the temper of Agrippa, and by his public contumely enraged into fury, and neither in age nor experience was he equal to the weight of empire. Tiberius indeed had arrived at fullness of years, and was a distinguished captain, but possessed the inveterate pride entailed upon the Claudian race, and many indications of a cruel nature escaped him, in spite of all his arts to disguise it. Besides that, from his early infancy he was trained up in a reigning house, and even in his youth inured to an accumulation of power and honours, consulships and triumphs. Nor, during the several years of his abode at Rhodes, where, under the plausible name of retirement, a real banishment was covered, did he exercise other occupation than that of meditating future vengeance, studying the arts of treachery, and practising secret and abominable sensualities. Add to these considerations that of his mother, a woman inspired with all the tyranny of her sex, that the Romans must be under bondage to a woman, and moreover enthralled by two youths, who would first combine to oppress the state, then, falling into dissension, rend it piecemeal. While the public was engaged in these and the like debates, the illness of Augustus daily increased, and some strongly suspected the pestilent practices of his wife. For there had been, some months before, a rumour abroad, that Augustus, having singled out a few of his most faithful servants, had taken Fabius Maximus for his only companion, and sailed secretly over to the island of Planasia, there to visit his grandson Agrippa. That many tears were shed on both sides, many tokens of mutual tenderness shown, and hopes from thence conceived that the unhappy youth would be restored to his own place in his grandfather's family. That Maximus had disclosed it to Marcia, she to Livia, and thence the emperor knew that the secret was betrayed. That Maximus being soon after dead, as it was doubted, through fear, by his own hands, Marcia was observed in her lamentations and groans at his funeral, to accuse herself as the sad cause of her husband's destruction. Whatever truth was in all this, Tiberius was scarce entered Illyricum, but he was hastily recalled by his mother's letters. Nor is it fully known whether, at his return to Nola, he found Augustus yet breathing, or already breathless. For Livia had carefully beset the palace, and all the avenues to it, with detachments of the guards, and good news of his recovery were from time to time given out. When she had taken all measures necessary in so great a conjuncture, in one and the same moment was published the departure of Augustus and the accession of Tiberius. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Father Ziley of Detroit. Recorded November 2007. The Complete Works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author, edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1. The Annals, Book 1, Part 2. Tiberius takes the throne. The first feat of this new reign was the murder of young Agrippa. The assassin, a bold and determined centurion, found him destitute of arms, and little apprehending such a destiny, yet was scarce able to dispatch him. Of this transaction Tiberius avoided any mention in the Senate. He would have it pass for done by the commands of Augustus, as if he had transmitted written orders to the tribune who guarded Agrippa, quotes open, to slay him the instant he heard of his grandfather's decease, quotes closed. It is very true that Augustus had made many and vehement complaints of the young man's obstinate and unruly demeanor, and even solicited from the Senate a decree to authorize his banishment. But he had never hardened himself against the sentiments of nature, nor in any instance dipped his hands in his own blood. Neither is it credible that he would sacrifice the life of his grandson for the security and establishment of his stepson. More probable it is that this hasty murder was purely the work of Tiberius and Livia, that the young prince, hated and dreaded by both, fell thus untimely to rid the one of his apprehensions and a rival, and to satiate in the other the rancorous spirit of a stepmother. When the centurion, according to the custom of the army, acquainted Tiberius, quotes open, that his commands were executed, quotes closed, he answered, quotes open, he had commanded no such execution, and the centurion must appear before the Senate, and for it be answerable to them, quotes closed. This alarmed Solstius Crispus, who shared in all his secret counsels, and had sent the centurion the warrant. He dreaded that he should be arraigned for the assassination, and knew it equally perilous either to confess the truth and charge the emperor, or falsely to clear the emperor and accuse himself. Hence he had recourse to Livia, and warned her, quotes open, never to divulge the secrets of the palace, never to expose to public examination the ministers who advised, nor the soldiers who executed. Tiberius should be aware of relaxing the authority of the prince by referring all things to that of the Senate, since it was the indispensable prerogative of sovereignty for all men to be accountable to one. Quotes closed. Now at Rome, consuls, senators, and Roman knights were all rushing with emulation into bondage. The higher the quality of each, the more false and forward the men, all careful so to frame their faces as to reconcile false joy for the accession of Tiberius with feigned sadness for the loss of Augustus. Hence they intermingled tears with gladness, wailings with gratulations, and all with servile flattery. Sextus Pompeius and Sextus Apuleius, at that time consuls, took first the oath of fidelity to Tiberius, then administered it to Caius Strabo and Caius Tyrannius, the former captain of the Praetorian Guards, the other intendant of the public stores. The oath was next given to the Senate, to the people, and to the soldiery, all by the same consuls. For Tiberius affected to derive all public transactions from the legal ministry of the consuls, as if the ancient republic still subsisted, and he were yet unresolved about embracing the sovereign rule. He even owned in his edict for summoning the Senate that he issued it by virtue of the tribunicial power granted him under Augustus. The edict, too, was short and unexceptionably modest. It imported that, quotes open, they were to consider of the funeral honours proper to be paid his deceased father, for he himself would not depart from the corpse, and further that this edict implied, he claimed, no share in the public administration. Quotes closed. Yet from the moment Augustus was dead, he usurped all the prerogatives of imperial state, gave the word to the praetorian cohorts, had soldiers about the palace, guards about his person, went guarded in the street, guarded to the Senate, and bore all the marks of majesty. Nay, he writ letters to the several armies in the undisguised style of one already their prince, nor did he ever hesitate or speak with ambiguity about it. But when he spoke to the Senate, the chief cause of his reserve and obscurity there proceeded from his fear of Germanicus. He dreaded that he who was master of so many legions of numberless auxiliaries, and of all the allies of Rome, he who was the darling of the people, might wish rather to possess the empire than to wait for it. He likewise aimed at false glory, and would rather seem by the commonwealth chosen and called to the empire than to have crept darkly into it by the intrigues of a woman, or by adoption from a superannuated prince. It was also afterwards found that, by this abstruseness and counterfeit irresolution, he meant to penetrate into the designs and inclinations of the great men, for his jealous spirit construed all their words, all their looks, into crimes, and stored them up in his heart against a day of vengeance. When he first met the Senate, he would bear no other business to be transacted but that about the funerals of Augustus. His last will was brought in by the Vestal Virgins. In it Tiberius and Livia were appointed his heirs, Livia adopted into the Julian family, and dignified with the name of Augusta. Into the next and second degree of heirship he adopted his grandchildren and their children, and in the third degree he named the great men of Rome, most of them hated by him, but out of vainglory he named them, and for future renown. His legacies were not beyond the usual bounds. Only he left to the Roman people 400,000 great sestertia, to the populace or common sort 35,000, to every common soldier of the Praetorian guards 1,000 small sestertii, and to every soldier of the Roman legions 300. The funeral honors were next considered. The chief presented were these. Asinius Gallus proposed that, quotes open, the funeral should pass through the triumphal gate, quotes closed. Lucius Aruntius, quotes open, that the titles of all the laws which he had made, and the names of all the nations which he had conquered, should be carried before the corpse, quotes closed. Valerius Messala added, quotes open, that the oath of allegiance to Tiberius should be renewed every year, quotes closed. And being asked by Tiberius, quotes open, whether at his instigation he had made that motion, I spoke it as my opinion, says Messala, nor will I ever be determined by any but my own in things which concern the common weal. Let who will be provoked by my freedom. Quotes closed. Only this new turn was wanting to complete the prevailing flattery of the time. The senators then concurred in a loud cry, quotes open, that upon their own shoulders they must bear the body to the pile, quotes closed. But Tiberius declined the offer from an arrogant show of moderation. Moreover, he cautioned the people by an edict, quotes open, not to disturb the funeral functions with a zeal overpassionate, as they had those of Julius Caesar, nor to insist that the corpse of Augustus should be burnt rather in the Forum than in the field of Mars, which was the place appointed, quotes closed. On the funeral day the soldiers under arms kept guard, a mighty mockery to those who had either seen or heard their fathers describe the day when Caesar the dictator was slain. Servitude was then new, its sorrows yet fresh and bitter, and liberty unsuccessfully retrieved by a deed which, while it seemed impious to some, was thought altogether glorious by others, and hence tore Rome into tumults and the violence of parties. They ridiculed the grimace of, quotes open, calling an aid of soldiers to secure a peaceable burial to a prince who had grown old in peace and power, and even provided against the relapse into liberty by a long train of successors. Quotes closed. Hence much and various matter of observation concerning Augustus. The superstitious multitude admired the fortuitous events of his fortune, quotes open, that the last day of his life and the first of his reign was the same, that he died at Nola in the same village, in the same house, and in the same chamber where his father Octavius died. They observed to his glory his many consulships, equal in number to those of Valerius Corvinus and of Caius Marius, joined together, that he had exercised the power of the tribuneship 37 years without interruption, that he was 21 times proclaimed imperator, with many other numerous honors repeated to him or created for him. Quotes closed. Men of deeper discernment entered further into his life, but differed about it. His admirers said that his, quotes open, filial piety to his father Caesar, and the distractions of the republic, where the laws no longer governed, had driven him into a civil war, which, whatever be the first cause, can never be begun or carried on by just and gentle means. Indeed, to be revenged on the murderers of his father, he had made many great sacrifices to Antony, many to Lepidus. But when Lepidus was become sunk and superannuated in sloth, when Antony was lost headlong in sensuality, there was then no other remedy for the distracted state, rent piecemeal by its chiefs, but the sovereignty of one. Augustus, however, never had assumed to rule over his country as king or dictator, but settled the government under the legal name of Prince of the Senate. He had extended the empire, and set for its bounds the distant ocean, and rivers far remote, the several parts and forces of the state, the legions, the provinces, the navy, were all properly balanced and connected. The citizens lived dutifully under the protection of the law, the allies in terms of respect, and Rome itself was adorned with magnificent structures. Indeed, in a few instances, he had exerted the arbitrary violence of power, and in but a few, only to secure the peace of the whole. Quotes closed. In answer to all this, it was urged that, quotes open, his filial piety and the unhappy situation of the republic were pure pretenses, but the ardent lust of reigning, his true and only motive. With this spirit he had solicited into his service by bribery a body of veteran soldiers, and though a private youth, levied an army. With this spirit he had debauched and bought the Roman legions under the consuls, while he was falsely feigning a coalition with Pompey's republican party, that soon after, when he had procured from the Senate, or rather usurped the honors and authority of the praetorship, and when Hirtius and Pansa, the 2 consuls, were slain, he seized both their armies, that it was doubted whether the consuls fell by the enemy, or whether Pansa was not killed by pouring poison into his wounds, and Hirtius slain by his own soldiers, and whether the young Caesar was not the contriver of this bloody treason, that by terror he had extorted the consulship in spite of the Senate, and turned against the commonwealth the very arms with which the commonwealth had trusted him for her defense against Antony. Add to all this his cruel proscriptions, and the massacre of so many citizens, his seizing from the public and distributing to his own creatures so many lands and possessions, a violation of property not justified even by those who gained by it, but allowing him to dedicate to the manes of the dictator the lives of Brutus and Cassius, though more to his honor had it been to have postponed his own personal hate to public good. Did he not betray the young Pompey by an insidious peace, betray Lepidus by a deceitful show of friendship? Did he not next ensnare Mark Antony, first by treaties, those of Tarentum and Brundusium, then by a marriage, that of his sister Octavia? And did not Antony at last pay with his life the penalty of that subdolous alliance? After this, no doubt, there was peace, but illegible, bloody peace, bloody in the tragical defeat of Lollius, and that of Varus, in Germany, and at Rome, the Verones, the Egnatii, the Julii, illustrious names, were put to death. Quotes closed. Nor was his domestic life spared upon this occasion. Quotes open. He had arbitrarily robbed Nero of his wife, big with child, by her husband, and mocked the gods by consulting the priests whether religion permitted him to marry her before her delivery, or obliged him to stay till after. His minions, Tadius and Vedius Pollio, had lived in scandalous and excessive luxury. His wife Livia, who wholly controlled him, had proved a cruel governess to the commonwealth, and to the Julian house a more cruel stepmother. He had even invaded the incommunicable honors of the gods, and setting up for himself temples like theirs, would, like them, be adored in the image of a deity, with all the sacred solemnity of priests and sacrifices. Nor had he adopted Tiberius for his successor, either out of affection for him, or from concern for the public welfare, but having discovered in him a spirit proud and cruel, he sought future glory from the blackest opposition and comparison. Quotes closed. For Augustus, when a few years before he solicited the Senate to grant to Tiberius another term of the authority of the tribuneship, though he mentioned him with honor, yet taking notice of his odd humor, behavior, and manners, dropped some expressions which, while they seemed to excuse him, exposed and upbraided him. As soon as the funeral of Augustus was over, a temple and divine worship were forthwith decreed him. The Senate then turned their supplications to Tiberius, to fill his vacant place, but received an abstruse answer, touching the greatness of the empire, and his own distrust of himself. He said that, quotes open, nothing but the divine genius of Augustus was equal to the mighty task. For himself, who had been called by him into a participation of his cares, he had learnt by feeling them what a daring, what a difficult toil was that of government, and how perpetually subject to the caprices of fortune, that in a state supported by so many illustrious patriots, they ought not to cast the whole administration upon one, and more easy to be administered were the several offices of the government by the united pains and sufficiency of many. Quotes closed. A speech much more specious and sounding than cordial and sincere. Tiberius, even upon subjects which needed no disguises, used words dark and cautious, perhaps from his diffident nature, perhaps from a habit of dissembling. At this juncture, indeed, as he labored wholly to hide his heart, his language was the more carefully wrapped up in equivoques and obscurity. But the senators, who dreaded nothing so much as to seem to understand him, burst into tears, plaints, and vows. With extended arms they supplicated the gods, invoked the image of Augustus, and embraced the knees of Tiberius. He then commanded the imperial register to be produced and recited. It contained a summary of the strength and income of the empire, the number of Romans and auxiliaries in pay, the condition of the navy, of the several kingdoms paying tribute, and of the various provinces and their revenues, with the state of the public expense, the issues of the exchequer, and all the demands upon the public. This register was all written by the hand of Augustus, and in it he had subjoined his counsel to posterity, that the present boundaries of the empire should stand fixed without further enlargement. Whether this counsel was dictated by fear for the public or by envy towards his successors is uncertain. Now when the Senate was stooping to the vilest importunity and prostrations, Tiberius happened to say that, quotes open, as he was unequal to the weight of the whole government, so if they entrusted him with any particular part, whatever it were, he would undertake it. Quotes closed. Here Asinius Gallus interposed. Quotes open, "I beg to know, Caesar," says he, "what part of the government you desire for your share." Quotes closed. He was astonished with the unexpected question, and for a short space mute, but recovering himself answered that, quotes open, it ill became his modesty to choose or reject any particular branch of the administration, when he desired rather to be excused from the whole. Quotes closed. Gallus, who from his looks inferred deep displeasure, again accosted him and said, quotes open, "By this question I did not mean that you should share that power which cannot be separated, but to reason you into a confession that the commonwealth is but one body and can be governed only by one soul." Quotes closed. He added an encomium upon Augustus and reminded Tiberius himself of his many victories, of the many civil employments which he had long and nobly sustained. Nor even thus could he mollify the wrath of Tiberius, who had long hated him, for that Gallus had married Vipsania, daughter of Marcus Agrippa, formerly wife to Tiberius, who then suspected that he meant to soar above the rank of a subject, and possessed too the bold and haughty spirit of Asinius Pollio his father. Lucius Arruntius incurred his displeasure next, by a speech not much unlike that of Gallus. It is true that towards him Tiberius bore no old rancor, but Arruntius had mighty opulence, prompt parts, noble accomplishments, with equal popularity and renown, and hence was marked by him with a fell eye of suspicion. For as Augustus, shortly before his decease, was mentioning those among great men who were capable of the supreme power, but would not accept it, or unequal to it, yet wished for it, or such as had both ambition and sufficiency, he had said that Marcus Lepidus was qualified, but would reject it. Asinius would be aspiring, but had inferior talents, and that Lucius Arruntius wanted no sufficiency, and upon a proper occasion would attempt it. Quotes closed. That he spoke thus of Lepidus and Asinius is agreed, but instead of Arruntius some writers have transmitted the name of Cnaeus Piso, and every one of these great men, except Lepidus, were afterwards cut off under the imputation of various crimes, all darkly framed by Tiberius. Quintus Haterius and Mamercus Scaurus did also incense his distrustful spirit, the first by asking him, quotes open, "How long, Caesar, wilt thou suffer the commonwealth to remain destitute of a head?" Quotes closed. Scaurus, because he had said there was room to hope that the prayers of the Senate would not prove abortive, since he had not interposed the tribunitial power, and thence obstructed the motion of the consuls in his behalf. Quotes closed. With Haterius he fell into instant rage. Towards Scaurus his resentment was more deep and implacable, and in profound silence he hid it. Wearied at last with public importunity and clamor, and with particular expostulations, he began to unbend a little. Not that he would own his undertaking the empire, but only avoid the uneasiness of perpetual solicitations and refusals. It is certain that Haterius, when he went next day to the palace to implore pardon, and throwing himself at the feet of Tiberius, embraced his knees, narrowly escaped being slain by the soldiers, because Tiberius, who was walking, tumbled down, whether by chance or whether his legs were entangled in the arms of Haterius. Neither was he a jot mollified by the danger which threatened so great a man, who was at length forced to supplicate Augusta for protection, nor could even she obtain it, but after the most labored entreaties. Towards Livia likewise exorbitant was the flattering court of the Senate. Some were for decreeing her the general title of mother, others the more particular one of mother of her country, and almost all proposed that to the name of Tiberius should be added the son of Julia. Tiberius urged in answer that, quotes open, public honors to women ought to be adjudged with a sparing hand, and that with the same measure of moderation he would receive such as were presented to himself. Quotes closed. In truth, from envy and solicitude lest his own grandeur should sink as that of his mother rose, he would not suffer so much as a lictor to be decreed her, and even forbade the raising her an altar upon her late adoption, or paying her any such solemnities. Yet for Germanicus he asked the proconsular power, and to carry him that dignity honorable deputies were sent, as also to mollify his sorrow for the death of Augustus. If for Drusus he demanded not the same honor, it was because Drusus was present, and already consul designed. He then named 12 candidates for the praetorship, the same number settled by Augustus. And though the Senate requested him to increase it, he bound himself by an oath never to exceed. The privilege of creating magistrates was now first translated from the assemblies of the people to the Senate. For though the emperor had before conducted all affairs of moment at his pleasure, yet till that day some were still transacted by the tribes, and carried by their bent and suffrages. Neither did the regret of the people for the seizure of these their ancient rights rise higher than some impotent grumbling. The Senate too liked the change, as by it they were released from the charge of buying votes, and from the shame of begging them. And so moderate was Tiberius, that, of the 12 candidates, he only reserved to himself the recommendation of 4, to be accepted without opposition or caballing. At the same time, the tribunes of the people asked leave to celebrate at their own expense certain plays in honor of Augustus, such as were to be called after his name, and inserted in the calendar. But it was decreed that out of the exchequer the charge should be defrayed, and the tribune should in the circus wear the triumphal robe. But to be carried in chariots was denied them. The annual celebration of these plays was, for the future, transferred to one of the praetors, him in particular to whom should fall the jurisdiction of deciding suits between citizens and strangers. End of section 15 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. Recording by Father Ziley.
Section 16 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author. Edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1, The Annals, Book 1, Part 3, The Sedition at Pannonia. Thus stood affairs at Rome, when a sedition seized the legions in Pannonia, without any fresh grounds, save that from a change of princes they meant to assume a warrant for licentiousness and tumult, and from a civil war hoped great earnings and acquisitions. They were 3 legions encamped together, all commanded by Junius Blasus, who, upon notice of the death of Augustus and the accession of Tiberius, had granted the soldiers a recess from their wonted duties for some days, as a time either of public mourning or festivity. From being idle they waxed wanton, quarrelsome, and turbulent, greedily listened to mutinous discourses. The most profligate amongst them had most credit with them, and at last they became passionate for a life of ease and riot, utterly adverse to all military discipline and every fatigue of the camp. In the camp was one Percenius, formerly a busy leader in the embroilments of the theatre, and now a common soldier, a fellow of a petulant, declaiming tongue, and, by inflaming parties in the playhouse, well qualified to excite and infatuate a crowd. This incendiary practised upon the ignorant and unwary, such as were solicitous what might prove their future usage now Augustus was dead. He engaged them in nightly confabulations, and, little by little, incited them to violence and disorders, and towards the evening, when the soberest and best affected were withdrawn, he assembled the worst and most turbulent. When he had thus ripened them for sedition, and other ready incendiaries were combined with him, he personated the character of a lawful commander, and thus questioned and harangued them. Why did they obey, like slaves, a few centurions and a few tribunes? When would they be bold enough to demand redress of their heavy grievances, unless they snatched the present occasion, while the emperor was yet new, and his authority wavering, to prevail with him by petition, or by arms to force him? They had already, by the misery of many years, paid dear for their patient sloth and stupid silence, since, decrepit with old age, and maimed with wounds, after a course of service for 30 or 40 years, they were still doomed to carry arms. Nor, even to those who were discharged, was there any end of the misery of warfare. They were still kept tied to the colours, and under the creditable title of veterans, endured the same hardships, and underwent the same labours. But suppose any of them escaped so many dangers, and survived so many calamities, where was their reward at last? A long and weary march remained yet to be taken into countries far, remote, and strange, where, under the name of lands given to them to cultivate, they had hospitable bogs to drain, and the wild wastes of mountains to manure. Severe and ungainful of itself was the occupation of war. 10 asses a day the poor price of their persons and lives. Out of this they must buy clothes, and tents, and arms. Out of this bribe the cruel centurions for forbearance of blows, and occasional exemption from hard duty. But stripes from their officers, and wounds from their enemies, hard winters and laborious summers, bloody wars, and barren peace, were miseries without end. Nor remained there other cure or relief than to refuse to list but upon conditions certain, and fixed by themselves, particularly that their pay be a denarius, or 16 asses a day. 16 years be the utmost term for serving, when discharged, to be no longer obliged to follow the colours, but to have their reward, in ready money, paid them in the camp where they earned it. Did the Praetorian guards, they who had double pay, they who, after 16 years' service, were paid off and sent home, bear severer difficulties, undergo superior dangers? He did not mean to detract the merit of their brethren, the city guards. Their own harder lot, however, was, to be placed amongst horrid and barbaric nations, nor could they look from their tents, but they saw the foe. The whole crowd received this harangue with shouts of applause, but from various instigations. Some displayed upon their bodies the impressions of stripes, others their hoary heads, many their vestments ragged and curtailed, with backs utterly bare, as did all their various griefs in the bitterness of reproach. At length to such excessive fury they grew, that they proposed to incorporate the 3 legions into one, nor by aught but emulation was the project defeated, for, to his own legion every man claimed the prerogative of swallowing and denominating the other 2. They took another method, and placed the 3 eagles of the legions, with the standards of the several cohorts, all together, without rank or priority. Then forthwith digged turf, and were rearing a tribunal, one high enough to be seen at a distance. In this hurry arrived Blasis, who, falling into sore rebukes, and by force interrupting particulars, called with vehemence to all, "Dip your hands rather in my blood. To murder your general will be a crime less shameful and heinous than to revolt from your prince. For determined am I, either to preserve the legions in their faith and obedience, if you kill me not for my intended good office, or my death, if I fall by your hands, shall hasten your remorse." For all this, turfs were accumulated, and the work was already breast high, when, at last, overcome by his spirit and perseverance, they forbore. Blasis was an able speaker. He told them that sedition and mutiny were not the methods of conveying to the emperor the pretensions of the soldiers. Their demands too were new and singular, such as neither the soldiers of old had ever made to the ancient generals, nor they themselves to the deified Augustus. Besides, their claims were ill-timed, when the prince, just upon his accession, was already embarrassed with the weight and variety of other cares. If, however, they meant to try to gain in full peace those concessions which, even after a civil war, the conquerors never claimed, yet why trample upon duty and obedience? Why reject the laws of the army, and the rules of discipline? And if they meant to petition, why meditate violence? They might at least appoint deputies, and in his presence trust them with their pretensions. Here they all cried out, that the son of Blasis, one of their tribunes, should execute that deputation, and demand in their name that, after 16 years' service, they should be discharged. They said they would give him new orders when he succeeded in these. After the departure of the young officer, a moderate recess ensued. The soldiers, however, exulted to have carried such a point, the sending the son of their general, as the public advocate of their cause, was to them full proof that they had gained, by force and terror, that which, by modesty and gentle means, they would never have gained. In the meantime, those companies which before the sedition began were sent to Nauportum, to mend roads and bridges, and upon other duties, no sooner heard of the uproar in the camp, but they cast off all obedience, tore away the ensigns, and plundered the neighbouring villages. Even Nauportum itself, which for greatness resembled a municipal city, was plundered. The endeavours of the Centurions to restrain this violence were first returned with mockery and contempt, then with invectives and contumelies, and last with outrage and blows. Their vengeance was chiefly bent against the camp marshal, Aufidianus Rufus. Him they dragged from his chariot, and loading him with baggage, drove him before the first ranks. They then insulted him, and asked in scorn, whether he should bear such enormous burdens, whether endure such immense marches. Rufus had long been a common soldier, then became a centurion, and afterwards camp marshal, a severe restorer of primitive strictness and discipline, an indefatigable observer of every military duty, which he exacted from others with the more rigor. He had himself undergone them with all patience. By the arrival of this tumultuous band, the sedition was again awakened to its former outrage, and the seditious roved abroad without control, ravaged the country on every side. Blasis, for an example of terror to the rest, commanded those who were most laden with plunder to be punished with stripes, and cast into prison. For the general was still dutifully obeyed by the centurions, and by all the soldiers of any merit. But the criminals refused to submit, and even struggled with the guard who was carrying them off. They clasped the knees of the bystanders, implored help from their fellows, now calling upon every individual, and conjuring them by their particular names, then appealed to them in a body, and supplicated the company, the cohort, the legion, to which they belonged, warning and proclaiming that the same ignominy and chastisement hung over them all. With the same breath they heaped invectives without measure upon their general, and called upon heaven and all the gods to be their witness and avengers, nor left they aught unattempted to raise effectual hatred, compassion, terror, and every species of fury. Hence the whole body rushed to their relief, burst open the prison, unbound and rescued the prisoners. Thus they owned for their brethren, and incorporated with themselves, infamous revolters, and traitors convicted and condemned. Hence the violence became more raging, and hence more sedition from more leaders. There was particularly one Vubulanus, a common soldier, who, exalted on the shoulders of his comrades, before the tribunal of Blasis, thus declaimed in the ears of a multitude already outrageous, and eager to hear what he had to say. To these innocents, says he, to those miserable sufferers, our fellow soldiers, you have indeed restored breath and liberty, but who will restore life to my poor brother? Who, my poor brother, to me? He was sent hither by the German armies, with propositions for our common good, and for this was last night butchered by the same Blasis, who in the murder employed his gladiators, bloody men, whom he purposely entertains and arms for our common execution. Where, O Blasis, hast thou thrown his mangled corpse? Even open enemies do not inhumanly deny burial to the slain. When I have satiated my sorrow with 1,000 kisses and a flood of tears, command me also to be murdered, that these our brethren may together bury my poor brother and me, slaughtered both as victims, yet both guiltless of any crime, but that of studying the common interest of the legions. He inflamed those his complaints and expostulations with affecting sighs and lamentations, beat his breast and tore his face. Then those who carrying him gave way, he threw himself headlong at the feet of his companions, and thus prostrate and supplicating, in them raised such a spirit of commiseration, and such a storm of vengeance, that one party of them seized and bound the general's gladiators, another the rest of his family, while they ran and dispersed themselves to search for the corps. And, had it not been quickly manifest that there was no corps to be found, that the slaves of Blasis had upon the rack cleared themselves, and that Vibulenus never had any brother, they had gone nigh to have sacrificed to the general. As it was, they expulsed the camp marshal and tribunes, and, as they fled, plundered their baggage. They likewise put to death Lucilius the centurion, whom they had sarcastically named Cede Alteram, because when upon the back of a soldier he had broken one wand, he was wont to call for another, then a third. The other centurions lurked in concealment, all but Julius Clemens, who, for his prompt capacity, was saved in order to manage the negotiations of the soldiers. Even two of the legions, the 8th and the 15th, were ready to turn their swords upon each other, and had but for the 9th. One Sulpicius, a centurion, was the subject of the quarrel. Him the 8th required to be put to death. The 15th protected him, but the 9th interposed with treaties to both, and with threats to those who would not listen to prayers. Tiberius, however close and impenetrable, and ever laboring to smother all melancholy tidings, was yet driven by those from Pannonia to dispatch his son Drusus thither, accompanied by the principal nobility, and guarded by 2 praetorian cohorts, but charged them with no precise instructions, only to adapt his measures to the present exigency. The cohorts were strengthened with an extraordinary addition of chosen men, with the greatest part of the praetorian horse, and the main body of the German, then the emperor's guards. Aelius Sejanus, lately joined with his father Strabo in the command of the praetorian bands, was also sent, not only as governor to the young prince, but, as his credit with the emperor was known to be mighty, to deal with the revolters by promises and terrors. When Drusus approached, the legions, for show of respect, marched out to meet him, not with the usual symptoms and shouts of joy, nor with gay ensigns and arms glittering, but in a dress and accoutrements hideous and squalid. In their countenances, too, though composed to sadness, were seen greater marks of sullenness and contumacy. As soon as he was within the camp, they secured the entrances with guards, and in several quarters of it placed parties upon duty. The rest crowded about the tribunal of Drusus, who stood beckoning with his hand for silence. Here, as often as they surveyed their own numbers, and met one another's resentful looks, they uttered their rage in horrible cries. Again, when they beheld Caesar upon the tribunal, awe and trembling seized them. Now there prevailed a hollow and inarticulate murmur, next a furious clamour, then, suddenly, a dead silence, so that, by a hasty succession of opposite passions, they were at once dismayed and dreadful. When, at last, the uproar was stayed, he read his father's letters, who in them declared that he would take an affectionate care of the brave and invincible legions, by whom he had sustained successfully so many wars, and, as soon as his grief was a little abated, deal with the Senate about their demands. In the meantime he had sent them his son, on purpose to make them forthwith all the concessions which could instantly be made them. The rest were to be reserved for the Senate, the proper distributors of rewards and punishments by a right altogether unalienable. The assembly answered that to Julius Clemens they had entrusted what to speak in their name. He began with their demands: to be discharged after 16 years' service, to have the reward which, for past services upon that discharge, they claimed, their pay to be increased to a Roman denarius, the veterans no longer detained under their ensigns. When Drusus urged that wholly in the judgment of the Senate and his father these matters rested, he was interrupted by their clamours. To what purpose came he, since he could neither augment their pay nor alleviate their grievances? And, while every officer was allowed to inflict upon them blows and death, the son of their emperor wanted power to relieve them by one beneficent action. This was the policy of the late reign, when Tiberius frustrated every request of the soldiers by referring all to Augustus. Now Drusus was come with the same artifices to delude them. Were they never to have a higher visit than from the children of their prince? It was, indeed, unaccountable that to the Senate the emperor should leave no part in the direction of the army, only the rewarding of the soldiery. Ought not the same Senate to be consulted as often as a battle was to be fought, or a private man to be punished? Or were their recompenses to be adjudged by many masters, but their punishments to remain without any restraint or moderation whatsoever. At last they abandoned the tribunal, and with menaces and insults fell upon all they met, belonging to Drusus either as guards or friends, meditating thus to provoke a quarrel and an introduction to blood. Chiefly enraged they were against Cnaeus Lentulus, as one, for years in warlike renown, superior to any above the person of Drusus, and thence suspected to have hardened the prince, and been himself the foremost to despise these outrages in the soldiery. Nor was it long after that, as he was leaving Drusus, and from the foresight of danger, and returning to winter quarters, they surrounded him, and demanded whither he went, to the emperor or senate, there also to exercise his enmity to the legions and oppose their interest, and instantly assaulted him with stones. He was already covered with wounds and blood, and awaiting a certain assassination, when the troops attending Drusus flew to his assistance and saved him. The following night had a formidable aspect, and threatened the speedy eruption of some tragical vengeance, when a phenomena intervened and assuaged all. The moon, in the midst of a clear sky, seemed to the soldiers suddenly to sicken. They, who were ignorant of the natural cause, took this for an omen forbidding the issue of their present adventures. To their own labours they compared the eclipse of the planet, and prophesied that, if to the distressed goddess should be restored her wonted brightness and vigour, equally successful would be the issue of these their struggles. Hence they strove to charm and revive her with sounds, and by ringing upon brazen metal, and an uproar of trumpets and cornets, made a vehement bellowing. At last she appeared brighter or darker, they exulted or lamented, but when gathering clouds had utterly bereft them of her sight, and they believed her now buried in everlasting darkness, then, as minds once thoroughly dismayed are pliant to superstition, they bewailed their own eternal sufferings thus pretended, and that against their misdeeds the angry deities were contending. Drusus, who thought it behoved him to improve this disposition of theirs, and to reap the fruits of wisdom from the operations of chance, ordered certain persons to go round, and supply them from tent to tent. From this purpose he called and employed the centurion Julius Clemens, and whoever else were by honest means acceptable to the multitude. They insinuated themselves everywhere, with those who kept watch, or were upon patrol, or guarded the gates, soothing them all with hopes, and by terrors rousing them. How long, said they, shall we hold the son of our emperor thus besieged? Where will our broils and wild contentions end? Shall we swear allegiance to Percenius and Vubelanus? Will Vubelanus and Percenius support us with pay during our service, and reward us with lands when dismissed? In short, shall two common men dispossess the Neros and the Drusi, and to themselves assume the empire of the Roman world? Let us be wiser, and as we were the last to revolt, be the first to relent. Such demands as comprise terms for all are ever slowly accorded, but particulars may, when they please, merit instant favour, and instantly receive it. These reasonings alarmed them, and filled them with mutual jealousies. Presently the fresh soldiers overtook the veterans, one legion separated from another, and by degrees returned the love of duty and obedience. They relinquished the guard of the gates, and the eagles and the other ensigns, which in the beginning of the tumult they had thrown together, were now restored to its distinct station. Drusus, as soon as it was day, summoned an assembly, and though unskilled in speaking, yet with a haughtiness inherent in his blood, rebuked their past, and commended their present behaviour. With threats and terrors, he said, it was impossible to subdue him, but if he saw them reclaimed to submission, if from them he heard the language of supplicants, he would send them to his father to accept with a reconciled spirit the petitions of the legions. Hence, at their entreaty, for the deputy to Tiberius, the same Blasus was again dispatched, and with him Lucius Apronius, a Roman knight and intimate companion of Drusus, and Justus Cantonius, a centurion of the first order. There followed great debates in the council of Drusus, while some advised to suspend all proceedings till the return of the deputies, and by a course of courtesy the while to soothe the soldiers. Others maintained that remedies more potent must needs be applied. In a multitude was to be found nothing on this side extremes. Always imperious where they are not awed, and to be despised without danger when frightened. To their present terror from superstition was to be added the dread of their general, by his dooming to death the authors of the sedition. Rather prompt to rigorous counsels was the genius of Drusus. Vubulenus and Percanius were produced, and by his command executed. It is by many recounted that in his own tent they were secretly dispatched and buried; by others, that their bodies were ignominiously thrown over the entrenchments for a public spectacle of terror. Search was then made for other remarkable incendiaries. Some were caught skulking without the camp, and there by the centurions or praetorian soldiers slain. Others were, by their several companies, delivered up. As a proof of their own fidelity, the consternation of the soldiers was heightened by the precipitate accession of winter, with rains incessant and so violent that they were unable to stir from within their tents, or maintain common intercourse, nay, scarce to preserve their standards, assaulted continually by tempestuous winds and raging floods. Dread, besides, of the angry gods still possessed them. Nor was it at random, they thought, that such profane traitors were thus visited with black eclipses and roaring tempests. Neither against these their calamities was there other relief than the relinquishing of a camp, by impiety contaminated and accursed, and after the expiation of their guilt, returned to their several garrisons. The 8th legion departed first, then the 15th. The 9th, with earnest clamours, pressed for continuing there till the letters from Tiberius arrived. But when deserted by the other two, their courage failed, and by following of their own accord, they prevented the shame of being forced. Drusus, seeing order and tranquillity thus restored, without staying for the return of the deputies, returned himself to Rome. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author, edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1. The Annals, Book 1, Part 4, The German Insurrection. Almost at the same time, and from the same causes, the legions in Germany raised an insurrection, with greater numbers, and thence with more fury. Passionate, too, were their hopes that Germanicus would never brook the rule of another, but yield to the spirit of the legions, who had force sufficient to bring the whole empire under his sway. Upon the Rhine were two armies, that called the Higher, commanded by Gaius Silius, lieutenant-general, the Lower by Aulus Caecina. The command-in-chief rested in Germanicus, then busy collecting the tribute in Gaul. The forces, however, under Silius, with cautious ambiguity, watched the success of the revolt which others began, for the soldiers of the lower army had broken out into open outrages, which began from the 5th Legion, and the 21st, who drew after them the 1st and the 20th. These were altogether upon the frontiers of the Euboeans, passing the campaign in utter idleness, or light duty, so that upon the news that Augustus was dead, the whole swarm of new soldiers lately levied in the city, men accustomed to the effeminacies of Rome and impatient of every military hardship, began to possess the ignorant minds of the rest with many turbulent expectations. That now was presented the lucky juncture for veterans to demand entire dismission. The fresh soldiers, larger pay, and all some mitigation of their miseries, as also to return due vengeance for the cruelties of the centurions. These were not the harangues of a single incendiary, like Percanius among the Pannonian legions, nor uttered, as there, in the ears of men who, while they saw before their eyes armies greater than their own, mutinied with awe and trembling. But here was a sedition of many mouths, filled with many boasts, that in their hands lay the power and fate of Rome. By their victories the empire was enlarged, and from them the Caesars took, as a compliment, the surname of Germanicus. Neither did Caecina strive to restrain them. A madness so extensive had bereft him of all his bravery and firmness. In this precipitate frenzy they rushed at once with swords drawn upon the centurions, the eternal objects of their resentment, and always the first victims to their vengeance. Them they dragged to the earth, and upon each bestowed a terrible portion of 60 blows, a number proportioned to that of centurions in a legion. Then, bruised, mangled, and half expiring as they were, they cast them all out of the camp, some into the stream of the Rhine. Septimus, who had for refuge fled to the tribunal of Caecina, and lay clasping his feet, was demanded with such imperious vehemence that he was forced to be surrendered to destruction. Cassius Chaerea, afterwards famous to posterity for killing Caligula, then a young man of undaunted spirit, and one of the centurions, boldly opened himself a passage with his sword through a crowd of armed foes striving to seize him. After this, no further authority remained to the tribunes, none to the camp-marshals. The seditious soldiers were their own officers, set the watch, appointed the guard, and gave all orders proper in the present exigency. Hence those who dived deepest into the spirit of the soldiery gathered a special indication how powerful and obdurate the present insurrection was like to prove, for in their conduct were no marks of a rabble, where every man's will guides him, or the instigation of a few controls the whole. Here all at once they raged, and all at once kept silent, with so much concert and steadiness, that you would have believed them under the sovereign direction of one. To Germanicus the while, then receiving, as I have said, the tribute in Gaul, news were brought of the decease of Augustus, whose granddaughter Agrippina he had to wife, and by her many children. He was himself the grandson of Livia, by her son Drusus, the brother of Tiberius, but ever under heavy anxiety from the secret hate which his uncle and grandmother bore him, hate the more virulent, as its grounds were altogether unrighteous. For dear and adored was the memory of his father Drusus amongst the Roman people, and from him was firmly expected that, had he succeeded to the empire, he would have restored public liberty. Hence their zeal for Germanicus, and of him the same hopes conceived, as from his youth he possessed a popular spirit, and marvellous affability, utterly remote from the comportment and address of Tiberius, ever haughty and mysterious. The animosities, too, between the ladies administered fresh fuel. While towards Agrippina, Livia was actuated by the despite natural to stepmothers, and over tempestuous was the indignation of Agrippina, only that her known chastity and love for her husband always gave her mind, however vehement, a virtuous turn. But Germanicus, the nearer he stood to supreme rule, the more vigour he exerted to secure it to Tiberius, to whom he obliged the Sequanians, a neighbouring people, as also the several Belgic cities, to swear present allegiance, and the moment he learnt the uproar of the legions, posted thither. He found them advanced without the camp to receive him, with eyes cast down in feigned token of remorse. After he entered the entrenchments, instantly his ears were filled with plaints and grievances, uttered in hideous and mixed clamours. Nay, some catching his hand, as if they meant to kiss it, thrust his fingers into their mouths to feel their gums destitute of teeth. Others showed their limbs enfeebled, and bodies stooping under old age. As he saw the assembly mixed at random, he commanded them to range themselves into companies, thence more distinctly to hear his answers, as also to place before them their several ensigns, that the cohorts might at least be distinguished. With slowness and reluctance they obeyed him. Then, beginning with an encomium upon the venerable memory of Augustus, he proceeded to the many victories and many triumphs of Tiberius, and with peculiar praises celebrated the glorious and immortal deeds which with these very legions he had accomplished in Germany. He next boasted the quiet state of things, the consent of all Italy, the loyal faith of both the Gauls, and every quarter of the Roman state exempt from disaffection and disorders. Thus far they listened with silence, at least with moderate murmuring, But the moment he touched their sedition, and questioned where now was the wonted modesty of soldiers, where the glory of ancient discipline, whither had they chased their tribunes, and whither their centurions, to a man they stripped themselves to the skin, and there exposed the seams of their wounds, and bruises of their chastisements, in the rage of reproach. Then, in the undistinguished voice of uproar, they urged the exactions for occasional exemptions, their scanty pay, and their rigorous labours, which they represented in long detail, ramparts to be reared, entrenchments digged, trees felled and drawn, forage cut and carried, fuel prepared and fetched, with every other article of toil required by the exigencies of war, or to prevent idleness in the soldiery. Above all, from the veterans arose a cry most vehement and furious. They enumerated 30 years or upwards undergone in the service, and besought that, to men utterly spent, he would administer respite, nor suffer them to be beholden to death for the last relief from their toils, but discharge them from a warfare so lasting and severe, and grant them the means of a comfortable recess. Nay, some there were who required of him the money bequeathed them by Augustus, and towards Germanicus, uttering zealous vows, with omens of happy fortune, declared their cordial attachment to his cause, if he would himself assume the empire. Here, as if already stained with their treason, he leapt headlong from the tribunal, but with swords drawn they opposed his departure, and threatened his life if he refused to return, yet with passionate protestations that he would rather die than be a traitor, he snatched his sword from his side, and, aiming full at his breast, would have buried it there, had not those who were next to him seized his hand, and by force restrained him. A cluster of soldiers in the extremity of the assembly assaulted him, nay, what is incredible to hear, some particulars advancing nearer exhorted him to strike home. In truth, one Calusidius, a common soldier, presented him his naked sword, and added, "It is sharper than your own," a behaviour which, to the rest, outrageous as they were, seemed savage and of horrid example. Hence the friends of Germanicus had time to snatch him away to his tent. It was here consulted what remedy to apply, for it was advised that ministers of sedition were preparing to be dispatched to the other army to draw them too into a confederacy in the revolt, that the capital of the Euboeans was destined to be sacked, and if their hands were once inured to plunder, they would break in and ravage all Gaul. This dread was augmented by another. The enemy knew of the sedition in the Roman army, and were ready to invade the empire, if its barrier, the Rhine, were left unguarded. Now, to arm the allies and the auxiliaries of Rome, and lead them against the departing legions, was to rouse a civil war. Severity was dangerous, the way of largesses infamous, and alike threatening it was to the state, to grant to the turbulent soldiers nothing, or yield them everything. After revolving every reason and objection, the result was, to feign letters and directions from Tiberius, that those who had served 20 years should be finally discharged, such as had served 16 be under the ensign and privilege of veterans, released from every duty but that of repulsing the enemy, and the legacy which they demanded should be paid, and doubled. The soldiers, who perceived that, purely to evade present difficulty, the concessions were forged, insisted to have them forthwith executed, and instantly the tribunes dispatched the discharge of the veterans. That of the money was adjourned to their several winter quarters, but the 5th Legion and the 21st refused to stir till in that very camp they were paid, so that out of the money reserved by himself and his friends for travelling expenses, Germanicus was obliged to raise the sum. Caecina, Lieutenant General, led the 1st Legion and 20th back to the capital of the Euboeans. An infamous march, when the plunder of their general's coffers was carried amongst the ensigns and Roman eagles. Germanicus, the while, proceeding to the army in Higher Germany, brought the 2nd, 13th, and 16th Legions to swear allegiance without hesitation. To the 14th, who manifested some short suspense, he made, unasked, a tender of their money and a present discharge. But a party of veterans which belonged to the disorderly legions, and then in garrison among the Chaucians, as they began a sedition there, were somewhat quelled by the instant execution of 2 of their body, an execution commanded by Mennius camp-marshal, and rather of good example than done by competent authority. The tumult, however, swelling again with fresh rage, he fled, but was discovered, so that, finding no safety in lurking, from his own bravery he drew his defence, and declared that to himself, who was only their camp-marshal, these their outrages were not done, but to the authority of Germanicus their general, to the majesty of Tiberius their emperor. At the same time, braving and dismaying all that would have stopped him, he fiercely snatched the colours, faced about towards the Rhine, and, pronouncing the doom of traitors and deserters to every man who forsook his ranks, brought them back to their winter quarters, mutinous in truth, but not daring to mutiny. In the meantime, the deputies from the Senate met Germanicus at the altar of the Euboeans, whither, in his return, he was arrived. 2 legions wintered there, the 1st and 20th, with the soldiers lately placed under the standard of veterans, men already under the distractions of guilt and fear, and now a new terror possessed them, that these senators were come armed with injunctions to cancel every concession which they had by sedition extorted. And as it is the custom of the crowd to be ever charging somebody with the crimes suggested by their own false alarms, the guilt of this imaginary decree they laid upon Minutius Plancus, a senator of consular dignity, and at the head of this deputation. In the dead of night they began to clamour aloud for the purple standard placed in the quarters of Germanicus, and, rushing tumultuously to his gate, burst the doors, dragged the prince out of his bed, and, with menaces of present death, compelled him to deliver the standard. Then, as they roved about the camp, they met the deputies, who, having learnt the outrage, were hastening to Germanicus. Upon them they poured a deluge of contumelies, and were devoting them to present slaughter, Plancus chiefly, whom the dignity of his character had restrained from flight, nor in this mortal danger had he other refuge than the quarters of the 1st Legion, where, embracing the eagle and other ensigns, he sought sanctuary from the religious veneration ever paid them. But, in spite of religion, had not Calpurnius the eagle-bearer by force defeated the violent assault, in the Roman camp had been slain an ambassador of the Roman people, and with his blood the inviolable altars of the gods had been stained, a barbarity rare even in the camp of an enemy. At last, day returning, when the general and the soldiers and their actions could be distinguished, Germanicus entered the camp, and, commanding Plancus to be brought, seated him by himself upon the tribunal. He then inveighed against the late pernicious frenzy, which in it, he said, had fatality, and was rekindled by no despite in the soldiers, but by that of the angry gods. He explained the genuine purposes of that embassy, and lamented with affecting eloquence the outrage committed upon Plancus, altogether brutal and unprovoked, the foul violence done to the sacred person of an ambassador, and the mighty disgrace from thence derived upon the legion. Yet, as the assembly showed more stupefaction than calmness, he dismissed the deputies, under a guard of auxiliary horse. During this affright Germanicus was by all men censured, that he retired not to the higher army, whence he had been sure of ready obedience, and even of succour against the revolters. Already he had taken the wrong measures more than enough, by discharging some, rewarding all, and other tender counsels. If he despised his own safety, yet why expose his infant son, why his wife big with child, to the fury of outrageous traitors, wantonly violating all the most sacred rights amongst men? It became him, at least, to restore his wife and son safe to Tiberius and to the state. He was long unresolved. Besides, Agrippina was averse to leave him, and urged that she was the granddaughter of Augustus, and it was below her spirit to shrink in a time of danger. But, embracing her and their little son with great tenderness and many tears, he prevailed with her to depart. Thus there marched miserably along a band of helpless women. The wife of a great commander fled like a fugitive, and upon her bosom bore her infant son. About her a troop of other ladies, dragged from their husbands and drowned in tears, uttering their heavy lamentations. Nor weaker than theirs was the grief felt by all who remained. These groans and tears, and this spectacle of woe, the appearance is rather of a city stormed and sacked than of a Roman camp, That of Germanicus Caesar, victorious and flourishing, awakened attention and inquiry in the soldiers. Leaving their tent, they cried, "Whence these doleful wailings? What so lamentable? So many ladies of illustrious quality, travelling thus forlorn, not a centurion to attend them, not a soldier to guard them, their general's wife amongst them, undistinguished by any mark of her princely dignity, destitute of her ordinary train, frightened from the Roman legions, and repairing like an exile for shelter to Treves, there to commit herself to the faith of foreigners." Hence shame and commiseration seized them, and the remembrance of her illustrious family with that of her own virtues. The brave Agrippa, her father, the mighty Augustus, her grandfather, the amiable Drusus, her father-in-law, herself celebrated for a fruitful bed and of signal chastity. Add the consideration of her little son, born in the camp, nursed in the arms of the legions, and by themselves named Caligula, a military name from the boots which, of the same fashion with their own, in compliment to them and to win their affections, he frequently wore. But nothing so effectually subdued them as their own envy towards the inhabitants of Treves. Hence they all besought, all adjured that she would return to themselves, and with themselves remain. Thus some stopped Agrippina, but the main body returned with their entreaties to Germanicus, who, as he was yet in the transports of grief and anger, addressed himself on this wise to the surrounding crowd. "To me, neither is my wife or son dearer than my father and the commonwealth. But him, doubtless, his proper majesty will defend, and the other armies will defend the Roman state. As to my wife and children, whom for your glory I could freely sacrifice, I now remove them from your rage, that by my blood alone may be expiated whatever further mischief your fury meditates, and that the murder of the great-grandson of Augustus, the murder of the daughter-in-law of Tiberius, may not be added to mine, nor to the blackness of your past guilt. For, during these days of frenzy, what has been too horrid for you to commit? What so sacred that you have not violated? To this audience what name shall I give? Can I call you soldiers, you who have beset with arms the son of your emperor, confined him in your trenches, and held him in a siege? Roman citizens can I call you, you who have trampled upon the supreme authority of the Roman Senate? Laws religiously observed by common enemies you have profaned, violated the sacred privileges and persons of ambassadors, broken the laws of nations. The deified Julius Caesar quelled a sedition in his army by a single word, by calling all who refused to follow him townsmen. The deified Augustus, when after the battle of Actium the legions lapsed into mutiny, terrified them into submission by the dignity of his presence and an awful look. These, it is true, are mighty characters whom I dare not emulate, but, as I inherit their blood, should the armies in Syria and Spain contemn my authority, I should think their behaviour strange and base. Yet you are the 1st and the 20th legions, the former enrolled by Tiberius himself, the other his constant companions in so many battles, his partners in so many victories, and by him enriched with so many bounties. Is this the worthy return you make your emperor and late commander? And shall I be the author of such tidings to him, in the midst of congratulations and happy accounts from every province in the empire, that his own new levies, as well as his own veterans, who long fought under him, these, not appeased by their discharge, and neither of them satiated with the money given them, are both still combined in a furious mutiny, that here, and only here, the centurions are butchered, the tribunes driven away, the ambassadors imprisoned, that with blood the camp is stained, that the rivers flow with blood, and that for me, his son, I hold a precarious life amongst men thus raging and implacable. Why did you the other day, O unreasonable friend, snatch away my sword, when I would have plunged it into my breast? He who offered me his own sword acted better, and was more my friend. I would then have fallen happy, as my death would have hid from mine eyes so many horrible crimes since committed by my own army. You too would have chosen another general, who, though he would have left my death unpunished, yet would have sought vengeance for that of Varus and the 3 legions. For the gods are too just to permit that the Belgians, however generously they offer their service, shall reap the credit and renown of retrieving the glory of the Roman name, and of reducing, in behalf of Rome, the German nations her foes. I therefore here invoke thy spirit now with the gods, O deified Augustus, and thy image interwoven in the ensigns, and thy memory, O deceased father, to vindicate these legions from this foul infamy. They already feel the remorses of shame and a sense of honour. Let them turn the tide of their civil rage to the destruction of their common enemy. And for you, my fellow soldiers, in whom I now behold other countenances, and minds happily changed, if you mean to restore to the Senate its ambassadors, to your emperor your sworn obedience, to me, my wife and son, fly the company of incendiaries, separate the sober from the seditious. This will be a faithful sign of remorse, this a firm pledge of fidelity. These words softened them into supplicants. They confessed that all his reproaches were true. They besought him to punish the guilty and malicious, to pardon the weak and misled, and to lead them against the enemy, to recall his wife, to bring back his son, not to suffer the fosterling of the legions to be given in hostage to the Gauls. Against the recalling of Agrippina he alleged the advance of winter and her approaching delivery, but said that his son should return, and that to themselves he left to execute what remained further to be executed. Instantly, with changed resentments, they ran, and seizing the most seditious, dragged them in bonds to Gaius Cetronius, commander of the 1st Legion, who judged and punished them in this manner. The legions, with their swords drawn, surrounded the tribunal. From thence the prisoner was by a tribune exposed to their view, and if they proclaimed him guilty, cast headlong down, and executed e'en by his fellow soldiers, who rejoiced in the execution, because by it they thought their own guilt to be expiated. Nor did Germanicus restrain them, since on themselves remained the cruelty and reproach of the slaughter committed, without any order of his. The veterans followed the same example of vengeance, and were soon after ordered into Rhaetia, in appearance to defend that province against the invading Suevians, in reality to remove them from a camp still horrible to their sight, as well as in the remedy and punishment as from the memory of their crime. Germanicus next passed a scrutiny upon the conduct and characters of the centurions. Before him they were cited singly, and each gave account of his name, his company, country, the length of his service, exploits in war, and military presence, if he had been distinguished with any. If the tribunes or his legion bore testimony of his diligence and integrity, he kept his post. Upon concurring complaint of his avarice or cruelty, he was degraded. Thus were the present commotions appeased, but others as great still subsisted, from the rage and obstinacy of the 5th and 21st legions. They were in winter quarters 60 miles off, in a place called the Old Camp, and had first begun the sedition. Nor was there any wickedness so horrid that they had not perpetrated, nay, at this time, neither terrified by the punishment, nor reclaimed by the reformation of their fellow soldiers, they persevered in their fury. Germanicus therefore determined to give them battle, if they persisted in their revolt, and prepared vessels, arms, and troops to be sent down the Rhine. Before the issue of the sedition in Illyricum was known at Rome, tidings of the uproar in the German legions arrived. Hence the city was filled with much terror, and hence against Tiberius many complaints, that, while with feigned consultations and delays he mocked the Senate and people, once the great bodies of the estate, but now bereft of power and armies, the soldiery were in open rebellion, one too mighty and stubborn to be quelled by 2 princes so young in years and authority. He ought at first to have gone himself, and awed them with the majesty of imperial power, as doubtless they would have returned to duty upon the sight of their emperor, a prince of consummate experience, the sovereign disposer of rewards and severity. Did Augustus, even under the pressures of old age and infirmities, take so many journeys into Germany? And should Tiberius, in the vigour of his life, when the same or greater occasions called him thither, sit lazily in the Senate to watch senators and cavil at words? He had fully provided for the domestic servitude of Rome. He ought next to cure the licentiousness of the soldiers, to restrain their turbulent spirits, and reconcile them to a life of peace. But all these reasonings and reproaches moved not Tiberius. He was determined not to depart from the capital, the centre of power and affairs, nor expose to chance or peril his person and empire. In truth, many and contrary difficulties pressed and perplexed him. The German army was the stronger, that of Pannonia nearer. The power of both the Gauls supported the former, the latter was at the gates of Italy. Now, to which should he repair first? And would not the last visited be enraged by being postponed? But, by sending one of his sons to each, the equal treatment of both was maintained, as also the majesty of the supreme power, which from distance ever derived more reverence. Besides, the young princes would be excused if to their father they referred such demands as were improper for them to grant, and if they disobeyed Germanicus and Drusus, his own authority remained to appease or punish them. But if once they had contemned the emperor himself, what other resource was behind? However, as if he had been upon the point of marching, he chose his attendants, provided his equipage, and prepared a fleet, but by various delays and pretences, sometimes that of winter, sometimes business, he deceived for a time even the wisest of men, much longer the common people, and the provinces for a great while. Germanicus had already drawn together his army, and was prepared to take vengeance on the seditious, but judging it proper to allow space for trial, whether they would follow the late example, and, consulting their own safety, do justice upon one another, he sent letters to Caecina that he himself approached with a powerful force, and, if they prevented him not, by executing the guilty, he would put all indifferently to the slaughter. These letters Caecina privately read to the principal officers, and such of the camp as the sedition had not tainted, besought them to redeem themselves from death, and all from infamy, urged that in peace alone reason was heard and merit distinguished, but in the rage of war the blind steel spared the innocent no more than the guilty. The officers, having tried those whom they believed for their purpose, and found the majority still to persevere in their duty, settled, in concurrence with the general, the time for falling with the sword upon the most notoriously guilty and turbulent. Upon a particular signal given, they rushed into their tents and butchered them, void as they were of all apprehension, nor did any but the centurions and executioners know whence the massacre began, or where it would end. This had a different face from all the civil slaughters that had ever happened. It was a slaughter not of enemies upon enemies, nor from different and opposite camps, nor in a day of battle, but of comrades upon comrades, in the same tents, where they ate together by day, where they slept together by night. From this state of intimacy they fly into mortal enmity. Friends launched their darts at friends, wounds, outcries, and blood were open to view, but the cause remained hid. Wild chance governed the rest, and several innocents were slain. For the criminals, when they found against whom all this fury was bent, had also betaken themselves to their arms. Neither did Caecina nor any of the tribunes intervene to stay the rage, so that the soldiers had full permission of vengeance, with a licentiousness and satiety of killing. Germanicus soon after entered the camp, now full of blood and carcasses, and lamenting with many tears that this was not a remedy but cruelty and desolation, commanded the bodies to be burnt. The minds of the rest, still tempestuous and bloody, were transported with sudden eagerness to attack the foe, as the best expiation of their tragical fury, nor otherwise, they thought, could the ghosts of their butchered brethren be appeased, than by receiving in their own profane breasts a chastisement of honourable wounds. Germanicus fell in with the ardour of the soldiers, and, laying a bridge upon the Rhine, marched over 12,000 legionary soldiers, 26 cohorts of the allies, and 8 regiments of horse, men all untainted in the late sedition. The Germans rejoiced, not far off, at this vacation of war, occasioned first by the death of Augustus, and afterwards by intestine tumults in the camp. But the Romans, by a hasty march, passed through the Cesian woods, and, levelling the barrier formerly begun by Tiberius, pitched their camp upon it. In the front and rear they were defended by a palisade, on each side by a barricade of the trunks of trees felled. From thence, beginning to traverse gloomy forests, they stopped to consult which of 2 ways they should choose, the short and frequented, or the longest and least known, and therefore unsuspected by the foe. The longest way was chosen, but in everything else dispatch was observed, for by the scouts intelligence was brought that the Germans did that night celebrate a festival, with great mirth and revelling. Hence Caecina was commanded to advance with the cohorts without their baggage, and to clear a passage through the forest. At a moderate distance followed the legions. The clearness of the night facilitated the march, and they arrived at the villages of the Marsians, which they presently invested with guards. The Germans were even yet under the effects of their debauch, scattered here and there, some in bed, some lying by their tables. No watch placed, no apprehension of an enemy. So utterly had their false security banished all order and care, and they were under no dread of war, without enjoying peace other than the deceitful and lethargic peace of drunkards. The legions were eager for revenge, and Germanicus, to extend their ravage, divided them into 4 battalions. The country was wasted by fire and sword 50 miles round. Nor sex nor age found mercy. Places sacred and profane had the equal lot of destruction, all razed to the ground, and with them the temple of Tanfana, of all others the most celebrated amongst these nations. Nor did all this execution cost the soldiers a wound, while they only slew men half asleep, disarmed, or dispersed. This slaughter roused the Bructurens, the Tubantes, and the Usipetes, and they beset the passes of the forest through which the enemy was to return, an event known to Germanicus, and he marched in order of battle. The auxiliary cohorts and part of the horse led the van, followed close by the 1st Legion. The baggage was in the middle, the 21st Legion closed the left wing, and the 5th the right, the 20th defended the rear, and after them marched the rest of the allies. But the enemy stirred not till the body of the army was entered into the wood. They began lightly to insult the front and wings, and at last, with their whole force, fell upon the rear. The light cohorts were already disordered by the close German bands, when Germanicus, riding up to the 20th Legion, and exalting his voice, "This was the season," he cried, "to obliterate the scandal of sedition. Hence they should fall resolutely on, and convert into sudden praise their late shame and offence." These words inflamed them. At one charge they broke the enemy, drove them out of the wood, and slaughtered them in the plain. In the meanwhile the front passed the forest and fortified the camp. The rest of the march was uninterrupted, and the soldiers, trusting to the merit of their late exploits, and forgetting at once past faults and terrors, were placed in winter quarters. The tidings of these exploits affected Tiberius with gladness and anguish. He rejoiced that the sedition was suppressed, but that Germanicus had, by discharging the veterans, by shortening the term of service to the rest, and by largesses to all, gained the heart of the army, as well as earned high glory in war, proved to the emperor matter of torture. To the Senate, however, he reported the detail of his feats, and upon his valour bestowed copious praises, but in words too pompous and ornamental to be thought dictated by his heart. It was with more brevity that he commended Drusus, and his address in quelling the sedition of Illyricum, but more cordially withal, and in language altogether sincere. And even to the Pannonian legions he extended all the concessions made by Germanicus to his own. End of section 17.
Section 18 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. The complete works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author. Edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1. The Annals, Book 1, Part 5. The Rise of Germanicus. The same year died Julia, for her lewdness, long since banished by her father Augustus into the isle of Pandateria, and afterwards to the city of Rhegium upon the straits of Sicily. Whilst Caius and Lucius, her sons by Agrippa, yet lived, she was given in marriage to Tiberius, and despised him, as a man beneath her. Nor any motive so cogent as this had Tiberius for his retirement to Rhodes. When he came to the empire, she was already under the pressures of infamy and exile, and since the death of Agrippa Posthumus, destitute of all hope and support. Yet such multiplied distresses softened not the emperor, who, by a long train of miseries and continued want, caused her finally to perish, as he supposed that in the distance of her banishment her tragical death would remain concealed. From the same root was derived his cruelty to Sempronius Gracchus, the descendant of a family eminently noble, himself of a lively wit and prevailing eloquence, but viciously applied. He, while Julia was yet Agrippa's wife, had debauched her. Neither with Agrippa ended their vicious league, but after she was given to Tiberius he still persisted her adulterer, and towards her husband inspired her with notable aversion and contumacy. The letters too by her written to her father, full of asperity against Tiberius, and labouring his ruin, were thought to have been composed by Gracchus. He was therefore banished to Cercina, an island in the African Sea, where, for 14 years, he suffered exile. The soldiers dispatched to the assassination found him upon a rising by the shore, to himself presaging nothing joyful from their arrival. Of them he only desired a short respite to send his last will in a letter to Aliaria his wife, and then extended his neck to the sword of the assassins, a constancy in death not unworthy the Sempronian name. In his life he had degenerated. Some authors have related that these soldiers were not sent directly from Rome, but by Lucius Asprenas, proconsul of Africa, by the policy and command of Tiberius, who in vain hoped to have cast upon Asprenas the imputation of the murder. There was likewise this year an admission of new rites, by the establishment of another college of priests, one sacred to the deity of Augustus, as formerly Titus Tacitus, to preserve the religious rites of the Sabines, had founded the fraternity of the Titian priests. To fill the society, 1 in 20 the most considerable Romans were drawn by lot, and to them were added Tiberius, Drusus, Claudius, and Germanicus. The games in honour of Augustus began then first to be embroiled by emulation among the players, and by the strife of parties in their behalf. Augustus had countenanced these players, and their art, in complaisance to Maecenas, who was mad in love with Bathyllus the comedian. Nor to such favourite amusements of the populace had he any aversion himself. He rather judged it an acceptable courtesy to mingle with the multitude in these their popular pleasures. Different was the temper of Tiberius, different his politics. To severer manners, however, he durst not yet reduce the people, so many years indulged in licentious gaieties. In the consulship of Drusus Caesar and Caius Norbanus, a triumph was decreed to Germanicus, while the war still subsisted. He was preparing with all diligence to prosecute it the following summer, but began much sooner by a sudden eruption early in the spring into the territories of the Catians, an anticipation of the campaign, which proceeded from the hopes given him of the dissension amongst the enemy, caused by the opposite parties of Arminius and Segestes, 2 men signally known to the Romans upon different accounts, the last for his firm faith, the first for faith violated. Arminius was the incendiary of Germany, but by Segestes had been given repeated warnings of an intended revolt, particularly during the festival immediately preceding the insurrection. He had even advised Varus to secure him and Arminius and all the other chiefs, for that the multitude, thus bereft of their leaders, would dare to attempt nothing, and Varus have time to distinguish crimes, and such as committed none. But by his own fate and the sudden violence of Arminius, Varus fell. Segestes, though by the weight and unanimity of his nation, he was forced into the war, yet remained at a constant variance with Arminius. A domestic quarrel, too, heightened their hate, as Arminius had carried away the daughter of Segestes, already betrothed to another, and the same relations which amongst friends prove bonds of tenderness, were fresh stimulations of wrath to an obnoxious son and an offended father. Upon these encouragements, Germanicus committed to the command of Caecina 4 legions, 5,000 auxiliaries, and some bands of Germans, dwellers on this side of the Rhine, drawn suddenly together. He led himself as many legions, with double the number of allies, and erecting a fort in Mount Taunus, upon the old foundations of one raised by his father, rushed full march against the Cadians, having behind him left Lucius Apronius, to secure the ways from the fury of inundations. For as the roads were then dry, and the rivers low, events in that climate exceedingly rare, he had without check expedited his march, but against his return apprehended the violence of rains and floods. Upon the Cadians he fell with such surprise, that all the weak, through sex or age, were instantly taken or slaughtered. Their youth, by swimming over the Adrana, escaped, and attempted to force the Romans from building a bridge to follow them, but by dint of arrows and engines were repulsed. Then, having in vain tried to gain terms of peace, some submitted to Germanicus, the rest abandoned their villages and dwellings, and dispersed themselves in the woods. Matium, the capital of the nation he burnt, ravaged all the open country, and bent his march to the Rhine. Nor durst the enemy harass his rear, an unusual practice of theirs, when sometimes they fly more through craft than affright. The Cheruscans, indeed, were addicted to assist the Cadians, but terrified from attempting it by Caecina, who moved about with his forces from place to place, and by routing the Marsians, who had dared to engage him, restrained all their efforts. Soon after arrived deputies from Segestus, praying relief against the combination and violence of his countrymen, by whom he was held besieged, as more powerful amongst them than his was the credit of Arminius, since it was he who had advised the war. This is the genius of barbarians, to judge that men are to be trusted in proportion as they are fierce, and in public commotions ever to prefer the most resolute. To the other deputies Segestus had added Segimundus his son, but the young man faltered a while, as his own heart accused him, for that, the year when Germany revolted, he who had been by the Romans created priest of the altar of the Ubians, rent the sacerdotal tiara, and fled to the revolters. Yet, encouraged by the Roman clemency, he undertook the execution of his father's orders, was himself graciously received, and then conducted with a guard to the frontiers of Gaul. Germanicus led back his army to the relief of Segestus, and was rewarded with success. He fought the besiegers, and rescued him with a great train of his relations and followers. Amongst them, too, were ladies of illustrious rank, particularly the wife of Arminius, she who was the daughter of Segestus, a lady more of the spirit of her husband than that of her father, a spirit so unsubdued that from her eyes captivity forced not a tear, nor from her lips a breath in the style of a supplicant. Not a motion of her hands nor a look escaped her, but fast across her breast she held her arms, and upon her heavy womb her eyes were immovably fixed. There were likewise carried Roman spoils, taken at the slaughter of Varus and his army, and then divided as prey amongst many of those who were now prisoners. At the same time appeared Segestus, of superior stature, and from a confidence in his good understanding with the Romans, undaunted. In this manner he spoke: "This is not the first day that to the Roman people I have approved my faith and adherence. From the moment I was, by the deified Augustus, presented with the freedom of the city, I have continued by your interest to choose my friends, by your interest to denominate my enemies, from no hate of mine to my native country, for odious are traitors even to the party which they embrace, but because the same measures were equally conducing to the benefit of the Romans and of the Germans, and I was for peace rather than war. For this reason I applied to Varus, the then general, with an accusation against Arminius, who from me had my ravished daughter, and with you violated the faith of leagues. But growing impatient with the slowness and inactivity of Varus, and well apprized how little security was to be hoped from the laws, I pressed him to seize myself and Arminius and his accomplices. Witness that fatal night, to me I wish it had been the last. More to be lamented than defended are the sad events which followed. I moreover cast Arminius into irons, and was myself cast into irons by his faction, and as soon as to you, Caesar, I could apply, you see I prefer old engagements to present violence, tranquillity to combustions, with no view of my own to interest or reward, but to banish from me the imputation of perfidiousness. For the German nation too I would thus become a mediator, if peradventure they will choose rather to repent than be destroyed. For my son, I entreat you, have mercy upon his youth, pardon his error. That my daughter is your prisoner by force I own. In your own breast it wholly lies, under which character you will treat her, whether as one who was conceived by Arminius, or as one by me begotten. The answer of Germanicus was gracious. He promised indemnity to his children and kindred, and to himself a safe retreat in one of the old provinces, then returned with his army, and by the direction of Tiberius received the title of Imperator. The wife of Arminius brought forth a male child, and the boy was brought up at Ravenna. His unhappy conflicts afterwards with the contumelious insults of fortune will be remembered in their place. The desertion of Segestus being divulged, with his gracious reception from Germanicus, affected his countrymen variously, with hope or anguish, as they were prone or averse to the war. Naturally violent was the spirit of Arminius, and now, by the captivity of his wife, and by the fate of his child doomed to bondage, though yet unborn, enraged, even to distraction. He flew about amongst the Cheruscans, calling them to arm against Segestus, to arm against Germanicus. Invectives followed his fury. "A blessed father this Segestus," he cried, "a mighty general this Germanicus, invincible warriors these Romans, so many troops have made prisoner of a woman. It is not thus that I conquer. Before me 3 legions fell, and 3 lieutenant generals. Open and honourable is my method of war, nor waged with big-bellied women, but against men at arms, and treason is none of my weapons. Still to be seen are the Roman standards in the German groves, there by me hung up, and devoted to our country gods. Let Segestus live a slave in a conquered province, let him recover to his son a foreign priesthood. With the German nations he can never obliterate his reproach, that through him they have seen, between the Elbe and the Rhine, rods and axes, and the Roman toga. To other nations, who know not the Roman domination, executions and tributes are also unknown, evils which we too have cast off, in spite of that Augustus now dead, and enrolled with the deities, in spite too of Tiberius his chosen successor. Let us not, after this, dread a mutinous army, and a boy without experience, their commander. But if you love your country, your kindred, your ancient liberty and laws, better than tyrants and new colonies, let Arminius rather lead you to liberty and glory, than the wicked Segestus to the infamy of bondage." By these stimulations, not the Cheruscans only were roused, but all the neighbouring nations, and into the confederacy was drawn Inguiomerus, paternal uncle to Arminius, a man long since in high credit with the Romans. Hence a new source of fear to Germanicus, who, to avoid the shock of their whole forces, and to divert the enemy, sent Caecina, with 40 Roman cohorts, to the river Amesia, through the territories of the Bructerians. Peta, the prefect, led the cavalry by the confines of the Frisians. He himself embarked 4 legions on the lake, and upon the bank of the said river the whole body met, foot, horse, and the fleet. The Chaucians, upon offering their assistance, were taken into the service, but the Bructerians, setting fire to their effects and dwellings, were routed by Stratinius, by Germanicus dispatched against them with a band lightly armed. As this party were engaged between slaughter and plunder, he found the eagle of the 19th Legion lost in the overthrow of Varus. The army marched next to the furthest borders of the Bructerians, and the whole country between the rivers Amesia and Lupia was laid waste. Not far hence lay the forest of Teutoburgium, and in it the bones of Varus and the legions, by report still unburied. Hence Germanicus became inspired with a tender passion to play the last offices to the legions and their leader. The like tenderness also affected the whole army. They were moved with compassion, some for the fate of their friends, others for that of their relations, here tragically slain. They were struck with the doleful casualties of war, and the sad lot of humanity. Caecina was sent before, to examine the gloomy recesses of the forest, to lay bridges over the pools, and upon the deceitful marshes causeways. The army entered the doleful solitude, hideous to sight, hideous to memory. First they saw the camp of Varus, wide in circumference, and the 3 distinct spaces allotted to the different eagles showed the number of the legions. Further they beheld the ruinous entrenchment, and the ditch nigh choked up. In it the remains of the army were supposed to have made their last effort, and in it to have found their graves. In the open fields lay their bones, all bleached and bare, some separate, some on heaps, just as they had happened to fall, flying for their lives or resisting unto death. Here were scattered the limbs of horses, there pieces of broken javelins, and the trunks of trees bore the skulls of men. In the adjacent groves were the savage altars, where the barbarians had made a horrible immolation of the tribunes and principal centurions. Those who survived the slaughter, having escaped from captivity and the sword, related the sad particulars to the rest. Here the commanders of the legions were slain, there we lost the eagles, here Varus had his first wound, there he gave himself another, and perished by his own unhappy hand. In that place too stood the tribunal whence Arminius harangued. In this quarter, for the execution of his captives, he erected so many gibbets, in that such a number of funeral trenches were digged, and with these circumstances of pride and despite he insulted the ensigns and eagles. Thus the Roman army buried the bones of the 3 legions, 6 years after the slaughter, nor could any one distinguish whether he gathered the particular remains of a stranger or those of a kinsman. But all considered the whole as their friends, the whole as their relations, with heightened resentments against the foe, at once sad and revengeful. In this pious office, so acceptable to the dead, Germanicus was a partner in the woe of the living, and upon the common tomb laid the first sod, a proceeding not liked by Tiberius, whether it were that upon every action of Germanicus he put a perverse meaning, or believed that the affecting spectacle of the unburied slain would sink the spirit of the army and heighten their terror of the enemy, as also that a general vested as augur with the intendancy of religious rites became defiled by assisting at the solemnities of the dead. Arminius, retiring into desert and pathless places, was pursued by Germanicus, who, as soon as he reached him, commanded the horse to advance, and dislodge the enemy from the post they had possessed. Arminius, having directed his men to keep close together and draw near to the woods, wheeled suddenly about, and to those whom he had hid in the forest gave the signal to rush out. The Roman horse, now engaged by a new army, became disordered, and to their relief some cohorts were sent, but likewise broken by the press of those that fled, and great was the consternation so many ways increased. The enemy, too, were already pushing them into the morass, a place well known to the pursuers. As to the unapprised Romans it had proved pernicious, had not Germanicus drawn out the legions in order of battle. Hence the enemy became terrified, our men reassured, and both retired with equal loss and advantage. Germanicus presently, after returning with the army to the river Amesia, reconducted the legions, as he had brought them, in the fleet. Part of the horse were ordered to march along the seashore to the Rhine. Caecina, who led his own men, was warned that though he was to return through known roads, yet he should with all speed pass the causeway, called the Long Bridges. It is a narrow tract between vast marshes, and formerly raised by Lucius Domitius. The marshes themselves are of an uncertain soil, here full of mud, there of heavy sticking clay, or traversed with various currents. Round about are woods which rise gently from the plain, and were already filled with soldiers by Arminius, who, by shorter ways and a running march, had arrived there before our men, who were loaded with arms and baggage. Caecina, who was perplexed how at once to repair the causeway decayed by time, and to repulse the foe, resolved at last to encamp in the place, that whilst some were employed in the work, others might maintain the fight. The barbarians strove violently to break our station, and to fall upon the entrenchers, harassed our men, assaulted the works, changed their attacks, and pushed everywhere. With the shouts of the assailants, the cries of the workmen were confusedly mixed, and all things equally combined to distress the Romans, the place deep with ooze sinking under those who stood, slippery to such as advanced, their armour heavy, the waters deep, nor in them could they launch their javelins. The Cheruscans, on the contrary, were inured to encounters in the bogs, their persons tall, their spears long, such as could wound at a distance. At last the legions, already yielding, were by night redeemed from an unequal combat, but night interrupted not the activity of the Germans, become by success indefatigable. Without refreshing themselves with sleep, they diverted all the courses of the springs which rise in the neighbouring mountains, and turned them into the plains. Thus the Roman camp was flooded, the work, as far as they had carried it, overturned, and the labour of the poor soldiers renewed and doubled. To Caecina this year proved the 40th of his sustaining as officer or soldier the functions of arms, a man in all the vicissitudes of war, prosperous or disastrous, well experienced, and thence undaunted. Weighing therefore with himself all probable events and expedients, he could devise no other than that of restraining the enemy to the woods, till he had sent forward the wounded men and baggage, for from the mountains to the marshes there stretched a plain, fit only to hold a little army. To this purpose the legions were thus appointed. The 5th had the right wing, and the 21st the left. The 1st led the van, the 20th defended the rear. A restless night it was to both armies, but in different ways. The barbarians feasted and caroused, and with songs of triumph, or with horrid and threatening cries, filled all the plain and echoing woods. Amongst the Romans were feeble fires, sad silence, or broken words. They leaned drooping here and there against the pales, or wandered disconsolately about the tents, like men without sleep, but not quite awake. A frightful dream, too, terrified the general. He thought he heard and saw Quintilius Varus rising out of the marsh, all besmeared with blood, stretching forth his hand and calling upon him, but that he rejected the call, and pushed him away. At break of day the legions posted on the wings, through contumacy or affright, deserted their stations, and took sudden possession of a field beyond the bogs. Neither did Arminius fall straight upon them, however open they lay to his assault, but, when he perceived the baggage set fast in mire and ditches, the soldiers about it disorderly and embarrassed, the ranks and ensigns in confusion, and, as usual in a time of distress, every one in haste to save himself, but slow to obey his officer, he then commanded his Germans to break in. "Behold," he vehemently cried, "behold again Varus and his legions, subdued by the same fate!" Thus he cried, and at the same time, with a select body, broke quite through our forces, and chiefly against the horse directed his havoc, so that the ground becoming slippery by their blood and the slime of the marsh, their feet flew from them, and they cast their riders. Then galloping and stumbling amongst the ranks, they overthrew all they met, and trod to death all they overthrew. The greatest difficulty was to maintain the eagles. A storm of darts made it impossible to advance them, and the rotten ground impossible to fix them. Caecina, while he sustained the fight, had his horse shot, and having fallen, was nigh taken, but the first legion saved him. Our relief came from the greediness of the enemy, who ceased slaying to seize the spoil. Hence the legions had respite to struggle into the fair field and firm ground. Nor was here an end to their miseries. A palisade was to be raised, an entrenchment digged, their instruments, too, for throwing up and carrying earth, and their tools for cutting turf, were almost all lost, no tents for the soldiers, no remedies for the wounded, and their food all defiled with mire or blood. As they shared it in sadness amongst them, they lamented that mournful night, they lamented the approaching day, to so many thousand men the last. It happened that a horse, which had broke his collar, as he strayed about, became frightened with noise, and ran over some that were in his way. This raised such a consternation in the camp, from a persuasion that the Germans in a body had forced an entrance, that all rushed to the gates, especially to the postern, as the furthest from the foe, and safer for flight. Caecina, having found the vanity of their dread, but unable to stop them, either by his authority or by his prayers, or indeed by force, flung himself, at last, across the gate. This prevailed, and their awe and tenderness of their general restrained them from running over his body, and the tribunes and centurions satisfied them the while that it was a false alarm. Then, calling them together, and desiring them to hear him with silence, he minded them of their difficulties, and how to conquer them. That for their lives they must be indebted to their arms, but force was to be tempered with art. They must therefore keep close within their camp till the enemy, in hopes of taking it by storm, advanced. Then make a sudden sally on every side, and by this push they should break through the enemy and reach the Rhine. But if they fled, more forests remained to be traversed, deeper marshes to be passed, and the cruelty of a pursuing foe to be sustained. He laid before them the motives and fruits of victory, public rewards and glory, with every tender domestic consideration, as well as those of military exploits and praise. Of their dangers and sufferings he said nothing. He next distributed horses, first his own, then those of the tribunes and leaders of the legion, to the bravest soldiers impartially, that thus mounted they might begin the charge, followed by the foot. Amongst the Germans there was not less agitation, from hopes of victory, greediness of spoil, and the opposite counsels of their leaders. Arminius proposed to let the Romans march off, and to beset them in their march, when engaged in bogs and fastnesses. The advice of Inguiomerus was fiercer, and thence more applauded by the barbarians. He declared for forcing the camp, for that the victory would be quick, there would be more captives and entire plunder. As soon, therefore, as it was light, they rushed out upon the camp, cast hurdles into the ditch, attacked and grappled the palisade. Upon it few soldiers appeared, and these seemed frozen with fear, but as the enemy in swarms were climbing the ramparts, the signal was given to the cohorts. The cornets and trumpets sounded, and instantly, with shouts and impetuosity, they issued out, and begirt the assailants. Here are no thickets, they scornfully cried, no bogs, but an equal field and impartial gods. The enemy, who imagined few Romans remaining, fewer arms, and an easy conquest, were struck with the sounding trumpets, with the glittering armour, and every object of terror appeared double to them who expected none. They fell like men who, as they are void of moderation in prosperity, are also destitute of conduct in distress. Arminius forsook the fight unhurt, Inguiomerus grievously wounded. Their men were slaughtered as long as day and rage lasted. In the evening the legions returned, in the same want of provisions, and with more wounds, but in victory they found all things, health, vigour, and abundance. In the meantime a report had flown that the Roman forces were routed, and an army of Germans upon full march to invade Gaul, so that under the terror of this news there were those whose cowardice would have emboldened them to have demolished the bridge upon the Rhine, had not Agrippina restrained them from that infamous attempt. In truth, such was the undaunted spirit of the woman, that at this time she performed all the duties of a general, relieved the necessitous soldiers, upon the wounded bestowed medicines, and upon others clothes. Caius Plinius, the writer of the German wars, relates that she stood at the end of the bridge as the legions returned, and accosted them with thanks and praises, a behaviour which sunk deep into the spirit of Tiberius, for that all this officiousness of hers, he thought, could not be upright, nor that it was against foreigners only she engaged the army. To the direction of the generals nothing was now left, when a woman reviewed the companies, attended the eagles, and to the men distributed largesses, as if before she had shown but small tokens of ambitious designs in carrying her child, the son of the general, in a soldier's coat about the camp, with the title of Caesar Caligula. Already in greater credit with the army was Agrippina than the leaders of the legions, in greater than their generals, and a woman had suppressed sedition, which the authority of the emperor was not able to restrain. These jealousies were inflamed, and more were added by Sejanus, one who was well skilled in the temper of Tiberius, and purposely furnished him with sources of hatred to lie hid in his heart, and be discharged with increase hereafter. Germanicus, in order to lighten the ships in which he had embarked his men, and fit their burden to the ebbs and shallows, delivered the 2nd and 14th legions to Publius Vitellius to lead them by land. Vitellius at first had an easy march on dry ground, or ground moderately overflowed by the tide, when suddenly the fury of the north wind swelling the ocean, a constant effect of the equinox, the legions were surrounded and tossed with the tide, and the land was all on flood. The sea, the shore, the fields, had the same tempestuous face, no distinction of depths from the shallows, none of firm from deceitful footing. They were overturned by the billows, swallowed down by the eddies, and horses, baggage, and drowned men encountered each other and floated together. The several companies were mixed at random by the waves. They waded now breast high, now up to their chin, and as the ground failed them they fell, some never more to rise. Their cries and mutual encouragements availed them nothing against the prevailing and inexorable waves. No difference between the coward and the brave, the wise and the foolish. None between circumspection and chance, but all were equally involved in the invincible violence of the flood. Vitellius at length, struggling into an eminence, drew the legions thither, where they passed the cold night without fire, and destitute of every convenience, most of them naked or lamed, not less miserable than men enclosed by an enemy, for even to such remained the consolation of an honourable death. But here was destruction, every way void of glory. The land returned with the day, and they marched to the river Vidrus, whither Germanicus had gone with the fleet. There the 2 legions were again embarked, when fame had given them for drowned, nor was their escape believed till Germanicus and the army were seen to return. Stertinius, who in the meanwhile had been sent before to receive Segimerus, the brother of Segestes, a prince willing to surrender himself, brought him and his son to the city of the Ubians. Both were pardoned, the father freely, the son with more difficulty, because he was said to have insulted the corpse of Verus. For the rest, Spain, Italy, and both the Gauls strove with emulation to supply the losses of the army, and offered arms, horses, money, according as each abounded. Germanicus applauded their zeal, but accepted only the horses and arms, for the service of war. With his own money he relieved the necessities of the soldiers, and to soften also by his kindness the memory of the late havoc, he visited the wounded, extolled the exploits of particulars, viewed their wounds, with hopes encouraged some, with a sense of glory animated others, and by affability and tenderness confirmed them all in devotion to himself and to his fortune in war. The ornaments of triumph were this year decreed to Aulus Caecina, Lucius Apronius, and Caius Silius, for their services under Germanicus. The title of Father of his Country, so often offered by the people to Tiberius, was rejected by him, nor would he permit swearing upon his acts, though the same was voted by the Senate. Against it he urged the instability of all mortal things, and that the higher he was raised the more slippery he stood. But for all this ostentation of a popular spirit, he acquired not the reputation of possessing it, for he had revived the law concerning violated majesty, a law which in the days of our ancestors had indeed the same name, but implied different arraignments and crimes, namely those against the state, as when an army was betrayed abroad, when seditions were raised at home. In short, when the public was faithlessly administered, and the majesty of the Roman people were debased. These were actions, and actions were punished, but words were free. Augustus was the first who brought libels under the penalties of this wrested law, incensed as he was by the insolence of Cassius Severus, who had in his writings wantonly defamed men and ladies of illustrious quality. Tiberius, too, afterwards, when Pompeius Macer, the praetor, consulted him whether process should be granted upon this law, answered that the laws must be executed. He also was exasperated by satirical verses written by unknown authors and dispersed, exposing his cruelty, his pride, and his mind unnaturally alienated from his mother. It will be worth while to relate here the pretended crimes charged upon Philanius and Rubrius, 2 Roman knights of small fortunes, that hence may be seen from what beginnings, and by how much dark art of Tiberius, this grievous mischief crept in, how it was again restrained, how at last it blazed out and consumed all things. To Philanius was objected by his accusers that, amongst the adorers of Augustus, who went in fraternities from house to house, he had admitted one Cassius, a mimic and prostitute, and having sold his gardens, had likewise with them sold the statue of Augustus. The crime imputed to Rubrius was that he had sworn falsely by the divinity of Augustus. When these accusations were known to Tiberius, he wrote to the consuls, that heaven was not therefore decreed to his father, that the worship of him might be a snare to the citizens of Rome, that Cassius the player was wont to assist with others of his profession at the interludes consecrated by his mother to the memory of Augustus, neither did it affect religion, that his effigies, like other images of the gods, was comprehended in the sale of houses and gardens. As to the false swearing by his name, it was to be deemed the same as if Rubrius had profaned the name of Jupiter, but to the gods belonged the avenging of injuries done to the gods. Not long after, Granius Marcellus, praetor of Bithynia, was charged with high treason by his own quaestor Scipio Crispinus. Romanus Hispo, the pleader, supported the charge. This Scipio began a course of life which, through the miseries of the times and the bold wickedness of men, became afterwards famous. At first, needy and obscure, but of busy spirit, he made court to the cruelty of the prince by occult informations, and presently, as an open accuser, grew terrible to every distinguished Roman. This procured him credit with one, hatred from all, and made a precedent to be followed by others, who from poverty became rich, from being condemned dreadful, and in the destruction which they brought upon others found at last their own. He accused Marcellus of malignant words concerning Tiberius, an inevitable crime, when the accuser, collecting all the most detestable parts of the prince's character, alleged them as the expressions of the accused, for, because they were true, they were believed to have been spoken. To this Hispo added that the statue of Marcellus was by him placed higher than those of the Caesars, and that having cut off the head of Augustus, he had in the room of it set the head of Tiberius. This enraged him so, that, breaking silence, he cried, he would himself in this cause give his vote explicitly, and under the tie of an oath. By this he meant to force the assent of the rest of the Senate. There remained, even then, some faint traces of expiring liberty. Hence Cneius Piso asked him, "In what place, Caesar, will you choose to give your opinion? If first, I shall have your example to follow; if last, I fear I may ignorantly dissent from you." The words pierced him, but he bore them, the rather as he was ashamed of his unwary transport, and he suffered the accused to be acquitted of the high treason. To try him for the public money was referred to the proper judges. Nor sufficed it Tiberius to assist in the deliberations of the Senate only, he likewise sat in the seats of justice, but always on one side, because he would not dispossess the praetor of his chair, and by his presence there many ordinances were established against the intrigues and solicitations of the grandees. But while private justice was thus promoted, public liberty was likewise overthrown. About this time Pius Aurelius, the senator, whose house, yielding to the pressure of the public road and aqueducts, had fallen, complained to the Senate, and prayed relief. A suit opposed by the praetors who managed the treasury, but he was relieved by Tiberius, who ordered him the price of his house, for he was fond of being liberal upon honest occasions, a virtue which he long retained, even after he had utterly abandoned all other virtues. Upon Propertius Celer, once praetor, but now desiring leave to resign the dignity of senator, as a burden to his poverty, he bestowed 1,000 great sesterces upon ample information that Celer's necessities were derived from his father. Others, who attempted the same thing, he ordered to lay their condition before the Senate, and from an affectation of severity was thus austere, even where he acted with uprightness. Hence the rest preferred poverty and silence to begging and relief. The same year the Tiber, being swelled with continual rains, overflowed the level parts of the city, and the common destruction of men and houses followed the returning flood. Hence Asinius Gallus moved that the Sibylline books might be consulted. Tiberius opposed it, equally smothering all inquiries whatsoever, whether into matters human or divine. To Aetius Capito, however, and Lucius Aruntius was committed the care of restraining the river within its banks. The provinces of Achaia and Macedon, praying relief from their public burdens, were for the present discharged of their proconsular government, and subjected to the emperor's lieutenants. In the entertainment of gladiators at Rome, Drusus presided. It was exhibited in the name of Germanicus and his own, and at it he manifested too much lust of blood, even of the blood of slaves, a quality terrible to the populace, and hence his father was said to have reproved him. His own absence from these shows was variously construed, by some ascribed to his impatience of a crowd, by others to his reserved and solitary genius, and his fear of an unequal comparison with Augustus, who was wont to be a cheerful spectator there. But that he thus purposely furnished matter for exposing the cruelty of his son there, and for raising him popular hate, is what I would not believe, though this too was asserted. The dissensions of the theatre, begun last year, broke out now more violently, with the slaughter of several, not of the people only, but of the soldiers, with that of a centurion, nay, a tribune of the praetorian cohort was wounded, whilst they were securing the magistrates from insults, and quelling the licentiousness of the rabble. This riot was canvassed in the Senate, and votes were passed for empowering the praetors to whip the players. Haterius Agrippa, tribune of the people, opposed it, and was sharply reprimanded by a speech of Asinius Gallus. Tiberius was silent, and to the Senate allowed these empty apparitions of liberty. The opposition, however, prevailed, in reverence to the authority of Augustus, who, upon a certain occasion, had given his judgment that players were exempt from stripes. Nor would Tiberius assume to violate any words of his. To limit the wages of players, and restrain the licentiousness of their partisans, many decrees were made. The most remarkable were, that no senators should enter the house of a pantomime, no Roman knight attend them abroad, they should show nowhere but in the theatre, and the praetors should have power to punish with exile any insolence in the spectators. The Spaniards were, upon their petition, permitted to build a temple to Augustus in the colony of Tarragon, an example for all the provinces to follow. In answer to the people, who prayed to be relieved from the centesima, a tax of 1 in the 100, established at the end of the civil wars, upon all vendible commodities, Tiberius by an edict declared that upon this tax depended the fund for maintaining the army, nor even thus was the commonwealth equal to the expense, if the veterans were dismissed before their 20th year. So that the concessions made them during the late sedition to discharge them finally at the end of 16 years, as they were made through necessity, were for the future abolished. It was next proposed to the Senate by Aruntius and Aetius whether, in order to restrain the overflowing of the Tiber, the channels of several rivers and lakes by which it was swelled must not be diverted. Upon this question the deputies of several cities and colonies were heard. The Florentines besought that the bed of the Clanis might not be turned into their river Arnus, for that the same would prove their utter ruin. The like plea was urged by the Interamnates, since the most fruitful plains in Italy would be lost if, according to the project, the Nar, branched out into rivulets, overflowed them. Nor were the Rhaetinians less earnest against stopping the outlets of the Lake Valinus into the Nar. Otherwise, they said, it would break over its banks, and stagnate all the adjacent country. The direction of nature was best in all natural things. It was she that had appointed to rivers their courses and discharges, and set their limits as well as their sources. Regard, too, was to be paid to the religion of our Latin allies, who, esteeming the rivers of their country sacred, had to them dedicated priests and altars and groves. Nay, the Tiber himself, when bereft of his auxiliary streams, would flow with diminished grandeur. Now, whether it were that the prayers of the colonies, or the difficulty of the work, or the influence of superstition prevailed, it is certain the opinion of Piso was followed, that nothing should be altered. To Poppaeus Sabinus was continued his province of Moesia, and to it was added that of Achaia and Macedon. This too was part of the politics of Tiberius, to prolong governments, and maintain the same men in the same armies, or civil employments for the most part, to the end of their lives, with what view is not agreed. Some think that from an impatience of returning cares he was for making, whatever he once liked, perpetual. Others, that from the malignity of his invidious nature he regretted the preferring of many. There are some who believe that as he had a crafty penetrating spirit, so he had an understanding ever irresolute and perplexed. So much is certain, that he never courted any eminent virtue, yet hated vice. From the best men he dreaded danger to himself, and disgrace to the public from the worst. This hesitation mastered him so much at last, that he committed foreign governments to some whom he meant never to suffer to leave Rome. Concerning the management of consular elections, either then or afterwards under Tiberius, I can affirm scarce anything. Such is the variance about it, not only amongst historians, but even in his own species. Sometimes, not naming the candidates, he described them by their family, by their life and manners, and by the number of their campaigns, so as it might be apparent whom he meant. Again, avoiding even to describe them, he exhorted the candidates not to disturb the election by their intrigues, and promised himself to take care of their interests. But chiefly he used to declare that to him none had signified their pretensions, but such whose names he had delivered to the consuls. Others too were at liberty to offer the like pretensions, if they trusted to the favour of the senate or their own merits. Specious words, but entirely empty, or full of fraud. And by how much they were covered with the greater guise of liberty, by so much threatening a more hasty and devouring bondage. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Complete Works of Tacitus, edited by Thomas Gordon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Nicholas James Bridgewater. The Complete Works of Tacitus, to which are prefixed political discourses upon that author, edited and translated by Thomas Gordon, with introductory essays by Thomas Gordon. Volume 1, The Annals, Book 2, Part 1, Conflict in Armenia. During the consulship of Sisenna Statilius Taurus and Lucius Libo, the kingdoms and Roman provinces of the East were involved in war, begun by the Parthians, who, having sought and accepted a king from Rome, did afterwards, though he was of the race of the Arsacides, condemn him as a foreigner. This was Vonones, who had been given as a hostage to Augustus by Phraates. For Phraates, though he had defeated the Roman captains and armies, yet had courted Augustus with all the reverence of a dependent, and sent him, to bind their friendship, part of his offering, not so much through fear of the Romans, as distrusting the ill faith of the Parthians. After the death of Phraates and the succeeding kings, ambassadors from the chief men of Parthia arrived at Rome, to call home Vonones his eldest son, in order to end their intestine slaughters. Tiberius found his own grandeur and glory in this embassy, and dismissed him with great pomp and presents. The barbarians too received him with rapture and exultation, a spirit which commonly animates the people, when their governors are yet new and untried. But shame soon succeeded, shame for the degeneracy of the Parthians, to have thus sent to another world for a king, one debauched with the manners and maxims of their enemies. The imperial throne of the Arsacides, they said, was now deemed and given as a Roman province. Where was the glory of those brave Parthians who slew Crassus, of those who exterminated Mark Antony? If they were reduced so low as to receive from the Lord of Parthia, slave of Caesar's, inured so many years to foreign bondage, his own behaviour inflamed their disdain. He abandoned the customs of his ancestors, was seldom in the chase, took small delight in horses, travelled luxuriously through their towns in a litter, and despised the Parthians' feasts. They ridiculed his Greek attendants, and the mean care of sealing up his domestic movables with his signet. But his easiness of access, his flowing courtesy, virtues unknown to the Parthians, were to them so many new vices, and every part of his manners, the laudable and the bad, were subject to equal hatred, because foreign from their own. They therefore sent for Artabanus, of the blood of the Arsacides, bred amongst the Dahans. In the first engagement he was routed, but repaired his forces and gained the kingdom. The vanquished Venones found a retreat in Armenia, a vacant throne, and a people wavering between the neighbouring powers of Parthia and Rome. From us they were alienated by the fraud and iniquity of Mark Antony, who, having by shows and professions of friendship ensnared into his power Artavasdes, king of the Armenians, loaded him with chains, and at last put him to death. Artaxius his son, for his father's sake, hating us, defended himself and his kingdom by the protection and forces of the Arsacides. Artaxius being slain by a conspiracy of his kindred, Tigranes was by Augustus set over the Armenians, and by Tiberius Nero put in possession of the kingdom. But neither was the reign of Tigranes lasting, nor that of his children, however associated together according to the mode and politics of the East by the double ties of marriage and government. Artavasdes was next established by the appointment of Augustus, and then expelled, but at great expense of Roman blood. Caius Caesar was then chosen to settle Armenia. By him Ariobarzanes, by descent a Mede, was, for his graceful person and eminent endowments, placed over the Armenians, with their own consent. Ariobarzanes being killed by an accident, they would not bear the rule of his children, but tried the government of a woman, her name Erato, and quickly expulsed her. After this, unsettled and wavering, rather exempt from tyranny than possessed of liberty, they received the fugitive Venones for their king. But anon, when he saw himself threatened by Artabanus, small reliance on the Armenians, and no protection from the Romans without a war with the Parthians, he accepted the offer of Creticus Silanus, governor of Syria, who invited him thither. But when he came, set a guard upon him, leaving him still the name and luxury of royalty. What attempts Venones made to escape from this mock majesty we will relate in its place. The commotions in the East happened not ungratefully to Tiberius, since thence he had a colour for separating Germanicus from his old and faithful legions, for setting him over strange provinces, and exposing him at once to casual perils and the efforts of fraud. But he, the more ardent he found the affections of the soldiers, and the greater the hatred of his uncle, so much the more intent upon a decisive victory, weighed with himself all the methods of that war, with all the disasters and successes which had befallen him in it to this his third year. He remembered that the Germans were ever routed in a fair battle, and upon equal ground, that woods and bogs, short summers and early winters, were their chief resources, that his own men suffered not so much from their wounds as from tedious marches and the loss of their arms. The Gauls were weary of furnishing horses, long and cumbersome with his train of baggage, easily surprised and with difficulty defended. But if he entered the country by sea, the invasion would be easy, and the enemy unapprised. Besides, the war would be earlier begun, the legions and provisions would be carried together, and the cavalry brought with safety, through the mouths and channels of the rivers, into the heart of Germany. On that method therefore he fixed, whilst Publius Vitellius and Publius Cantius were sent to collect the tribute of the Gauls. Silius, Antaeus, and Caecina had the direction of building the fleet. 1,000 vessels were thought sufficient, and with dispatch finished. Some were short, sharp at both ends, and wide in the middle, the easier to endure the agitations of the waves. Some had flat bottoms, that without damage they might bear to run aground. Several had helms at each end, that by suddenly turning the oars only they might work either way. Many were arched over, for carrying the engines of war. They were fitted for holding horses and provisions, to fly with sails, to run with oars, and the spirit and alacrity of the soldiers heightened the show and terror of the fleet. They were to meet at the isle of Batavia, which was chosen for its easy landing, for its convenience to receive the forces, and thence to transport them to the war. For the Rhine, flowing in one continual channel, or only broken by small islands, is, at the extremity of Batavia, divided, as it were, into two rivers, one running still through Germany, and retaining the same name and violent current, till it mixes with the ocean; the other washing the Gallic shore, with a broader and more gentle stream, is by the inhabitants called by another name, the Wahal, which it soon after changes for that of the Meuse, by whose immense mouth it is discharged into the same ocean. While the fleet sailed, Germanicus commanded Silius his lieutenant with a flying band to invade the Catians, and he himself, upon hearing that the fort upon the river Lupia was besieged, led 6 legions thither. But the sudden rains prevented Silius from doing more than taking some small plunder, with the wife and daughter of Arpus, prince of the Catians, nor did the besiegers stay to fight Germanicus, but upon the report of his approach stole off and dispersed. As they had, however, thrown down the common tomb lately raised over the Varian legions, and the old altar erected by Drusus, he restored the altar, and performed in person with the legions the funeral ceremony of running courses to the honour of his father. To replace the tomb was not thought fit, but all the space between Forta Liso and the Rhine he fortified with a new barrier. The fleet was now arrived, the provisions were sent forward, ships were assigned to the legions and the allies, and he entered the canal cut by Drusus, and called by his name. Here he invoked his father, to be propitious to his son attempting the same enterprises, to inspire him with the same counsels, and animate him by his example. Hence he sailed successfully through the lakes and the ocean to the river Amisia. At the town of Amisia the fleet was left upon the left shore, and it was a fault that it sailed no higher, for he landed the army on the right shore, so that in making bridges many days were consumed. The horse and the legions passed over without danger, as it was yet ebb, but the returning tide disordered the rear, especially the Batavians, while they played with the waves, and showed their dexterity in swimming, and some were drowned. Whilst Germanicus was encamping, he was told of the revolt of the Angrivarians behind him, and thither he dispatched a body of horse and light foot, under Stertinius, who with fire and slaughter took vengeance on the perfidious revolters. Between the Romans and the Cheruscans flowed the river Visurgis, and on the banks of it stood Arminius, with the other chiefs. He inquired whether Germanicus was come, and being answered that he was there, he prayed leave to speak with his brother. This brother of his was in the army, his name Flavius, one remarkable for his lasting faith towards the Romans, and for the loss of an eye in the war under Tiberius. This request was granted. Flavius stepped forward, and was saluted by Arminius, who, having removed his own attendants, desired that our archers, ranged upon the opposite banks, might retire. When they were withdrawn, "How came you," says he to his brother, "by that deformity in your face?" The brother, having informed him where and in what fight, was next asked what reward he had received. Flavius answered, increase of pay, the chain, the crown, and other military gifts, all which Arminius treated with derision as the vile wages of servitude. Here began a warm contest. Flavius pleaded the grandeur of the Roman Empire, the power of the emperor, the Roman clemency to submitting nations, the heavy yoke of the vanquished, and that neither the wife nor son of Arminius was used like a captive. Arminius to all this opposed the natural rights of their country, their ancient liberty, the domestic gods of Germany. He urged the prayers of their common mother joined to his own, that he would not prefer the character of a deserter, that of a betrayer of his family, his countrymen and kindred, to the glory of being their commander. By degrees they fell into reproaches, nor would the interposition of the river have restrained them from blows, had not Stertinius hasted to lay hold on Flavius, full of rage, and calling for his arms and his horse. On the opposite side was seen Arminius, swelling with ferocity and threats, and denouncing battle. For, of what he said, much was said in Latin, since as the general of his countrymen he had served in the Roman armies. Next day the German army stood in battle beyond the Visurgis. Germanicus, who thought it became not a general to endanger the legions, till, for their passage and security, he had placed bridges and guards, made the horse ford over. They were led by Stertinius and by Aemilius, lieutenant colonel of a legion, and these two officers crossed the river in distant places to divide the foe. Cariovalda, captain of the Batavians, passed it where most rapid, and was by the Cheruscans, who feigned flight, drawn into a plain surrounded with woods, whence they rushed out upon him and assaulted him on every side, overthrew those who resisted, and pressed vehemently upon those who gave way. The distressed Batavians formed themselves into a ring, but were again broken, partly by a close assault, partly by distant showers of darts. Cariovalda, having long sustained the fury of the enemy, exhorted his men to draw up its platoons, and break through the prevailing host. He himself forced his way into their centre, and fell with his horse under a shower of darts, and many of the principal Batavians round him. The rest were saved by their own bravery, or rescued by the cavalry under Stertinius and Aemilius. Germanicus, having passed the Visurgis, learnt from a deserter that Arminius had marked out the place of battle, that more nations had also joined him, that they rendezvoused in a wood sacred to Hercules, and would attempt to storm our camp by night. The deserter was believed, the enemy's fires were discerned, and the scouts having advanced towards them, reported that they had heard the neighing of horses, and the hollow murmur of a mighty and tumultuous host. In this important conjuncture, upon the approach of a decisive battle, Germanicus thought it behoved him to learn the inclinations and spirit of the soldiers, and deliberated with himself how to be informed without fraud. For the reports of the tribunes and centurions used to be oftener pleasing than true. His freedmen still had slavish souls, incapable of free speech. Friends were apt to flatter. There was the same uncertainty in an assembly, where the counsel proposed by a few was wont to be echoed by all. The minds of the soldiery were then best known when they were least watched. When free and over their meals, they frankly disclosed their hopes and fears. In the beginning of night, he went out at the augural gate, with a single attendant, himself disguised with the skin of a wild beast hanging over his shoulders, and, choosing secret ways, he escaped the notice of the watch, entered the lanes of the camp, listened from tent to tent, and enjoyed the pleasing display of his own popularity and fame, as one was magnifying the imperial birth of his general, another his graceful person, all his patience, condescension, and the equality of his soul in every temper, pleasant or grave. They confessed the gratitude due to so much merit, and that in battle they ought to express it, and to sacrifice at the time to glory and revenge these perfidious Germans, who for ever violated stipulations and peace. In the meantime, one of the enemy, who understood Latin, rode up to the palisades, and with a loud voice offered in the name of Arminius to every deserter a wife and land, and, as long as the war lasted, 100 sesterces a day. This contumely kindled the wrath of the legions. "Let day come," they cried. "Let battle be given. The soldiers would seize and not accept the lands of the Germans. Take and not receive German wives." They, however, received the offer as an omen of victory, and considered the money and women as their destined prey. Near the third watch of the night, they approached and insulted the camp, but without striking a blow, when they found the ramparts covered thick with cohorts, and no advantage given. Germanicus had the same night a joyful dream. He thought he sacrificed, and in place of his own robe besmeared with the sacred blood, received one fairer from the hands of his grandmother Augusta, so that, elevated by the omen, and by equal encouragement from the auspices, he called an assembly, where he opened his deliberations concerning the approaching battle, with all the advantages contributing to victory, that to the Roman soldiers, not only plains and dales, but with due circumspection even woods and forests were commodious places for an engagement. The huge targets, the enormous spears of the barbarians, could never be wielded amongst thickets and trunks of trees. like Roman swords and javelins, and armour adjusted to the shape and size of their bodies, so that with these tractable arms they might thicken their blows, and strike with certainty at the naked faces of the enemy. Since the Germans were neither furnished with headpiece nor coat of mail, nor were their bucklers bound with leather or fortified with iron, but all bare basket work, or painted boards, and though their first ranks were armed with pikes, the rest had only stakes burnt at the end, or short and contemptible darts. For their persons, as they were terrible to sight and violent in the onset, so they were utterly impatient of wounds, unaffected with their own disgrace, unconcerned for the honour of their general, whom they ever deserted and fled, in distress cowards, in prosperity despisers of all divine, of all human laws. To conclude, if the army, after their fatigues at sea, and their tedious marches by land, longed for an utter end of their labour, by this battle they might gain it. The Elbe was now nearer than the Rhine, and if they would make him a conqueror in those countries where his father and his uncle had conquered, the war was concluded. The order of the soldiers followed the speech of the general, and the signal for the onset was given. Neither did Arminius or the other chiefs neglect to declare to their several bands that these Romans were the cowardly fugitives of the Varian army, who, because they could not endure to fight, had afterwards chosen to rebel, that some with backs deformed by wounds, some with limbs maimed by tempests, forsaken of hope and the gods against them, were once more presenting their lives to their vengeful foes. Hitherto a fleet and unfrequented seas had been the resources of their cowardice against an assaulting or pursuing enemy, but now that they were to engage hand to hand, vain would be their relief from wind and oars after a defeat. The Germans needed only remember their rapine, cruelty, and pride, and that to themselves nothing remained, but either to maintain their native liberty, or by death to prevent bondage. The enemy, thus inflamed, and calling for battle, were led into a plain called Idistavisus. It lies between the Visurgis and the hills, and winds unequally along, as it is straitened by the swellings of the mountains, or enlarged by the circuits of the river. Behind rose a forest of high trees, thick of branches above, but clear of bushes below. The army of barbarians kept the plain, and the entrances of the forest. Only the Cheruscans sat down upon the mountain, in order to pour down from thence upon the Romans as soon as they became engaged in the fight. Our army marched thus: the auxiliary Gauls and Germans in front, after them the foot archers, next 4 legions, then Germanicus with 2 praetorian cohorts, and the choice of the cavalry, then 4 legions more, and the light foot with archers on horseback, and the other troops of the allies, the men all careful to march in order of battle, and ready to engage as they marched. As the impatient bands of Cheruscans were now perceived descending fiercely from the hills, Germanicus commanded a body of the best horse to charge them in the flank, and Stertinius with the rest to wheel round to attack them in the rear, and promised to be ready to assist them in person. During this a joyful omen appeared. 8 eagles were seen to fly toward the wood, and to enter it, a presage of victory to the general. "Advance," he cried, "follow the Roman birds, follow the tutelar deities of the legions." Instantly the foot charged the enemy's front, and instantly the detached cavalry attacked their flank and rear. This double assault had a strange event. The 2 divisions of their army fled opposite ways. That in the woods ran to the plain, that in the plain rushed into the woods. The Cheruscans between both were driven from the hills, amongst them Arminius, remarkably brave, who with his hand, his voice, and distinguished wounds was still sustaining the fight. He had assaulted the archers, and would have broken through them, but the cohorts of the Rhetians, the Vindelicians, and the Gauls marched to their relief. However, by his own spirit and the vigour of his horse he escaped, his face besmeared with his own blood to avoid being known. Some have related that the Caucians, who were among the Roman auxiliaries, knew him and let him go. The same bravery or deceit procured Inguiomerus his escape. The rest were everywhere slain, and great numbers attempting to swim the Visurgis were destroyed in it, either pursued with darts, or swallowed by the current, or overwhelmed with the weight of the crowd, or buried under the falling banks. Some, seeking a base refuge on the tops of trees and concealment amongst the branches, were shot in sport by the archers, or squashed as the trees were felled. This was a mighty victory, and to us far from bloody. The slaughter of the foe from the 5th hour of the day till night filled the country for 10 miles with carcasses and arms. Amongst the spoils chains were found, which, sure of conquering, they had brought to bind the Roman captives. The soldiers proclaimed Tiberius Imperator upon the field of battle, and raising a mount placed upon it as trophies the German arms with the names of all the vanquished nations inscribed below. This sight filled the Germans with more anguish and rage than all their wounds, past afflictions, and slaughters. They who were just prepared to abandon their dwellings and flit beyond the Elbe, meditate war and grasp their arms. People, nobles, youth, aged from all quarters, rushed suddenly upon the Roman army in its march, and disorder it. They next chose their camp, a straight and moist plain, shut in between a river and a forest, the forest too surrounded with a deep marsh, except on one side, which was closed with a barrier raised by the Angevarians, between them and the Cheruscans. Here stood their foot, their horse were distributed and concealed amongst the neighbouring groves, thence by surprise to beset the legions in the rear as soon as they had entered the wood. Nothing of all this was a secret to Germanicus. He knew their counsels, their stations, what steps they pursued, what measures they concealed, and to the destruction of the enemy turned their own subtlety and devices. To Seius Tubero his lieutenant he committed the horse in the field. The infantry he so disposed that part might pass the level approaches into the wood, and the rest force the rampart. This was the most arduous task, and to himself he reserved it. The rest he left to his lieutenants. Those who had the even ground to traverse broke easily in, but those who were to assail the rampart were as grievously battered from above as if they had been storming a wall. The general perceived the inequality of this close attack, and drawing off the legions a small distance, ordered the slingers to throw, and the engineers to play, to beat off the enemy. Immediately showers of darts were poured from the engines, and the defenders of the barrier, the more bold and exposed they were, with the more wounds they were beaten down. Germanicus, having taken the rampart, first forced his way at the head of the praetorian cohorts into the woods, and there it was fought foot to foot. Behind the enemy was begirt with the morass, the Romans with the mountains, or the river, no room for either to retreat, no hope but in valour, no safety but in victory. The Germans had not inferior courage, but they were exceeded in the fashion of arms and art of fighting. Their mighty multitude, hampered in narrow places, could not push nor recover their long spears, nor practise in a close combat their usual boundings and velocity of limbs. On the contrary, our soldiers, with handy swords, and their breasts closely guarded with a buckler, delved the large bodies and naked faces of the barbarians, and opened themselves a way with the havoc of the enemy. Besides, the activity of Arminius now failed him, either spent through his continual efforts or slackened by a wound just received. Inguiomerus was everywhere upon the spur, animating the battle, but fortune rather than courage deserted him. Germanicus, to be the easier known, pulled off his helmet and exhorted his men to prosecute the slaughter. They wanted no captives, he said, only the cutting off that people root and branch would put an end to the war. It was now late in the day, and he drew off a legion to make a camp. The rest glutted themselves till night with the blood of the foe. The horse fought with doubtful success. Germanicus, in a speech from the tribunal, praised his victorious army, and raised a monument of arms with a proud inscription, that the army of Tiberius Caesar, having vanquished entirely the nations between the Rhine and the Elbe, had consecrated that monument to Mars, to Jupiter, and to Augustus. Of himself he made no mention, either fearful of provoking envy, or that he thought it sufficient praise to have deserved it. He had next commanded Stertinius to carry the war amongst the Angevarians, but they instantly submitted, and these supplicants, by yielding without articles, obtained pardon without reserve. End of section 19.